Set sale?
Yeah. I'm going to work on that.
Reset sales!
I'm getting a little better.
Unplug it and plug it back in.
We did.
5 other teams tried to set the sale. They didn't work. It wasn't until Sale Team 6 that they got it.
As bad as that was.
Bravo, move in.
Here is for bringing Red Bulls.
Hey.
Letting me name some in-world stuff. Dipping wedge fries in mashed potatoes with gravy. You were like, spud on spud crime. I'm like, that's not a crime. This is the fucking way.
It is so good. It's so good.
Clarify, he said
KFC.
in-world stuff, not end-world stuff.
In-world stuff. ENWORLD.
In-world, letting me name the
convention.
So that name of that place that is going to come up in your end of the world scenario.
I think this campaign is just going to be called the Somewhere campaign at this point.
The fun part's going to be when nothing that you wrote comes up. None of the history.
You do this whole thing.
Yeah.
And you try to, like, I don't want to ruin it. I want them to find it on their own. And we walk right past it.
I already know.
What's that?
Our second encounter, Robert dies, and he's like, I'm going to roll a whole new character. And you're like, damn it, all this backstory, all of this.
Is that a known NPC? That's our new best friend. He's the leader of the group.
Can we kidnap Cackle? Stop, Mitch.
You totally could have.
We could take this teleport
Cackle,
to
Cackle's ready to go with you. No, you got so mad at her for betraying you.
Just leave the reason
I'm
to
gonna say
die.
that really one of the main reasons we left her was I couldn't decide if Mitch wanted to play with that or not. Like, it would have been a lot of fun to have was it Erevar? It was Erevar. No. Who am I thinking of?
Who are you thinking of?
Your Dragonborn campaign.
Yeah. Sorry, Xernex. I couldn't decide if, like, the funniness of Cackle and Xernex fighting with each other while trying to work together was going to be worth the playing for me.
Also, like, just try to keep her not going out and stealing shit
That's
and doing
what
all
I'm
that
talking
kind of
about.
stuff. Like, just you
I could see
trying to keep control of this goblin.
I could see the
survivalist.
The comic, stuff that we could have really had a lot of fun with it, but I was like, I don't know if I was ready as a player to, like, get in on that. And then we found the orc kid. I was like, this is perfect. And I had to leave him behind. And I was like,
You made that choice.
I did. And it was the right choice too, because then we got to play him later, and he had led his clan to safety and stuff. So that was really nice. Nice little way to put it in. But
yeah, it's a nice second place scenario.
Oh, Cackle.
So you're not here next week, right? Is it next week already, or is it?
No, I should be here next week.
Okay.
We also might have lost one of our surveys.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so
Yay!
Lost her.
We're glad your company sucks.
Because I say, just a heads up for you, Ghost of Saltmarsh has 6 modules in it, and then like a 7th kind of wrap up or finish kind of thing that's shorter.
Right, I figured this is session 9.
This is like the 5th module, yeah. So we're a little more than halfway through Saltmarsh.
This takes us to 10th, right?
Sort of. That's what I was telling him last time. I mean, maybe I was talking to you about it. Right?
There's 2 of them that are the same one.
Yeah, but it's super weird. So I'll have to. That's why I was asking about next week. So when we're done with the session today, wherever we end up today, I'm gonna have to do some like extra study this week because I don't know. Like, I've read this entire story, but I'm not super sure what's happening next. But also that leveling thing, because like we leveled up to 3 pretty quickly, like you always do, and then we got to 4, and then I moved you to 5 right away so that we could kind of tackle this stuff without me having to go through and unweight and reweight stuff. And now you're kind of at the upper edge of where you should be for this encounter. And I don't know, it's weird. I have to do some studies, so that's all I need to get in. So.
Let it run.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. I just wanted to make sure that you were going to be here, because if you weren't, then I was like, fuck it, I'll just paint all week. But now I got to study. But Taylor's going to be pretty much useless on Thursday and Friday, so I'm going to be stuck in the house. So I'll have time to do that stuff. Hi, babe. Can you tell everybody what you're doing surgery for?
Are we live?
Yeah, we are live.
We've been live for about 5 or 6 minutes.
We were just ignoring it. We're just guys on stream talking
we'll get
before the thing starts.
You were like, why don't we stream it?
Just guys being guys.
Just guys being guys.
Podcast.
You want to talk about your world?
My world?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could fill some lecture professor.
I work for a company as an archaeologist. I have 3
all
friends.
I want to know.
Some I like more than others.
I want to know more of like the Rebecca drama.
Yeah.
That's what I want to hear about.
Rebecca, you watch it.
So are you guys like still together or not? Or what? I don't know. I'm asking. You don't talk about any of that stuff. I told you Taylor wants to know, right? That's why I have to ask.
Yeah, we haven't been together in years.
I was gonna say she gets so frustrated because she'll be like, so you guys, she's like, your friends don't have
not officially together.
Yeah. Taylor gets frustrated because girls like to gossip and stuff, and she's like, so your friends don't have any, they're not dating anybody or anything like that. And I was like, I mean, Rob's got a girlfriend. He's like, oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that. Galen Wiley? I was like, no. And she'll be like, well. I'm like, I mean, what do you want me to say? I just said, no, there's no, I don't know. Like, that's not what we talk about. Like, we want to show paints and, like, talk about monsters and stuff. That's not what we get in on. We know each other. Like, I know what you do for a living, where you live, and, like, what you like and stuff like that. We know each other's music habits, things, but I don't give a shit.
That's very stereotypical. We really don't talk much about, like...
No, and I told her, I was like, they probably know more about me because I never shut the fuck up. And
that's true. I feel like I write your fucking biography.
Yeah, and I told her, I was like, I talk about everything. Like, I'm an open book. I don't care if you know that I'm having trouble with my marriage or that I got fired for drinking. Or, so I don't care.
Not the school.
Or that guy.
No, not at the school.
Seriously, I don't give a shit. I forgot we were live there for a second. But, no, I don't give a shit about that stuff. But it's funny. So when she'll ask me questions about you guys and I don't know, she gets like super curious. And she does like you guys. She does want to play like Catan again and sit, but she gets so intimidated when I'm like, hey, you guys want to play games? And she's like, I don't know. And I'm like, I'm like, we don't have to, I get this. Like, she's like, I don't. She did come play with us once, and she's like, this is not my bag. She's like, trying to come up with a story and like thinking about what I want to do. That's not what I want to do when I play a game.
It's not for everybody.
But when we played like Catan and a couple of like 2-player games, she's fucking competitive. And she's good at that stuff.
I keep telling you, man. I had a blast playing with her.
She's just nervous because you guys are all really good at what you do, and we've been playing games as like a way of life our whole lives and stuff. So she gets nervous. I'm trying to tell her, I'm like, you kick my ass in Scrabble on a regular basis, and you buried me in Catan. I was pissed. It was like the sexiest, unsexiest thing at the same time. Getting your ass whipped by your wife in a game you love. And you're like, that was hot, but I'm really mad at you. Just give me some fucking bricks. I begged her for 2 hours.
Fucking Shiloh carries me in Deep Rock Galactic, man. I'm like, oh, okay.
That's the worst. Being helped by your SO. I was still dating this girl years before I got married, obviously, but I should fill that in while Taylor's watching. But
she doesn't watch this.
She does.
She
does. No, there's times I'll come home and I'll come home sometimes. She'll be like, "You still didn't get on the boat?" And I'm like, "No." Wow. Like she watches sometimes, so I have to be careful.
Hi Taylor. Let's play.
Just in case, you never know. Like, well, there's 0 viewers, but sometimes one of those is her. I didn't even know that. And she says that sometimes she just throws it on the iPad and goes to bed, so we get a viewer.
Oh.
She does stuff like that. So, but I was dating this girl and we went golfing and I had a really bad slice. I've always had it and I've been working on it. And she's like, I can tell you what you're doing wrong. And I was like, no, it's fine. And I just kept doing it. And she's like, hold your arm like this, and fucking worked. And I was like, damn it. Like, it changes the power dynamic in the relationship.
Like if I go over here, this glob of light.
It needs to be turned down.
Which?
Both of those lights need to be turned away from.
Oh yeah,
It's already turned down.
No. Turn the bulbs away. Like I can see the raw bulb. Yeah, there you go. That's what we need to do. Do the top one too, so that it's touching the wall a little bit more.
It's alright. It's kind of like being obscured by a halo.
There we go. That's much better. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Nice. Yeah. It's alright. I think it cuts my your physique.
Your physique.
Yes.
You are looking tough there. Grrr.
Absolutely. Let's play D&D.
Well, if you've already tuned in, thanks. If you haven't, I understand. But welcome to the Wileyverse, where on Sundays we play D&D. Particularly right now, we're playing Ghost of Saltmarsh, which is a persistent card campaign. It's a collection of about 6 or 7 modules with a nautical theme kind of tied together into a coherent story. And we've been playing for about 9. We decided this was 9th session, 9th or 10th.
This is the 9th.
This is the 9th session. So we played for a while. At the end down there, we have Robert playing Oliver, the team's druid.
Hello.
In the middle, we have Galen playing our Tabaxi Bard, Rapid Rivers, and closest... Sorry? No. Nyarhanin, and then closest here to my left, your right. It's also their left.
I also forgot to ask for the full translation of my name.
Sorry, we'll get to that in a few minutes. But I guess I'll have to look it up. Yeah.
Give me 30 minutes.
We've got Wiley, longtime GM, short-time player, playing Constance Hart, the team's captain and swashbuckling rogue. And I, as Wiley likes to say, am the GM. I'm Mitch. I'm playing the NPC Vet House. They're lizard folk, barbarian, and everybody else. So this game takes place in Saltmarsh, which is along the coast. It is a fishing and mining town. Mining is a newer operation as the King's men found a vein of ores and minerals and has been beginning to send more and more people down into Saltmarsh, increasing the King's presence. Guards are starting to up, and it's causing some turmoil in the town where the people have been kind of involved in smuggling over times and fishing and like being a sleepy hamlet where they can get away with stuff. These guys have kind of shown up for one reason or another in the middle of all of that and gotten embroiled in not only the politics, but also in an upcoming battle that might be ensuing over Saltmarsh's nearby waters. A Sahuagin force is starting to build, and at the beginning of their escapades, they stopped some smuggling and then also built an alliance for this battle with the lizard folk in a nearby colony, kind of securing allies for that upcoming battle with the Sahuagin. In the Saltmarsh itself, the council has just announced that the Sahuagin battle is occurring or imminent, that sort of thing, and so the town is kind of fallen into turmoil. People are starting to change their habits, their moods. Guards are going to start showing up in greater numbers. Who knows how this is going to affect market day at the moment, that sort of things. And so the town has asked the group to kind of stand by, as they're not actually citizens of the group, but the council may have work for them once they start making their decisions. So our group has opted to instead take on some work from a recently fallen, not recently, but a noble in Saltmarsh who's fallen on hard times in the last decade, who actually had liquefied a lot of his worth and bought a lot of land deeds so that he could open up a new trade good operations in the nearby islands to the west, and lost his ship and all of his deeds and was destitute. Over the course of the last 5 years, last 5 years, he kind of gave up, and then the last 5 years has really started accumulating his wealth and getting himself back into a position of standing, and has become a merchant again and is trying to ply his way back into good standing, when lo and behold, the Erasmus, the ship he lost 10 years ago, has kind of shown up as a ghost ship not far off, about 2 days sail off the west coast, and he has hired you guys to go and see what happened to the boat and hopefully get his land deeds and work permits back so that he can re-transfer those back into physical wealth again. And that's where we
try liquefying his enemies?
He has not tried liquefying his enemies, as he does not possess any enemies that he can liquefy. I guess everybody
problem with
possesses
these
them.
civilizations, like, you can, if you wanted a territory, these deeds and stuff like that, you lose a deed, you lose your territory. Like,
how crappy would that be? Like, here's a bunch of money. Here's a deed to a land we haven't seen. Come back once you've seen it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, and I lost my deed. Too bad. I think you probably have seen it, and you're lying to us, and you don't get any money. Like,
see, the Druids
come back with more land.
If you want to take my territory, you'll have to fight me.
Yeah,
for those,
I have the deed.
Yeah,
I have claws.
Yeah. For those playing along at home who are probably wondering, well, then Mitch, why did you write it like that? I didn't. It's in the book like that. So.
No, even if it wasn't on the book, it's still,
I did kind of fight with that. It's funny that you said, because I did fight with that. I was like, why would Albrecht? Just because you lose the deeds doesn't mean that you lose everything. But I mean, you lose the deed to a house. It is how you do it. So that was a huge gamble.
Nice dad.
That's what happened. So you guys opted to leave right away. Constance, well, I guess I should add this too. At the very end of last session, these guys kind of, not even accidentally, started a fight club with Vathaus as their star fighter.
Yeah, that was no accident.
There was no accident, yeah. It was something I almost left out of the game that turned out being
I was so mad at you. After it happened, like, you almost left that.
Well, I don't know. This is my first time GMing a long-term campaign, and I'm not used to it.
No, that's not.
I didn't want to run an NPC encounter that was going to like take up time or like I fight people, but
that's not a new game.
I know, but like making you guys roll his enemies ended up being the answer to that for me.
Fun.
It was a lot of fun, and then you guys kept throwing in your bardic inspiration and barbs and like stuff like
silvery barbs and
so. I thought a lot about that this last week too, about what you're going to have to talk to Vathaus and things like that. So that's going to be fun. Anyway, so we decided to leave right away because if we can get back in 4 days, everyone can enter Vathaus into his first Fight Club competition on 10th day, and you guys will have time to advertise. If not, we can still do it the next week. Not 10th day.
8th day.
8th day, excuse me.
The day after market.
Sorry, 9th day is fight day because 8th day is
the market,
Friday.
right,
That's market day. Yeah, you guys have
9th day, and then 10th day is the banquet or something.
10th day is banquet. Yeah, and you guys were invited to that if you can make it back. But if you don't, there's always one every 4 weeks. But you think that Gellen's got work for you, or at least wants to announce something.
Sure, yeah. He seems to like to keep us busy.
Is there a spell that's like earworm?
Earworm?
What the fuck does that mean?
Earworm is when you get a song stuck in your head.
I mean, I guess Silvery Barb is kind of like that, right? I mean, that's what I would think.
More like dissonant whispers.
Yeah.
Though not a wounding, more like a. I just want this song to kind of play in the background for this person.
What is it that you give me that makes me roll a disadvantage? What is
Silvery
Barb.
But it doesn't hurt me, though, does it?
No,
Just
but
distracts
all it does is... It's almost like
he's got two things. One, he's got his vicious mockery. Mm-hmm. If you fail to save on your next action, you have disadvantage. Then Silvery Barbs is the one he does as a reaction. Mm. After he sees someone succeed, he can Silvery Barb them to make them roll again.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, because I was thinking that it's like that. Like, if you came at me and you were like, head on, apply directly to the forehead, I'd be confused for a few seconds because I'd be repeating that over and over and over again and be like, God damn, that's an earworm.
That's dissonant whispers. That's pretty much what that
There should be a spell. And, I mean, there are rules for creating spells, too.
It'd be a nice cantrip.
Yeah. Have something, just like have a something that somebody has heard to like kind of linger in their
Actually,
memory.
for the bards would be have a song someone has just heard.
Yeah.
Stick in their head for 24 hours.
Yeah. Sorry, I just brought it up because he talked about advertising.
So he makes the song and then earworms everyone in the audience.
I'd let you cast sleep like that with advantage.
For time's sake, because I don't think we got around to
time's sake.
No. I said like in-game time.
Oh, okay.
I did say that I was trying to write a letter to the Moonshays, sure, and if I was able to do that, I wanted to write a letter to the kingdom, the folk, I forget folk.
The folk or the
folk.
I was under the impression that
folk.
I was under the impression that you did that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Because I said you're at a port city, mail is going out and coming in all the goddamn time, so all you do is just give it to someone and they'll take it. Yeah. So I was under the impression you did that like 2 sessions ago.
It was last session, I think.
Last session?
And
I thought it was when you guys got back with Vathouse.
I never told you what it was.
No, you didn't, but we got back with Vathouse and you said you wanted to write a letter and start telling the Moonshays what was going on. It was right after we got jumped and I told you could. I assumed that you did.
Mm. Okay, well then great. Yeah, I mean, it would have been like some retconning. I was going to ask. Like,
no. Yeah, so we can retcon and say whatever it was you put in that letter has been written. If you want to say this, you can tell me. Did you want to tell me what was in it, or
yeah, basically to let to send it to the Moonshay capital of the folk, and let to pass this message to the Hierophant there, because I don't have any other druids to contact here, and let them know that Elmlight is dead, and that I have started a vested interest in tending this region myself, and that the cast is high, and that
nobody will say rapid. Nobody will say it.
Yeah, and I just welcome if anyone wants to challenge it away from me.
Okay, challenge it away from you, like
he's taking over Elmlight's spot.
Gotcha.
And he's telling his druidic leader, "Hey, like I'm just taking this. Yeah. If someone else wants it, they can come catch these hands."
We'll say that you wrote that letter and then it's been passed on to the appropriate place. I'll have to. I don't know who's going to send somebody.
It probably takes a while to get there.
I was going to say, they're probably going to be like, we'll try to find someone who knows what the Moonshays is.
The letter just says, "Dear Kingy, it's mine. Fuck around and find out."
Yeah.
So this sounds silly, but I don't know if you know this about sailing stuff, but those stripes that you see on sailors like Popeye and Donald Duck, they have those stripes on their arms. That's one for every sea you've been on. 7 stripes is someone who's sailed all 7 seas. And so that's kind of a thing with mail is it's if you've ever seen Saving Private Ryan, everybody puts a letter to home in their left pocket if you want to. It's most of the time it's not even yours. It's because you died and I took yours and put it in my pocket. Now I got 2. Sometimes people would fall and you just pull out a wad and you would separate them out.
That's horrifying.
Sailors is the same way. You're sending a letter to the Moonshays, someone's going to know where that is. That letter's going to pass around who knows how long. It's not a regular mail. It's not regular mail. You could probably say something like that, like follow the boat to the sunset, and then
They're not like a mysterious exotic land. Yeah.
There's a whole.
this place is 90% human, and they're weirded out that the lizard is walking around.
Yeah.
They call this guy Captain Cat, and they're like,
Moonshades, the folk are human, and then and Om has a colony there.
Mitch knows nothing.
It's just because when we played in the Fey Kingdom, but the Moonshades is Isles.
Well, I think I'm leaning into this too hard. It was kind of nice to do this. This turned out being kind of serendipitous for me because Saltmarsh is a little xenophobic. It works for me because I don't know shit about the other than if we've played it or talked about it, I kind of get it. And there's a couple things that I've researched, but if I don't know about it, I don't know about it, and it kind of fits for Saltmarsh. I'm like, not for nothing, but I don't know nothing about the Moonshades. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're like, here, hand this off to Proudspire, and he's like, I don't know where I'm going to send this. You're like, what? Like, that's not that guy's name either.
Oh, the Dockmaster.
Dockmaster. I can never remember his name. I made it up.
Cliffsword.
Stone
Cliffsword.
Cliffsword. Stone with no E.
Shit. What?
Ston?
Right, it was just the name.
There was something when you first announced that name that you said it a weird way.
Yeah,
It's just not a good
I think
way to establish a form of government.
Oh, that's right. Tarts doling swords from
savory tarts doling swords from
damn tarts doling out swords is no way to start a means of government or something.
That was a good one. I haven't seen that since I was a fucking
damn tarts. Like Lady of the Lake? That's a weird way to refer to her.
So much darkness.
Well, shall we?
Let's go.
All right, cool. So I think we ended right where it did turn out that the wind was favorable to the west, so that pull that you felt...
Did he know it?
He didn't know it.
He just didn't tell anyone about it.
He didn't tell anybody, but you were correct. The wind was out to the west this morning, favorable. So that dream that you had, or that, your weather control thing that told you that it was going to the west, and you also felt that
wishes weather control.
Yeah, well,
that's a much higher level.
You scried it a little bit. You did some insight on it, and you had that favorable tug to the west.
It's sorcerer, isn't it?
There's the Storm Soul sorcerer.
I basically use the weather prediction aspect of Druidcraft and roleplay the shit out of it to try to get him, try to juice more out of it.
And then what was that sorcerer that we fought on the boat that Vidic kept commanding to come, kept challenging from the other deck? What type of sorcerer was that?
Vidic?
Not Vidic. Was it Vidic? Or no, it was Rofrost. We fought. Sorry, that was the Dragonborn.
Oh, that was way early.
Yeah, that's right. That was like our 5th or 6th session.
I remember that though. I kept using the challenge spell.
We used an enemy boat.
Challenging duel or
challenging. Yeah,
whatever it was.
What was that type? What was that? A storm sorcerer?
No, he was. I think he was just the one. What was he doing? I can't remember the spells he used.
I don't remember.
Pretty sure he was trying to throw fire at your boat.
Yeah.
Did he? Because I thought he was commanding the wind for them and stuff. Because he was steering. I thought he rammed our boat by steering into it.
Yeah. Then he was Storm Soul was kind of new, so I probably just made him as a dragon blood and used wind.
I guess we had two. We had some one-shots where one of them I was a storm sorcerer on a boat.
Yeah. And that was with your
was that my
warlock.
My drowned warlock, yeah. Maybe that's something that
kicked ass.
So that game was crazy. For like a one-shot. Oh, we level 3 or something like that?
You were enough to have your subclasses. Maybe 5?
No, because I think that 5 we said was
what
2.
Did I
play?
You
know what? Actually, that might have been the one we did 5 and then decided not to because we were swimming through our spells too much for a one-shot.
Let's see. You may have...
Was that the one when I was playing the Ladrin bard?
No, that was the Moonshade one.
Yeah.
This is the one where you guys you were in Sabers and Sails. You were the dwarf.
Oh, the
dwarf bard.
Yeah,
paladin entertainer.
Because Riorn, my first Herringon, was part of that group.
No, he was the dwarf bard.
We played a lot.
That was what's his face? It was Durmox. It was a.
Oh yeah.
Zaz something Zazan. God damn it! Was that?
What's your last name? What's Durmox's last name?
Jewel Maul.
Yeah,
so he was the bard. He was the Jewel Maul bard.
Outcast Jewel Maul.
Yeah, kept
right. Oh, that's right. He was going by Kingslayer on purpose. That motherfucker.
So
God, you wrote that. You did such a good job of writing that in because that made Mitch mad. Like that made me mad. I was like, you son of a bitch. My voice just cracked right now talking about it.
So Dwarf Bard, your Storm Soul Sorcerer, and his Warlock.
Kingmaker. That's what it was. Kingmaker. God.
The Kingmakers. The
Not
money behind the
Kingslayers.
throne.
God, what a horrible name. The connotation.
Why would you want to be king if you could just
I
own
know,
a king?
man. That surname stuff was just making my tits sharp. I was loving doing it. I loved it. It was so much fun.
Thanks for coming out, everybody.
I'm sure that made your night.
It was fun.
I made that up, and
it's
it's the third time I've said it. 3 weeks in a row. I'm trying to make it a thing.
No.
tit shot.
My tit
Nice.
shot. It gets a giggle every time I say it.
It's a good one.
Plus, I have to go back to work
night,
soon, so I'm trying to get rid of all my swear words now while I can.
Are there any new ones?
That was yesterday. I was like, gosh, oh man, that's so nice. And like my Reddit stuff, I'm like, this is so nice. That's so freaking neat.
Jackson saw his first pair. We were watching movies.
So it's
Oh yeah, that popped up out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, I was like,
Oh,
I don't remember
boobs.
this scene. We were watching Terminator, and there's a,
Oh, no.
there's a sex scene in there. And he's like, huh. Looks to Galen. First of all,
Just lock eyes. Don't look away. Don't look at the child.
I remember my dad and my mom used to fast forward through all that stuff. It would just make it more awkward because then, like, I could just see it real fast.
I just let it ride, man. I was like, it's like
I was
punching
like-
holes in people's chests, blowing brains out of this gun. Like, oh no,
You can see some
tatas.
titties.
I remember trying to make
The
it.
weird things we make taboo and
That's also better though.
you
We're
can
both
watch
kind of like,
people
you know what? Just
blow
don't
each
address
other's
it.
brains out. But
Yeah,
God
don't make it
forbid
weird.
you talk about two dudes kissing.
There's a lot of that, like in like European shows that are coming of age. You know, you always in American shows it's always like TV or somebody through a window, and then like in European shows it's always you had a Swedish friend or a Swedish person that came because they don't care. There's always that like that lack of nudity. So it was the areas of Europe that you're from where nudity is either like in Europe it's brash and taboo,
Yeah.
but like in Spain it's like whatever. Were you at the beach?
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of stuff. So
Did any of you see that thread? I forget what it was. Was it Sweden? Where when it's time for them to eat, they send their guests to a bedroom to wait for them to eat.
Right, like if you had a friend over, you're like at your parents' house. If mealtime comes, if dinner time comes, the parents will come and get you, and your friend would stay in your bedroom.
and eat
Nope.
or not eat.
Not eat. The food I made is for us. Is like their thing is like
can't be real.
they're like, why is it your financial responsibility to feed someone else's kids?
That's
Like,
the real. This is real.
There was a whole thread on
I mean,
it.
I get the point of it. Like, if you like, I don't want to feed your kid every time they come over, but like,
Because then you planned a meal for your
that's part
family.
of hosting. Like,
Yeah,
Not
that's
there.
why it
Not
blew up
there.
on
Here it
Reddit
is.
was because the thread
That's
was just so many people
weird.
being all like,
so I don't know if it's
Wow.
like I found out in high
You didn't see
school.
that?
My best friend in high school's dad. Like, I just thought his dad was just cool. Like, I spent all the fucking time over there when I was at my mom's house. It's because he was alleviating stress from my mom. He was like feeding me and keeping me, so I was like out of my mom's hair, and like she could save money, and I was like, that's what a wonderful way to like share responsibilities and stuff. So I was like, that's what that makes me kind of weirded out a little bit.
Man, you're like super hospitable. That
my
must
family's
sound
from
like
the South. Like,
this
that's what I'm saying. Is like
must
very
sound insane to you. Yeah.
yeah. So if you're watching this, my family is from Arkansas, so you're
I
like,
was thinking like,
leaving the-
cold north, cold harsh survival culture.
Yeah, you're like you leave the guest in the bedroom. I'm like, what? Like, we made what the guest wanted for dinner, and I'd be like pissed off because we're making what Jeremy wanted for dinner, and he doesn't like salt in his macaroni. You stupid fucker.
yeah, it was a really fun thread. I read it at first and I was all like, I'm not all right. And then like it was on like two different podcasts brought up the same thread, and they were
Yeah.
like,
Came through like the meme factory, the Icon has cheeseburger sites.
yeah,
It was like the cut
Interesting.
So this is
cut Reddit.
This is a culture in Sweden. What is this?
I think
This
it's
is-
Sweden.
This is an
Sweden or Norway, or no, maybe it's Finland.
Reddit
One
or
of the Scandinavians.
It's definitely not Denmark. I can tell you that. Those fuckers love to.
I'm pretty sure it was Sweden.
Wow, that boggles my mind. I like her like, this is a fun thread. I'm like, is it? It just pissed me off. I got mad. Taylor even texted me the other day, and she's like, I don't know if we have anything for Jackson. I was like, babe, there's soda in the fridge. And I was like, people with kids usually understand that they're going to, we don't have kids who bring stuff. And she's like, okay.
Yeah.
I finally just told her that. I'm like, don't worry about Jackson.
Oh yeah.
We don't have anything.
I was like, I fed his ass before we went.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I was like, people
went
with
to the
kids.
store.
Did you feed
Bring a
his
snack.
mouth too?
No, I'm trying to. Let's play some D&D, huh? Jesus Christ.
So,
Anyway, the point of
No, shut up. D&D. Bring it back in. Bring it back in.
yeah, I'm thinking for a second.
We're on a boat.
On a boat.
on a
Sailing out,
motherfucking boat.
we're sailing out to the west.
It's not about boat.
Is it-
Strong wind, just like you
Yeah,
predicted.
strong winds
That's
of the
a
west.
strong
Yeah,
supply.
Oh, I know that guy too.
Is it
The strong wind
daytime?
will get you back and forth. So yeah, no, you guys finish out your first day. It's perfect. Everything's working. You're working with Dami pretty successfully. Like when it's a nice day like this, you would be working with him as far as like what does it mean to attack and how are we going to call those things out. Working a sextant would be something that you would need to be on.
That's
some math.
my bag, baby.
Yeah,
Nobody can work
there's
with
math
sextant
attached to that,
other
things like that. Sorry, say that
He
again.
is the sextant master.
Yeah.
But now,
Section guru.
so she has given this to you. This, what I'm trying to relay in your mind is that everyone's life depends on you now.
Oh, good. Just the way I like it.
Yeah, because she's going to say, get us two, and then we're all just going to sit on the boat until we get there.
Yeah.
No, I mean more than
So
So he's
I
basically
keep want to call him Damiani from Spinal Row.
Damiante. Yeah,
Damiante.
Dami.
Dami. Yeah.
Dami.
Dami and
Daddy Dami,
Dami
yeah.
and
Put an H in there like Dermot. That'll help you.
It will.
Dhami. We'll retcon his name to Dami like Dermot.
Dami.
Downy like Dermot.
Dami like
Yeah.
Dermot.
What's he like?
I am Dami like Durham.
Well, so we talked about what he was like before, but he's a pirate, but he wasn't always a pirate. He's really got his loyalty to whatever boat he's on.
Yeah.
So he's a contract man.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not going to get on your boat and work for you as a pirate or even work for you as a smuggler or a tradesman unless he signs a piece of paper. Constance offered him that and quite a bit of money as well. So he's basically your hardened sailor. He's a company man. And you guys don't have a company, but you have a ship. So
Right.
He's a boatman.
So Downy like Dermot.
Yeah.
Dami like Dermot. Yeah, it's actually really it's funny. He's Dami like Dermot.
Excellent.
He's here for his pay. He works for you guys. Constance has imparted that the four of you guys are in charge. And so he's going to do what you ask. And so he's training you during the day, and at night you'll do the same thing. But he's really, what I'm imparting on you is just remember, you're in charge of this shit. So if you give it up, or he's letting go of it, you're in charge of it. The rest of you, it's Vatos is going to be more or less like fishing and working with the guys and stuff like that. I don't know how. Barbarians are more like rope pullers and things like that. He's not going to really be doing anything other than not even repairs. He's just going to be raising and lowering sails. So he's working on emergencies and
Strongbows are good for climbing to get up to those.
It's true, but he's going to be more like boat fight tactics. Like he's going to be imparting what he knows about fighting in tunnels to the crew and how they can relate that into fighting in close quarters and vice versa and stuff like that. So Fight Club is probably what Vatos will be doing.
Oh, so we got a little sergeant of arms and
A Marine commander.
It works really well. It's something I didn't think about. So then you guys.
I do want to ask him
questions
if he
too.
could teach them to fight in the water.
Vatos? So this is something you have to bring up. I don't know anything about this, so this would be something that I want to add. In Shogun is where I got a lot of my boat knowledge from the book and the game stuff like that I really love. But back then, a lot of places learning to swim wasn't even required for most boats. But I'm saying because Saltmarsh is a fishing community and things like that, you grow up on the coast, you know how to fucking swim. So I would think that all pirates and sailors would have a swim knowledge and things like that. So if you want him to, if we want to go with that route, I want to say yes, in my world, or if in D&D, our world.
Well, we're going to be possibly fighting Sahagin, so it might be very valuable.
Everybody knows how to swim, so then he can do that. So that he'll add that. They can share their knowledge of close quarter combat, but he can really excel in water combat and stuff like that. So I would say
fight in the water.
Yeah, I would say this trip is probably not a good practice for that. That would be something that you'd want to do in the shallows. Marines don't practice in the deep. That's
while we're
mission.
moving.
Yeah, while we're moving.
Keep up.
But yeah, we can make but you can say that. Yeah, so when we're onshore, the focus is water combat, and when we're out in the deeps, it's indoor combat. What are you doing? I wouldn't know what you guys want to do with your boat. Obviously, so sea shanties. Are you? Do you want to? This is something that you said you liked doing. Do you want to make ship-specific shanties? Because that's something fun that you can do for morale raising and things like that. So you can start naming the episodes, like when we did Fireflies. At the end of it, you name the episode and stuff like that. It's fun. You could do that for this. You could name expeditions and things like that. Name songs for us because you've been doing that anyway.
I mean,
what is it?
As they come to them, anyway.
Cousin Kingdoms that got turned into Kissing Cousins immediately.
Yeah,
like you
yeah.
got a nickname.
I mean, yeah, I'll be writing. I don't know if I'm going to come up with a new theme every day for it.
Real quick, wild shape it's half CI I can turn into. Is it rounded down or up?
It's rounded up, but
And explain to me
it's
how you...
divided by 3. You're not a
And I had that
you're
question.
not a circle of the moon.
I didn't ask this question last time, but what is... how do I determine a PC's challenge rating?
Your level.
Oh, so my level 5 is my challenge rating.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so you can morph into 2.5 CR.
No.
Wild shape is actually magically assume the shape
Half
of beasts you've seen at least twice before. You've seen before twice. Oh, the amount of times. I'm sorry. I'm like, wait, I have to like seen them recently twice, 2 occasions before a short rest.
The balloon was red.
Oh my god!
Can you morph into a monkey? Oh,
It is
I've seen
a
it once,
fourth.
and it
It
was
is
a
a
long
fourth.
time ago.
So what's a fourth of 5? That's
1 1/4.
if it's rounded up. Would that
That's
even
1 1/4 rounded up, so
Yeah.
1.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
2. If it's 1 1/4.
Yeah, that's less than half.
But it's
round it up.
not rule of 5. It's not rule of 5. If it's
1/4
over,
is less than rounding up. So if you have 1 and then you round up, because it's higher
Rounding
than 1,
up?
you
Yeah.
go round up.
Yeah,
Counter
yeah.
it.
Yeah,
I see.
yeah.
I didn't. Okay,
They don't. There's.
So I
like
would
you
have
do
rounded that
math.
down. Quarters and halves, I would have rounded up and
We
down
didn't
like that.
say, but you'd been wrong because we didn't say rounding mathematically. We said
Yeah.
rounding up.
Gotcha.
So even if it's 0.00001,
Yeah.
that's a 2.
Gotcha. Sorry, I teach 3rd grade math.
Yeah.
no, it's
D&D math.
no. It confuses
This
me all
isn't
the
D&D
damn
math.
time.
If you
Man.
just say round up, you don't ever not round up.
Except when you don't.
Yeah.
And that's not true. If you say round up, you round up. If you say round to the nearest whole number,
If you said
that's math.
If you say 1 1/4 rounded up, I would automatically say 1.
But you didn't round it up.
I didn't.
that's rounding
'Cause it's
down.
not- it's
That's
not-
rounding
I know,
down.
but
You
it's not-
rounded down.
I
You
know,
got rid of a remainder.
I understand what you're saying,
Boys,
whether you say it
boys.
aggressively or not. I'm
Yeah.
saying that I wouldn't have taken it that way. I understand 100% what you meant.
So you don't take instructions.
Oh my god.
Ah,
Yeah, you just
fuck
didn't mean about
dolphins,
it,
man.
I know.
I'm gonna
It's
be a
like
hunter
if
shark
someone says
from
round
now on.
up, they're not. They didn't. They
CR2
specifically
shark.
didn't say round
I
mathematically.
get it. I understand what you're saying. I'm wrong.
Or rounding. Hey, round this number.
I get it. I don't understand why you keep going.
Yeah, I see.
I understand it. Now, that's what I'm saying. Now you're just being rude about it. I've
Alright.
agreed. I don't know why. This is continuing.
Yeah, never mind.
I didn't agree. Sorry.
You didn't agree.
I didn't agree. All right. I didn't agree.
Guys, come on.
My fault. I'm sorry that I angered you somehow. Let's move
No,
on. If you want to, we can move on.
Let's go. Come on.
At 1/4.
So
your
hunter
level.
shark.
So you are what, 5th level?
So
Yeah.
2.
So
1/2 CR.
it's 1/2. Quarter. Oh, so it's just
I don't understand how that's a half now. How does that become?
Just don't.
No, I mean,
No, just don't.
Dave.
if I've wrecked it, we don't have to play.
No,
I'm
we're
just
fine.
asking questions. I'm
I know.
curious.
I'm trying to answer his.
All right, then
He
say
is
that. Like I'm trying to
1/4
study this.
CR.
So 1/4. Okay.
Sorry, 1/4 of CR. So at 5th level, you can shapeshift into something that is a half CR.
Okay.
So get you the shark.
No, that's a CR2, so I can't do it.
Swim speed.
Yes, I can.
So check a dolphin. Apparently, they're really badass.
They like to break people too.
That's true. Anyway, I'm not changing any animal forms here, so
So I'm playing a super cool song.
All right, what are you doing?
Just captaining around. At night, I'm still going to be playing cards with specific members of the crew.
It's nighttime. Full rest.
whoa.
Oh, good. I already took it.
I couldn't remember if we had a full rest or not.
I figured we were on the sea for a couple days. Because we set off in the morning, didn't we?
So
No, you didn't. And that's what I was saying. When we left yesterday, it was... Sorry, go ahead. when we left last session, you guys had set out in the morning, and I was just saying, full day, what were you doing?
All right.
And then we got into a math conversation, and we never got back.
Okay. So it's been a day.
Yeah, now it's night, full rest. Now it's the next day.
All right. So what's the weather like when we? It's a new day. It's a new day, new dawn. I guess most of our shifts. I mean, because like shift work is like round the clock, right? Like
yeah, that's what I was saying. So you would have. When I was saying, if you got any more than 20 guys, you would be doing pretty intense hot bunking, where you wouldn't have enough bunks for half crew on, half crew off. Because on the ship size that you have, usually you have enough hold for half of your crew. So while 10 are on deck, 10 are asleep, because you're
So
going on there.
12-hour
Yeah.
shifts.
Sorry?
12-hour shifts.
12-hour shifts. You're going to be half on, half off. The boat is on the water every single day, night, everything. You can run it a couple of different ways, where you could have more bunks, and have full crews during the day and like skeleton at night because they're not doing anything.
Yeah.
You're just kind of sailing at night. You don't have to be repairing things, but that's a waste of manpower because there's stuff to do on a boat. There's repairs, there's roping, there's rigging, there's nets, there's fishing, there's cooking. You always should be doing something. You should all be trying to survive all the time. Always. This is the first spaceship.
Yeah.
So you've got to get what you're doing. So what you would do is there'd be in the nose of the ship underneath the first level is because this deck right here, your aft castle has 2 rooms, and your forecastle has 2 rooms. Sorry, it's forecastle and aft castle. Aft castle has the first mate and the captain's rooms, and then the front has the lizard folk room that you guys use for the Schaefer Pod, and then the third room here that I think you were using, the bosun. I think you were taking it if you wanted it.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah. So that house is fine in the Schaefer Pod room. He'll share it if other lizard folk come up. But the rest of your guys are in those 10 hammocks. So you have 10 downstairs and 10 on board, and that would be at any given time unless you're at battle. Or you call all hands for some reason.
Okay. So when so I would most likely like my if I have a preference in the night, I like to be probably up where I can have a night shift where I can like really see the stars. And stuff. Yeah.
Have to.
So I'm trying to figure out like when the hell would I wake up in the morning on any given day at sea?
You don't have to stay. Your shift doesn't have to be because you're not a regular sailor. You're the bosun.
Yeah.
You don't have to be all day every day or all night every night. Not bosun, sorry. Sidereal. You would get up and do your job when you need to do your fucking job.
Yeah.
So you would need to take morning readings, afternoon readings, night readings, and evenings.
Oh, okay. So I'm pretty broken up.
Yeah. So think about bells at Saltmarsh. You have the wake up bell, the get started bell, the noon bell, the evening bell, the finish bell, the go to bed bell, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
It would be the same thing on deck. It'd be like first watch, second watch, third watch, and you would need to take a time each one of those to make sure you're in the right direction, your right distance, and you can get your speed that way.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and say that I override the bell system, and anytime anybody wakes up, it's to my sweet eyes.
I thought we were going to be like, it's a drop. It's 2 drams till a deluge. I seriously was following it. I'm like, I like this system until it got to a full day, and then it was like a deluge, and then when you got to the big numbers, I was like, I can't follow this. You lost me.
That's a lot, man.
Well, I liked the idea of the drips, like it sands in an hourglass. Yeah, I was like, this is perfect. Plus, most people realize that we use that base 10 math system. Some people want to switch to like base 5. It's weird. It starts adding a whole lot of like weird numbers, but then you've got base 2 for binary, which works really well. So there's it's the weird odd number versus even number, and that drip system was cool. And then when we got to the big numbers, I was like, that's why I was scared of that.
It's 10 minutes, 6 drips make a dram,
yeah,
so an hour.
An hour.
And so 24-hour drams make a deluge.
Perfect. So that was what's weird is that you take the 5 out, which is how we break down our clock is by 5s. Even though we go up into 6s. So you did 6 by 10 instead of 5 by 6 to get your whatever. I know it sounds weird, so whatever. You broke the clock down in 10s instead of by 5s like we do. Because we do increments of 5.
We kind of normally do them in like 30s.
Like 30s and 5s.
A half hour and a 5 minute increment.
I have to teach it a certain way, and your way is a base 10. And I'm like, everything we do is in base 10. Except for time, which we do in base 5.
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it?
And then we do it in base 10, but we do it in groups of 5, so it's very strange.
We do it in base 12.
You don't teach it that way. No. That's what time gets really weird. Kids get really weirded out by time because it's not concrete, it's abstract. Because the clock goes to 12 and we go 24 hours, but it's broken by 5s, and you just learned how to multiply. So we're multiplying by 5 to 60, but 12 is on the clock. But we're counting by 5 starting at 1. 1 5, 2 5s, 3 5. Dude, it's super confusing for kids. It's super, super hard. So my language has to be super deliberate. And so reading his drip drop, I was like, that's very... Whatever. I'm like at the edge of even knowing where we are anymore. But I was like, that was very well written is what I was trying to say. That's a very neat way to take the 5s out of what's already a base 10 system that's taught in a base 5 with a 60 as the total with a 12 on the display. It's like impossible to teach kids time. It's super hard. It's exactly but that drip drop system is really well done. Shut up, dude. Really well, like, fucking A. So you're at the fucking, you see the boat in the
drop drip is that terminal.
It's all good.
I don't know if it is. I need like a break now. Like, goddamn. No, it's all right. I was going to say that you had me until we got to the big, like when it was getting past days that I was like, I can't do it. Yeah. But that's also how it is for the children too. It's when you get past an hour and you start realizing that an hour can also have 30 minutes on top of it. So you can have 1:30 displayed the same as 1 hour and 30 minutes. It's so hard.
It just goes so hard. Like, it's 1 second, right? And then 60 of those go into 1 minute. And then 60 of those go into 1 hour. But then hours go into 12s. Like 12 and 24.
You're counting by 5s, but you're using 1, 2, 3, and 4 to represent groups of 5. So this 4 is 20. But I have to show it as a 4 when it's an hour and a 20 when it's minutes. Why? And then I have to just sit there for weeks and be like, don't worry about why. I can't tell you. It's hard. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I just have a question though. So I can turn into a reef shark. Okay. They have a swim speed of 40, which means that's like the biggest movement. So if I did a dash action that's 80 feet, could I keep up with the ship? No?
I don't think so.
Because I don't know
the speed of the ship.
So the speed of the ship is in here, but it's something like, you got to remember that we're moving at like a knot is like 35 miles an hour. That's not your movement speed. That's not 30 feet.
Oh,
that's not like that. This is like
I thought knots were much slower than
No. Knots like the length of the ship. So like think of 35 lengths of the ship in a minute.
Oh, wow.
Because if we could swim next to the ship, what the fuck is the point of taking a ship?
Well, that's the thing.
He's a shark.
Yeah, like I could.
I don't know, but 40 feet. I mean, you'd be wearing out. You'd be moving. You'd be dashing every single second of the. Your every action is a dash, trying to keep up.
But I mean, maybe it's just a movie trope. But I remember a lot of movies where
let's find out the movement speed.
Dolphins can keep up with ships.
Oh yeah. They. But I don't know. Maybe is the ship going slow at that point, or
that's the other thing. I thought that the reason dolphins would get in front of ships was so that they could use less energy to swim.
We're also got good wind too, so we're probably going. We're probably going pretty fucking fast right now with the west wind right now.
Again, I said pleasant. I didn't say fast or hard clip or anything.
All right. Fair.
Tornado breakneck winds.
What's going on, man? We're trying to get into some nautical science here, which is probably like just a play of folly.
Well, no, I didn't bring anything else up other than my challenge rating, but
No.
It's right here. I'm just trying to find.
The speed. You just need to find the speed of them.
I'm right here. 4 miles per hour, so 96 miles per day. 4 miles per hour.
That's giving you travel. Does in the combat section or in the stats of the ships?
I'm in the ship stats right
now.
now.
So where is movement?
It just says travel, pace.
Travel. Shit.
That's why I'm saying. That's why this guy wrote that whole supplemental book on the boat stuff. He's like, I didn't like this book at all about this. That's why I said I haven't written any like real ship encounter stuff. This is so cheesy and unhelpful.
It's crazy. So basically, okay, can I tell you why I'm bringing this up at all?
No. I'm just gonna see this in feet real quick.
Okay. He's been putting on weight.
And I'm just gonna use the calculator to do all this math.
There it is. Speed, movement, sails, 45 feet. while sailing into the wind,
So
60
yes, you
feet
can-
while sailing with the wind.
So, yeah.
So 60 feet around if it's with the wind.
So a reef
60 feet
shark.
around.
By my understanding, a reef
you're
shark
40.
is like this
I'm
big.
40, yeah.
So yeah, you can keep up with the boat. Yeah.
Okay, so
with a dash.
if I use dash actions to catch up. So basically, what I kind of want to do is like when there's like a kind of a lull, like I do my readings and stuff like that, but I feel like I kind of got a bit of free time and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can. practice being
It's
a fish
kind of
and
just
keep
do
up.
some.
Are you a laden dolphin?
The water speed velocity of an unladen dolphin,
He's not a high enough level to change into a dolphin yet. We found out.
but not a European dolphin.
So that headbutt tuna scene was just for fun.
Yeah, but what I was thinking of doing is casting speak with animals, turn to a shark, and catch a fish in my mouth, and then speak to them that I will let them go and not eat them if they tell me if they've seen any Sahagin, and whether they say yes or no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have caught a fish in your mouth.
Yeah.
I guess Dex for that first. Dex attack a fish, I guess.
Dex attack.
Or I guess attack a fish. Let me just find it.
Survival? Or
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Hunting?
Survival. What am I saying? It's that hunting thing on my phone. Sorry. Frazzled.
It's all right. We got hours. We got hours, buddy.
Except now you're hunting, not fishing, because you're. All right. Roll it up.
So survival.
Yep.
Okie dokie. Survival. So you mean 18 plus 7
No,
for
you're fine. Yeah, you easily catch a tiny fish.
Yeah.
You can speak its language, I guess, because you speak fish.
Yeah, speak with animals is a weird. Yeah, we can communicate. We can understand each other.
Well, you caught it in your mouth, so persuasion.
Okay, fair enough. Or or
Yeah, deception or
intimidation.
intimidation
Yeah,
will work
or-
too. Yeah, intimidation if that's better.
All right. As a shark, it is better. That's a 15.
That's 15. That'll work. So the fish is scared, doesn't really know what a Sahagin is, but you can describe it easily, and it hasn't seen anything like that in this
Yeah,
area.
and it told me, and I'll let it go.
Very cool. This one's
Tide fish.
up. All right. What are you looking for?
That fish.
That fish. You're looking for. You don't know anything about that, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And so I'll kind of like, as we travel, I kind of want to periodically do that when it seems like, oh, I have time to do this. And just kind of like, since as I'm navigating, kind of like plot points whenever I hear a fish say like, oh yeah, I have seen something like that here.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's fine. Yeah. So throughout the course of the trip, you can kind of rumor mill the sea for Sahagin.
Hell yeah.
This area doesn't seem to have anything, at least directly west of Saltmarsh as you're heading, as the flow cries. There doesn't seem to be any Sahagin as you make your way out. You don't want to do any. You're just captainly things. There's nothing specific that you want to do on the boat. Nothing you need to do. Nothing. Nothing.
Nope.
So, other than playing cards, are you taking money from
I
your
am
crew?
never taking money from them. I
Are
just
you
lose to them.
spread? How much money do you want to lose to your crew?
Like probably I spread out a gold a week.
Okay. So I want to say that this book gives me rules for crew morale. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you've seen me roll it a couple times, especially when you guys were talking to them about this stuff. Your guys' fucking crew morale is so fucking high that there's no reason for me to roll it in.
No, we're just too good at Dungeons and Dragons.
So I just want you to know that's
We
why
have a
I'm...
bunch of charisma.
Well, it's not... that's why I'm not doing it anymore.
Every natural 20.
Every time you guys have had a speech for them, it's been great. You're paying them too much. You keep losing at cards.
Yeah.
All of the RP that we're doing with Vathouse and your guys' descriptions of what he's doing as Fight Club and stuff like that, I've dropped that. The heart of the sea is in everybody's hearts. Your crew loves you at this point. It's only been it's been a week, but they're loving it. This is the most they've ever been.
I gotta say, I was against the name at first, but like seeing this morale on a ship, I'm like, yeah, you know what?
I wasn't, I had no skin in the game, but Heart of the Sea was like such an obvious choice because the last name is Hart.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I know we let you be captain. That's a little too much. But now I get it. Now it's like, you know what else could it be at this point?
My first thought
Also,
was
two
like,
characters who were just kind of like, whoa, whatever.
my first thought was, who's the GM here? You don't get to name the boat just out of nowhere. That's like the right name. Like it should just be in here as the Heart of the Sea. It makes sense, but yeah, it works out. All right,
Yeah.
so let me.
Warming up to this captain seems to me.
So I'll just say, so nothing happened over the evenings, and during the day you're kind of making your regular clip. You guys know you're kind of falling into your routines with the boat out in the ocean. This was a pretty straightforward shot. You're just heading directly west. On the first day, you would have seen a lot more boats. It would have been common to see boats kind of coming in and leaving harbor, that sort of things. But most of the trade routes for Saltmarsh do go north and south, which is why the lizard folk coming in was a big deal. It's why that the smuggling issue was kind of needed to be taken care of, and why Sahagan north of where you guys are is going to be a big deal coming up, because that travel goes that way. Going out west is kind of why Albrecht was buying land deeds. People don't come this far out. They're a fishing village and that sort of thing. The piracy and the smuggling is left more to sailors, that sort of stuff. So you coming out this way, you're seeing less of the merchant fleet ships, and the boats out here is less and less, which is probably also why the Erasmus was able to just kind of float out here and be unnoticed for a while until the errant trade ship found it. But the day goes on without a hitch. Like I said before, it's been nice weather, pleasant wind, slightly fast. Will that make you guys feel better? Everyone keeps saying fast wind.
The supersonic.
So you're like, damn, man, like your hair is messed up.
Yeah.
She has to buy a new hat when she gets back to town. But no, it's working out real well. You guys make your nice little clip.
I have the thing that holds the tricorner on.
The what?
I have my tricorner hat.
I think you said tricorder. I was like,
tricorner.
Yeah.
Computer.
Hello, computer.
So after the 2 days at sea and sort of at the...
Thank you, Galen. Sorry, I had to say it. What's going on?
That's right.
Make it happen, Kevin.
So, I'm just kidding. So now I know what it's like to play with me.
Oh no.
So right as it's starting to become dusk, Dami has called you up on deck to kind of tell you this would be fifth bell reading. Stars are starting to appear. This is kind of important. This would be one of the three major cardinal readings: morning, noon, evening. Because then you can start making tack in the evening based on what you take from this reading. So he's calling you up. Timing just kind of precipitates that you make sighting of the Erasmus kind of at the same time. So as dusk is setting, you do see off right about where Albrecht's friends said that the Erasmus would be, a ship. As you get within about 500 or 600 feet of it, the shattered hulk of the derelict Erasmus is seen floating there in the waves. What is your nature?
My nature is shit poor because of space elf intelligence. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I'm skilled in it though. My nature versus my nurture. Nature is +5 actually. Holy shit.
Cool.
Oh yeah, we have +3 to our.
What is it passively? Sorry.
My passive. So that's like 10 plus your modifier or what?
Something like that. 15.
So 15.
Okay, cool. Sorry, because that's kind of a weird this
Eight,
intro. This is not one of those things where you guys have gotten into this module in such a weird way that I keep mixing up a couple pieces where I'm reading the GM stuff. So you do see the Erasmus out on the horizon. The person up in the crow's nest calls it out. Dami suggests that you guys pull up within about 500 feet, but not get any closer. Derelicts can have damage; they might fall over. If they sink, they can cause whirls and things like that. So if you're on the jerry boat investigating, that can be an issue. So Dami suggests that we do approach by ship, but to stop 500 feet to 1,000 feet out, that sort of thing. Someplace that's easily rowable, but that if anything happens to the ship, the Erasmus, it doesn't damage the heart of the sea. That's what you're trying to avoid.
What does the ship look like?
He's spotted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can see that there's a ship where you're supposed to be.
So what does he say it looks like to him? Or does he have like a spyglass?
The spyglass is like there's a ship out there where there's supposed to be one.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm sorry. So through the spyglass, he would be able to tell that it's that the top mast is broken and that it's got a slight list. So this is probably what you're looking for. This is a ghost ship. It looks like a derelict. So I misunderstood. You asked me spyglass. We've already talked about them being a spyglass on the ship a couple of times. Sorry.
No. I didn't know if we had one or not. Well, I can tell you, the ships in the Moonshade, Captain, when they have an opportunity to tackle these things, they act aggressively, but I don't know. This is a different region, a different part of sea. I don't know if that is the wisest option.
Well,
Okay.
I just love your arrow to the knee.
Normally the Moujets tackle this sort of situation, just overwhelm it, just show no fear. It raises morale because they are often fearful things on these sorts of ghost ships, which are often something else.
Sailing music. That's what we're missing.
Yeah.
Turn the DJ Magic Dragon on.
Oh, sure.
It's already on.
Oh, it's on. Oh, that's right. Stays plugged in now.
I'm advising the captain.
He'll get it one of these days. It's in cover, dude.
Oh, it's good? Okay.
It's good. It's good, man.
All right. It's all good. Yeah. Just giving some druidic wisdom to the captain. Just that might not be the right situation here.
So you want us to jump on the boat?
They're
Tackle it?
attacking?
They are usually broken up things, quite easy to ram, but I don't know.
That also makes one of those tooth smiles.
But typically they adopt this strategy because it's normally supernatural vessels are quite scary for the crew, and so to go in hard is good for stealing oneself.
Wouldn't that damage the ship?
Yeah, I thought you were joking first. Are you suggesting ramming the...
No, I wasn't suggesting. I was saying taking immediate aggressive reaction.
Yeah, it really sounds... I was with him. Like, this sounds like you're suggesting ramming the heart of the sea into the earth.
That's what some ships, the Moonshades, do. But I come from a place where they have legendary ships that can
when
beat ships.
you were describing, I thought you meant like swamp it, like pull up alongside, get everybody on deck, and just show of force. But you were starting to describe what sounded like ramming the Erasmus.
Yeah, I was just giving that was just context.
So your suggestion was like get up on it, like don't give them
be
a
aggressive.
chance.
Yeah, don't let us spook the crew.
Say, get us as close as you can to it, and we'll take the boat over.
I'm assuming you guys did tell the crew what you were doing, right? Yeah. And the word ghost ship isn't really a connotation of like there are ghosts on the ship. Ghost ship just means it's empty. That would be what a sailor would call a ship that they see floating around with nobody on it.
Oh!
Stuff happens. Plague happens. You die.
Yeah.
The jerry boat gets off because the ship caught fire, but then the ship goes out because of rain, and then the jerry boat sinks.
So I pulled this out of my ass because we live in a world of magic.
Yeah. And honestly, like, it's funny because I know less about the D&D stuff and more about the nautical stuff, so it's more of a fill-in. Ghost ship is just the term.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably where the ghosts of Saltmarsh really are. It's not really ghosts so much as it is.
Interesting. Well, we kept joking like, wow, I don't see many ghosts. In
you can get all the way up to it, but are you gonna take Dami's suggestion? So
yeah,
Dami's suggestion, you guys tack around the Erasmus and you kind of go. You stay at 500 feet. Right as you start to pull up, Dami kind of taps you because you guys were talking, but you notice right away that. Sorry, I haven't even described the ship yet. I'm getting out of place here, but the ship is. Sorry, this is described in like 4 different places. It's obnoxious. So, when you get up closer to about 500 feet, you can start to notice a lot more of the major external features. Its masts have been shorn off, but the upper decks appear clear of debris, as if whatever hit the ship was strong enough to carry it off, or if like waves have smashed everything off of the deck. It used to have a really neat, majestic angel that you could see on the front of it, but that's been hacked up, kind of like torn but not fallen, kind of shorn off as well. There's heavy damage across its upper decks that's consistent with like tidal wave damage, which would also explain why nothing's up on the top. It's listing noticeably to port, which, if you don't know, left. Yeah, so it'll be
right.
Port, which means its ballast is shifted, so it's underneath it that's holding it into the water. Because normally your water, a boat, especially a larger one, if it's made out of wood, it's just going to on the top. You want the weight of it to push it in. A lot of times you need ballast to pull it deeper.
You take in water.
You take in water, or you take in cargo, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Something shifted in here, so this boat is turned to its side. Its ballast is not working right. So the ship is riding low in the water, also, which means that probably that the bilge and the lowest decks are probably flooded, and it doesn't appear severe enough damage that moving around on the deck will be hazardous. Looks like you could probably do that You notice, and this is what I was going to say, is that Dami kind of touches you and hits you that the damage on this ship looks pretty evidently to be from a large seagoing creature.
Oh, shit. All right. Well, we might want to investigate that sort of thing before we make an approach to suffer the same fate.
We'll take a look around.
I have one more. I'm assuming this is the same day. Like how many days has it been?
It's no. So you did the whole first day, and then this is kind of the dusk of day 2.
Okay.
So you made it in about the same amount of time you were supposed to. You had a nice clip.
Okay.
And now you've taken half an hour or so to kind of float around it. To look at all the sides of the ship. The masts have been torn down. It's tilting. About 10 degrees, and its bottom deck is probably flooded. The ballast is shifted, but the deck is cleared, but the damage looks like it's been tidal wave or typhoon. But there's also pretty clear evidence of large damage from some sort of creature, too. Unnatural storm damage.
What kind of damage, though?
Creature, it's not storm, so it's not like lightning strikes. A boat didn't
But are there
hit.
scratches? Does it just look like places have been crushed?
He would know that it's... What I'm telling you right now is that it's not lightning. It's not a boat hitting it. It's not like contact scratch damage. This damage doesn't look like people hacked it or hit it with fire. I don't know what that is. It's probably a creature. Like, are those bites? Is that where something's pulled out? We don't know. It's just, that's not...
It's just been looked like brutalized by not normal means.
He's got a sailor background and he's got a nature background. He can tell that's not ship battle damage. That was attacked by a sea creature. He actually has a perfect little mix of stuff that he didn't have to roll that,
Well, I can take another form to take a look around, but how long has this been ghosted? Do we know?
Aubrek said he lost the Erasmus 10 years ago, and he gave up on it 5 years ago. So no one's even been looking for it for 5 years.
Well, I wonder if it's been looted since then. And if it hasn't looted, then it might still be a megafauna around here.
And then some salvagers just take the whole ship.
They might have tried, unless they were eaten by something that's still here that did this sort of damage. Could be used as an angler's lure. I don't know.
You want to take a look down there?
It's a risky move. I might not come back, just so you know.
Vitalis, can you go with him?
You just want to go? The two of us are going to go alone? Sure, yeah, Vitalis will go with you. That's swimmable for him.
His comment's gotten so much better.
Yeah, well, he's been with us for... Yeah.
He's been with you for 5 days.
Oh, yeah, you want to go on?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yes, I would enjoy a jaunt to the ghost ship, which I've learned actually means abandoned ship.
You're not going to the ghost ship.
Indubitably.
Yeah, what's that?
You're not going to the ghost ship.
Where's he going?
You're going to go look to see if there's a sea
that's right. Okay, so
Yeah.
So what form are you taking?
I'll take a reef shark form.
And also, you guys can swim. You don't have to take like forms, but yeah. All right,
I mean, we can.
Yeah, okay. So
But you can breathe underwater.
That's true. So Vathouse and
We can all breathe underwater.
say Vathouse and I. So Vathouse and Oliver jump into the water and swim around. How far are we going to go? What do you want to do?
I want to look for obvious, like, I know what sea life is like. I want to look for layers of big things in here. Water caverns around the. Is it near a coast or is it just floating?
You guys are 2 days off the coast. You don't see land anymore.
It's open sea, isn't it? Do I have a sense of how deep this ocean, this part of the ocean?
Yeah, you
would
don't
be?
see the bottom. It's dark.
Yeah.
So you're
We're
looking.
gonna spend.
I think in here somewhere it says like you can see something like imagine you're in a swimming pool, right? Mm-hmm. And now you can see underwater with your regular eyes. So imagine you have like a swimming mask on. Once you get to about 30 feet, everything starts to turn blue from the paint. Once you get to about 60 feet, everything's blue. Once you get any farther, did you even know if you're seeing any farther past that 60 feet? So
it's so scary.
It's very weird. So you
Terrifying.
can't tell how deep it is here. Yeah. So.
How many hours do you think it would be appropriate for me to look around for any signs of anything before I go?
It's dusk.
yeah,
We're
it's
not going
dusk.
to be able to see anything. Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, like if we want to get on this boat tonight or before night falls, you don't get hours.
Just make sure nothing.
Just make sure there's nothing right there.
Okay, we can at least take a cursory look, huh?
And so swimming around the boat underneath it and underneath our boat, we can see that there's indeed more damage that the boat probably was taking on water, but there's nothing here. We're probably seeing some neat like fish and stuff we've never seen because we've never been underwater this far out. That's probably really neat, but we're not seeing anything anywhere near large enough to do this. No,
Right,
nothing
yeah.
like this. Nothing seems to be laying in wait anywhere near the boat.
I do it. Would it be a
Oceanographer?
survive? I don't know if it would be like inside or survival, but like can I get a read on like there should be some more schools of fish here. There should be some larger fish here. Like, is there something weird about the aquatic life here?
How deep in the ocean have you gone swimming before? Is what I was saying. Like that. I was kind of saying that Vathouse. Okay, if you were doing pearl diving, that's right off the coast.
Yeah,
and Vathouse was right off the coast too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You and me would probably be seeing stuff we've never seen before. Like, was that an eel? Yeah. Like. That might have even been almost more distracting for Vathouse to look around.
You're right. So not that deep. Not that deep.
We can't see deep. We don't know what type of fish these are. Like this is weird. This is a weird place for us. We don't know.
So I think we can just come back empty-handed.
Yeah, which is good. There's there's nothing down there. Yeah.
Oh, you're back. They must not have found
Looks clear.
You're going to want to fish later. It's probably what Vathouse would tell you.
I'm already fishing.
You're already fishing. Yeah.
And that's I could not ship change. I can't take sorry for him anymore. Because I did earlier scouting, asking about Sahagin. That was my two.
That was the first day, though, when you were chasing the boat.
Oh, it was the first day? Okay.
West, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I report.
All right, well, let's take a cursory glance at this before it gets dark.
You guys have two spare boats. You have a sloop and you have the jerry boat. The jerry boat's usually, like, that's the big one, the expeditionary sort of thing. Your sloop is kind of the same size. You guys have both. So what do you want to take? Just the four of you, or we take anybody else? Dami would suggest, usually the pilot, Dami's suggesting would be me saying boat stuff.
Sure.
Dami suggests that you take the jerry boat from the deck out to the Erasmus, and then he put the jerry boat in the middle somewhere. So if you need to get off, he can come back and get you, go back and forth with the jerry boat when we lost. If they need to make an escape, if you need to make an escape, that's what it is. Distance between two boats, best done jerry boat. That way no damage happens. You can't sink that boat, can't sink this boat, that kind of stuff.
Right. So, we'll have him and one other.
So, and he won't be him. He'll take, he's in charge now, so he's taking up, he's bosun, right?
Yeah, let's think of silent friend.
So you guys are doing the Star Trek thing. You're away team.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking.
It's the captain, the first mate, and fun stuff like that. So, so you load the boat up at Vathouse, and, and with you guys, and you guys have two designated rowers. Vathouse will probably pick those guys for you from Fight Club, because they'll just push in and push out. They can get back and forth real quick. The two shirtless, bulbous guys. Yeah. He probably gauges by who has the most teeth. They probably have the most health. That's what he likes, Which actually is a good way to gauge a sailor's health, to be honest, because that's how they save their fruits. When your gums would get gray first, your teeth were loose. That was the onset of scurvy. So most people would save their fruit, no matter how rotten it was getting or how mealy it was getting, until your teeth started to get loose. Now it was fruit time. So now your fruit was soft, your teeth were soft. Now you got to start fighting it.
What a fucking life, man.
After 2 days, are they losing teeth?
No.
These guys are pretty sick. Is there a plague on this boat?
I tell you, this land is suffering in an imbalance.
Sometimes it's a really hard group to be like the first time GM, because you guys will ask me a question. And I'm like, what are we even talking about anymore?
I hate GMing these guys. It's terrible.
No, I've actually really liked it, because
tell me about it.
It's been really fun for me, because you guys can tell me what I'm doing wrong or Google stuff for me and things like that.
Sure.
Or like you keep looking up all the challenge ratings for the animals for me. I'm like, that's your job. I appreciate that.
There is a site that just has pretty much everything listed by CR.
That site.
It's just fun for me.
Yeah, you sent that to me when I was playing Olin.
It's just my favorite, because Robert keeps being like, I'm going to turn into a snake. And he keeps being like, try worm. You're like, I'm going to be a cat. And did you mean to say rat?
Yeah.
All right. So getting the jerry boat's easy. You guys, like I said, you guys have gotten a nice crew going out. It's the evening. You're a couple miles away from coast. It's been a nice wind during the day. The evening is cooler. No real big weather changes are happening like that. Tides don't happen out here in the same way. The swells aren't big or anything like that. The Erasmus is sitting. It's not being pushed around. There doesn't seem to be any danger about getting up onto the deck. Let me just make sure that I know the degree of the list one more time. Just list noticeably, sorry. So It lists to port. So if you were standing at the wheel looking out, it would be the left-hand side. It's listing. So that means it's tilting slightly to the left, enough that you're like, it's 5 or 6 feet higher on the right side than it is on the left. So the guys on the boat pull the jerry boat up to the listing side. It's easier to climb. Makes no sense. There's nothing hanging here. There's no rope system or anything like that you're going to be able to use. I'm not going to make you roll this. You can take your time getting up there. There's no
I'm sure we probably even brought something.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. The boat would have gaffing hooks and things like that to get their ways in there. So
grappling hook.
Do you really? Yeah, and the jerry boat would have gaffing hooks too, but you can grappling hook your way up there very easily. Nothing to worry about that. Thanks, cat guy. And then the sailors push the boat back out 250 feet away from the thing.
Before we go, I just want to get...
They bring the boat back because we haven't done that yet.
Oh, sorry.
So it's okay. They bring the boat back? Just kidding. It's me going too fast.
I just wanted to say I'll get Shillelagh on before we start getting onto there.
Anybody else? I didn't ask. Sorry. We're entering a new area. Would anybody like to do anything?
No.
Nope. Just at the ready.
I'll give you a guidance for a minute if it comes up.
So if you're going to arm yourself, Vatos is pretty ready to do the same thing. So Vatos will pull his trident out if you're going to get ready too. So
we don't know what to expect.
All right, so your barbarian and your druid are ready for danger should you encounter it. So you guys easily get up on the
loot just in case.
Sorry.
Just because the party needs to break out.
All right, loot's up.
Sorry.
I was trying to work on that. It seems like I'm still doing it. So
what are we seeing?
All right. So the Emperor's upper decks slope gently down toward the ship's port side. The forecastle and quarter deck are empty, and short wooden stumps are all that remain of the ship's masts. The double doors leading to cabins fore and aft appear intact, as does the metal grate in the deck that offers access to the lower deck. So think of that little cargo deck thing that cargo net would go in and out of. Aside from the rhythmic creak of the ship's badly weathered timbers, because this thing's been out on the water for quite a while, it's quiet. So you would probably even at this distance be able to hear if your crew is shouting back to the jerry boat when it gets into position. Like that's how quiet it would be.
Okay. I want to, if I'm tall enough, I want to look at this broken mast and just kind of like investigate and just like, just, I don't know. Druid looking like, does it look like tooth, claw, holding?
You're doing an investigate? What are you guys doing? Are you going to follow him, or do you want to do anything while he does that?
Just a clarification.
Sure.
Using my archaeology. I mean, I guess it's got a label on it.
It's okay.
Just I want to make sure the ship is the right ship, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, it's described correctly. It's so worn out that if Erasmus was painted on it, you don't see it anymore. But I mean, the only way
the right craftsmanship.
It is a double-masted trade ship like Aubrek described, but this thing's fucking old. It's broken. Who knows, man? Yeah.
Well, it looks like it came from Saltmarsh.
It's human design.
Okay.
You would know that. Yeah, it doesn't look like orcs didn't make this. It's a trade ship, double-masted trade ship. Yeah.
16 on investigation.
16, clean snap. So it's not clawed. It's not chewed.
Right. Something tense this thing hard enough to snap it. Huh?
The damage on the hull and stuff is not like weather damage or like I said, attack damage. These masks specifically are snap damage. These were just like a tree in the wind, broken right off.
I'm gonna hang around with these two and Bathhouse actually, and I don't know. I'm just like looking, just generally looking for signs that might give me some kind of clue if there is a creature that I know of that this looks reminiscent to, but I have no idea. So I'm just hanging out, looking around.
You just want to know, have you seen anything like this?
I guess, yeah.
All right.
Passively. There's more to see before I'm sure I can put those pieces together.
So you guys are on the main deck. There's a fore and aft castle. Yeah, it's cleared off here except for the door on the fore and aft. And let me just make sure that doesn't look just like our boat. No, it is. There's one center door. Yeah, it looks just like this.
Is that this?
No, because that's it. This is the Erasmus. Yeah. This is what the Erasmus looks like. No fuck. Open it up real quick. Let's take it open. I just want to look at.
Hang on. This model is based.
Hang on. Don't open it real quick. Let me do that. How do I get
You
this?
have to. It's this. You have to kind of like get a wedge in there.
I need a tool. Here we go. I got it.
Just right in here. Yeah.
You can stick your thumb
Oh, there. That's smart.
Oh, it's not.
Oh.
No, but it's got the same thing. But it would. This is what it would have looked like. Yeah. So these would have been, just like this.
Just put some minis on this thing.
There we go. Yeah, like that. This is a mini battle map. That's why
this
these
is
are
the
squared
falling
up.
star.
Yeah. I love this thing.
But yeah, this was a double-masted thing, and it does. It has the two. It has the fore and aft castle stairs and a single door on either side, and a wheel that's there as well. You perception.
Me?
Anybody? Just
I'll do it. Sorry. 5 plus 7 for 12.
14.
Nice.
Natural 20.
Woo! Our first natty!
Yeah, you hear the first ship sound that's different from all the other ones, for a slight from the wheel.
Does the ship move at all when that happens?
You don't notice any of that. Notice the sound.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go to the captain's quarters first. Trying to find anything of interest. It's probably there.
Yeah.
Anything of value.
Like deeds.
Indeed.
Nice one, Kitty. Let's go.
So we're heading to the aft castle.
Oh, sorry, let me just. Oh, sorry. And then, can you open? I've got my encounters here, but I also need Vathaus's character sheet on a separate page. Could you do that? And then I got my maps here.
So just go to like your collections, hold my characters, and open in
Oh,
background.
that's background. That's right. Sorry, I knew there was a word I couldn't remember.
And then you can find them from there.
Thank you. Just in case you guys.
We'll need them.
Well, that's up to you as always, right?
Yeah, sure it is, Dungeon Master.
I don't know. Like, I really wish that you had been there for the Golden Serpent campaign, because your Witchlight changed our playstyle so drastically. We went from like hack and slash adventurers to like just these thoughtful, like, it was weird. He had like written this horrible jungle campaign, and we were just walking through with these like sages, like talking about the culture and history of it, and it changed everything. It was ridiculous. All right, let me go back to where I was here. Nope. Sorry, I thought I was completely ready.
Also, you missed me hijacking a giant hippo.
You're never complete.
Right.
I know
prepared,
Circle of the Shepherd
you can
sounds
do it.
boring,
Yeah,
but Circle of the Shepherd is
It was badass for
pretty
that day.
fucking... Yeah.
I heard about clouds of piranhas and shit. Like, what the
That was his ranger.
Oh, that wasn't even the druid?
That was the
Shit.
swarm keeper.
So my swarm ended up being my robot's cover for me. Like, where you're like, you have cover. There's no cover for the robot. I'm in cover. There's no cover for the robot. No, you have cover. There's no fun cover. Every game, I was like, "Oh, can I make the swarm do this?" And like, Mitch, mage hand, like, over and over again.
Hey, Daniel, so when you go outside?
She's alright. She's just doing her patrols.
Yeah, she's a good girl.
And I'm gonna need your help with something here in a second.
I wonder if she
Alright.
is Catalina.
So, sorry, go ahead. You were saying you were heading somewhere.
The aft castle.
So you're heading to the aft castle. Right when you get to the door of the aft castle and you're reaching for it, it kind of makes that same sound that sounded like the wheel, which you're now realizing is a joint creak. That squeak sound on the wheel is kind of the same as this door. There's rust in the hinges that are still on. You know. But
All right.
the door is not locked.
Doesn't even look quite closed.
All right. Get out my hand crossbow and open it up.
You going?
You first, Captain?
What is the? You always ask this. I never do. Marching order. Like, how are we going in? What are we doing here? Yeah.
Asking the captain right now.
I mean, you're like a pirate right now. I would assume on the boat you would be going first.
Yeah, it's
right?
funny. It's like you're the captain, but you're also the rogue, which is like.
Well, this is.
I lead from the front.
Yeah.
Actually, I think the only time you really hid was in the bullywug fight.
Yeah,
that wasn't even hiding, and they found you right away.
Yeah.
It's because I couldn't look like a bullywug.
Sniping him. Yeah, it was great.
Can I have another Red Bull?
Yeah.
And a water so I can start warming it up.
Is there another?
I don't know.
If there's 2 Red Bulls, give us both one. If there's only one, give
You
me
have.
one.
I've had.
Well, I was gonna say I've only.
There's this.
Okay.
It's frozen.
That's all right. I'll take it. That's what I was saying. So it'll start warming up.
Red Bulls.
Nothing.
Nothing.
I don't see anything other than waters in here, boys.
Alright.
We just these.
Well, I'll take a small one.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll take a liquid water. Thank you.
You want a bigger
like
liquid
You
water?
like them frozen, right? No,
really
it doesn't matter. No, we'll take the small ones first.
We're
Thank
good?
you.
Okay.
I think we're good. All right, so rations have been made. Yeah, I'm just going to need your help describing something here in a minute, just because I wasn't familiar with it. All right, so the door. Oh, sorry, marching order. Excuse me. You're going to go first.
So
here.
I'm having him open the door for me, and so I can have my thing out. But I am going to be in the front.
Vathouse,
He's next to.
I was going to say he's normally, because he's the barbarian for his group, he would always go first. Mm-hmm. But it seems with the way you guys function, it makes more sense for him to be behind you.
Yeah, he's
He's going to do that.
Yeah.
So
we move in. Yeah.
Yeah, me at last.
you're last. So I'm in the
Then
middle.
I got my loot ready.
Yeah, it's me, then Vitalis.
Yeah.
Then
Because I know Vitalis can watch you. I can watch the bard in the rear.
Makes sense. All right, cool.
and you have more ranged options.
Yeah.
Split the tank up. Okay, cool. Right on. So you open this door, and there's just enough light coming in from like the rising moon and the dusk that you can see that there's a rough stone altar that dominates this cabin. There's strange markings that cover its surface and dried mud that cakes the floor all around it. There's humanoid skulls that ring the wall above, and each one's mounted on a wooden spike. The corners of this room are piled with garbage and debris. There's crudely cut wooden logs, smashed furniture, torn sacks, shredded crates, just broken stuff everywhere. And small piles of dried fronds kind of in here and there and like on top of stuff. There's a staircase that descends to the southeast corner. So this way. Like that. Other way. Southeast to the left. Because it's... Wait, what?
Yeah, why is it giving cardinal directions from above?
It says the east, southeast door.
That's weird.
It's because it's doing it from the map facing the fore. You guys are in the aft. Sorry, all directions will be facing the fore, if I say that. Excuse me. So, as you walk in on your left, there is a staircase in this large room that leads down below.
There's skulls on.
Now, there's a heavy, acrid odor in this room.
There's also a bunch of dead fawns. Hey.
So stone altar, tracks of mud, and spikes with skulls on them.
You know civilizations. Do you recognize this sort of altar?
What does that altar look like?
It's roughly hewn, and it just has these symbols on it that in the dark you would have to get closer to kind of really tell what that is.
I'm going in.
Comprehend language.
What's your passive
Maybe we should
perception?
clear these shit.
You have a pretty high
before
passive
wasting
perception.
spell
It's like
slots.
14, 15?
It's 15.
15? All right. Right as you walk in, you start hearing noise. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No.
He said he was going in.
It was an afterthought. I was going to recast guidance. But...
Go for it. Yeah, got guidance from all you want.
Okay. Yeah.
He was in
Guidance going in. Yeah.
I'm working on this. I am.
No, you're good.
Okay, so you got guidance. Okay.
Step in.
Your your perception gives you the idea that everything in here is starting to move immediately. Right as that happens, a giant spider jumps out from some webs that were underneath palm fronds on the port side, while an Eder cap emerges from the starboard side of the room. What is an Eder cap?
A fucking Eder cap? Are you kidding me? It's a spider giant.
Yeah, it's like a spider ogre.
Spider ogre, yeah.
So I've only seen some kind of half-ass shitty pictures of these things. Please, for our viewers at home and for your GM, Describe an ettercap.
It's like take an ogre, like picture an ogre in your mind, and then like arachnify it in a way that like it doesn't have like 8 legs or anything. Like it's still like a 2-legged, like a bipedal giantish humanoid, but like it.
Okay, so I saw that picture.
But it has like a spidery face.
It's got the pincers.
Yeah, they're not good, pincers. Man. I don't like these things.
Yeah, they're terrifying.
Okay.
It is. Yeah, they've got the weird double claw hands.
All right, so, but like as far as they're medium. They're medium. So they're 5 to 6 feet.
Oh, so shorter.
Sorry, 4 to 5 feet. They're smaller. They're not huge. Okay. I think what you're describing, I think, is like a giant ettercap or an ettercap. There's another type of ettercap.
I think I'm thinking of the.
But
giant
these are
yeah.
There's a giant spider that crawls out from underneath the palm fronds where they were apparently being the cap of a web.
200 pounds.
So my size. Yeah.
We'll beat the shit out of
him. I'm about 170, 6 feet, so right about my size and gangliness.
If you were a Spider-Man.
If I had a big jawed spider, that starts to come out from behind some stuff, and then at the same time, just swarms of spiders come out from underneath.
Shit!
Cracks in the floors. Initiative. You are being surrounded by spidery things.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Scary spider music, maestro.
That's not good, homie. Have a 10.
Dude, I don't know why every single time I write Rob Wiley Galen, and then when I start doing the initiative, I keep telling you guys the wrong direction because I put Galen first. What you got there?
I got a 10.
All right, Wiley or Galen? 9.
Whoa. You were in the back.
Wiley?
25.
Hey.
What the What is your initiative bonus now?
+7.
Captain is like, I'm sure there's some bullshit here. I'll be ready for it.
All right, here we go. All right, good. You better thank him for his perception there, you guys.
So roll on you, homie.
Beasts.
I can't take starry forms. Oh no, I do have one.
You have one.
Oh, I fucking forgot Vatos. Oh yeah, he's good.
I always forget Vatos.
I'm gonna keep your Shillelagh active, so at least I don't have to use an action for that.
All right. So you are in a room right now, basically surrounded, but no advantage or anything like that. On your left is an ettercap. On your right, a giant spider, and coming out of basically the floorboards are just in front, behind, sides, 4 swarms of spiders. You are surrounded by creepy crawlies. You're noticing now that probably some of the quietness that was happening in this room is because nothing's moving.
Yeah.
This darkness is kind of hiding webbing.
That's not good, homie.
You got the drop on these things.
Yep.
You heard them. I love it.
Stepping up to the ettercap and...
All right, ettercap 1, get him. Ettercap 1, sorry, the ettercap.
That thing's got to go. That's 24? 24.
Not quite.
So close.
Not quite. I'm just kidding.
So close.
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
There are things with high ACs.
No, wouldn't that be terrible? Level 5.
Oh my god! I was like looking up a spell. I heard you say not quite. I'm like, what?
So I got real quick. So I read the first 10 pages of Straw just for fun, and there's this little tiny blurb that's like building the scene, and I was like, well, I kind of know what I'm doing. But it was like, how to build a horror theme, and I'm like, what are your hints? And there's 1 or 2 of them that are super comical, where it's like, wear a wig and be a vampire, and I was like, right on. And it's followed by 7 other really good ones, and I was like, holy shit. And that's kind of one of them was like, roll a dice, and it's 24, and you're like, no. And everyone goes, what? And you're like, I'm sorry, what did you say? 24. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said 40. Something like that. Just a jump scare. It's like in a movie where it's like, ring, when you open the pantry, it's just bread.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of. I was like, let's see how it goes. I got you.
You're playing Ravenloft.
Yeah. So he just wanted to test it. He's like, whatever. And you were like, what the fuck? Yeah. All right. Sorry. That was just.
That's some of the shit I did when I ran a Ravenloft.
I'm practicing painting. I'm practicing GMing. That's what I'm doing this summer.
There's this whole meme on TikTok that went around, which was do Count Strahd's monologue in a non-Transylvanian accent. And so, like, people were picking other accents, and the best one, I think, is the Arkansas, like...
Oh, no.
I want to see this shit.
But there's, like, you know...
Well, actually, I don't, because I want to hear it, because I don't want to spoil it.
Well, I mean,
like, all these different
think about,
accents.
so, the best Strahd ever, it would be Plantation Owner. Think about Tom Cruise.
How do you always get an 8 on these roles?
If he had a Louisiana accent, that would be perfect. I'm going to welcome y'all in here for a feast like none other you've ever seen.
There's nothing scarier than an evil deep south.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I hope y'all don't mind. I've already supped as the hour is quite late.
yeah.
You know, that I can. This might actually
be a thing.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
You know what?
I can do
go
that.
Go
I
back
have
to
a
it.
southern accent. I can do this all goddamn day. Woo! Inspiration. Distinguished Strahd is going to be fucking Colonel Sanders in my game.
I didn't get a great roll. I only did 25 damage.
To the editor cap him.
To the editor cap.
Okay.
And I'm shooting it now.
Nah, that's our captain.
19.
Why did I make that house, like, you don't need a tank. You have, like, a forward heavy fighter and a druid with a whole bunch of hit points for some reason.
19 to hit. Does that hit?
Yeah. Yes, that hits. Sorry about that, 24. I just thought it was fun.
No,
And now it won't pop
You
up
get it,
in
you get
Strahd. It was fun.
Yeah.
It's like when you're buttering someone up for, like,
Yeah.
you know, like, oh, it's, you know, I'm trying to sell this guy $100 thing. It's only $1,000. Just kidding. It's only $100.
Yeah.
There's
It's on sale.
It's on sale.
So did a girl worked in the mall for a bit. She worked in one of the stores, but the guy selling phones would be out front trying to sell phones. Dude, I could sit there and listen to those phone guys all day. They're like, free phone, $100. They're like, what? Like, free phone, just $100. Like, what? And then they had like a shitty phone, and they would put it on like a little string, and they try to get people try to pick it up. They pull it over there, and they'd be like, "That's a crappy phone. Yours must be worse. Come on over here, dude. We got cheap phones." Like they would try to sell you a phone like that. Anyway, sorry.
9 more damage. Only 30.
15,
34 damage.
34 damage.
In one
Damn.
So this Ettercap crawls up out of the stuff and just loses a pound of flesh and is just pissed. But the rest of them don't seem to care about that smell of blood. They're coming after you. Vathaus hops at a chance to help Captain Constance. Or Captain Hart, excuse me, and is going to attack. Hey, and you already pulled it up on me. Yeah, stuff be like, no, I did it wrong again. Rage, bonus action, rage, attach.
Attach.
Action, bonus action, rage. I have to.
What kind of barbarian is Vathaus?
What's that?
What kind of barbarian is Vathaus?
So he's.
You don't have to tell me, but
No.
I am curious.
He went berserker, I think is what happened.
Okay.
So his whole thing was, I don't know if I told you with the shield. Did you hear all that?
Catching
So
arrows.
he was already kind of coming of age in the lizard folk. I said he's kind of at that age where he should be finding some way to help the nest. And Vathaus is really in shape. He just happened to be a good, strong male, so he went out hunting. And in their findings and dealings and things like that, he picked up a cursed shield that tortoiseshell shield is a cursed shield of arrow catching. And what
Arrow
it does,
attraction.
arrow attraction, not catching. So he calls it arrow catching, and they all call him arrow catcher because once he realized what was happening, he wields it on purpose because he's their go first. He's their tank, their ranger, or not ranger, sorry, barbarian. He took that on for the rest. So he runs out first, and as soon as people start attacking, he's closest. So when you start doing ranged attacks, all your attacks go to Vathaus if you're shooting ranged. If he's within 10 or 15 feet or something like that, all of your ranged weapons go to him. So he runs out. He's just a berserker. So there's his first rage attack. Dang, 3 attacks. Trident into the Ettercap. That is not very close. It's an 11.
He get his 3rd attack on this round.
Huh? That's right. He'll get 2, but so he misses with his trident.
He'll get
It's his
2.
second attack. That's terrible. There's no coming back. That one will definitely hit. Trident D6.
So normally he'd spend his berserker bonus action to attack again, but he had to rage this turn.
So right as you give it that You started with your gun?
No, rapier.
You rapier, you give it a shot right over your shoulder. Just a trident puts this thing down onto its knees, and it stops moving immediately. It is done and dead for. Oliver, spiders everywhere, and a giant spider too.
There is a giant spider. How's the other cat looking?
It's
Dead.
Oh, good.
So that's what I'm saying. He stabbed it, shot it, and then right over her shoulder, he just right through its thing.
Yeah,
Right
right.
into its shoulder and cuts and just brought it to the ground.
You're going after me then. I'll tell you, it's like, help with the swarms! And I will use a guiding bolt. Not cast, but use a free guiding bolt. There's a way I can do that. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh. Also, I want to knock the masks down.
Oh, yeah, there.
Forgot about that. Oops.
Yeah.
The last 20 minutes is just masks in your face. Plus
So
the ship's
I will-
mask has been knocked down.
I will launch a guiding bolt at the giant spider. Ooh, 7 plus 7 for 14.
In my mind... Sorry?
14.
Giant spider.
You get it? Yeah.
Woo! All right. That's
I don't like insects that make that... Like that. I hate chitter.
What about arachnids?
Oh yeah.
What about arachnids?
What about arachnids?
That make that chittering sound.
Yeah, because they're
Spiders are
not insects.
Yeah.
Did I say spiders?
That's
Insects?
one.
Spiders.
Insects that make
Oh,
the
I
sound.
meant to say spiders instead of insects.
5.
The tarantulas like
10.
clack their teeth together, like you can hear them.
That's what I was going to say. Was I prefer the giant spider sound to be that and
Clicking.
that's what
yeah,
I
yeah.
like when they make like and that's
Oh yeah. It's like they're making mouth noises.
yeah.
for no
Like,
reason.
is that a mouse?
Yeah.
Stupid. Anyway, sorry.
So I launch a guiding bolt at the giant spider, doing 10 damage, and then I am going to use my bonus action to take the archer form, and I'm going to not attack the giant spider, but throw a star into a swarm of spiders instead. Just try to just burn through a swarm. That's going to be 12 plus 8, I think.
I read the swarm's hit points and I was like, what? Oh, I mean, it's still low. That's why I thought it was like it's believable. What did you roll? Sorry, 14 something.
12 plus.
Oh, yeah.
18.
Yeah.
It's just spiders.
Or not, 20?
20.
Yep.
Actions. I'm looking for attacks. My oh no, it would just be 7. So 12 plus 7
Inspiration of the
for
party.
It's 19. Yeah.
19 hits. Okay.
You
So
got an inspiration of the party? Oh, cool. Right on.
hey, Drew, what do you think? That's 5 plus 4 for 9 damage against the
Sure.
swarm.
Scatter a couple of the.
And I want to figure out my
more damage or
movement.
something?
Where
Oh, what type of damage were you doing?
That's radiant, I believe.
radiant
right?
damage? Yeah. Yeah, it's not. Unfortunately, it's not burning.
So they don't get the.
No.
They're not vulnerable.
They're
to
not
the-
vulnerable
Yeah.
or immune or anything like that. No. They're resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing because they're.
a swarm.
Right.
Nope. Thank you for reminding me though, because there are some stuff later that I'm gonna have to look at that. Sorry.
No, stop saying sorry, man. We're all.
In room 12, there's a.
Yeah.
All right, so that
And
was.
what? Actually, I want to take a movement. Where's the captain? Am I?
We're in a room twice the size of a bedroom.
Okay.
Like, remember that on the Heart of the Sea, there's 2 rooms in this aft castle and 2 rooms in this forecastle. There's 1.
Yeah.
So it's just a
whole
double-sized
area.
cabin.
Okay.
This is a pretty close quarters room. Think, the deck of the Heart of the Sea is like 18 feet wide, so 9 feet.
Okay. No, the Van House attacked the Ettercap with you, so you're not alone. So okay, I'm gonna.
Actually, the interior of here, this would be perfect. This room. This is the aft castle room.
No, okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to use my movement to get to.
You don't have to. You're in this. We're all next to each
Right.
other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you
I just want to just try to intercept swarms as best as I can. Position with
Swarms
this guy.
can take the same space.
I know,
All right, cool.
yeah,
So you're gonna get in
it's
between. That's
terrible.
fine. All right. So you're in between.
That's my turn.
Sorry, Rapid, you're up. They rolled a 6, the monsters.
Okay, I was about to be like, I will call the giant spider jerk.
Right. Did you do comprehend languages on the boat first?
No.
Alright, then do Tasha's hideous laughter or whatever it is instead.
How about you roll a DC against a wisdom 16?
Hey.
Giant spider, this is wisdom.
Yeah.
Ooh, success.
Oh.
What's one?
One. Takes one damage.
Oh, it takes 1 damage.
Some damage. It has, it does not have disadvantage, I guess, if it passed.
No, it passed.
And whose hideous laughter is that? Is it Tasha's?
That spell is
Vicious
Tasha's,
Mockery.
but he did Vicious
Oh,
Mockery.
vicious mockery. Sorry.
But Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
Sorry.
And I think Vicious Mockery is one of the dude's spells. I can't remember which one.
Are there any more of those lifesaver again? Ooh, I'll take one of those.
The sweet tooth?
No, we ate the lifesaver.
And the troll.
Those are good too. I was looking for something a little different. There we go. Cool. All right. So Rapid. Sorry.
I gave him inspiration.
Inspiration. All right. Giant spider.
On me. Bring it.
Oh, wait, did somebody already?
Bring it, Brittany.
He did.
You
with
did it, yeah. Giant spider. You hit the giant spider.
I did, yeah, with my guiding bolt. I did 10 damage to it.
Comes a bite.
It's gonna bite my shield.
Did a 20 hit you?
Shit! Yeah.
Barb in it.
Ooh.
Yeah, silver barb.
Meaning?
Roll another die.
Oh.
Take the lower.
11?
Does not hit me.
All right, you fight off a giant spider.
Eat my shield.
Header cap is dead.
This is why I hang out with the bard.
Damage swarm climbs on you.
Are you giving yourself a barb?
I did.
This one that you attack moves into your space and it attempts to attack with an 8.
Does not hit, weirdly enough.
Second swarm from outside your space attacks you.
Nat
20. Second storm on
Not 20?
20 on bite.
Oh, shit.
I only have one reaction, right?
Who even has 4d4 to roll? This group has 4d4 to roll.
44? Oh, shit.
2d4 normally?
Oh, sorry. Oh, this is the fresh one. Yeah, sorry, this is the fresh one. Yeah. Good call, though. Thank you for reminding me of that.
It's getting fresh at the end.
7.
Maybe. 7
Does it do
damage.
44 naturally?
44 piercing damage, yeah.
Though you rolled a crit, so roll it again.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Double dice
I
damage.
thought you were telling me because it gets
Yeah, they got on.
half
Yeah.
dice if it's half its
Yeah.
life. Oh, shit.
I was too busy with the giant spider and I lost focus of the swarm crawling up me.
All the dice added and then
Yeah.
the additional
5.
added.
There's no additional. Yeah, there's no additional.
So
no plus.
another 5,
Another
so
5,
12.
yeah, 12 damage total. Jesus.
Ouchie. Am I...
From a swarm of spiders. No, you're not poisoned or anything.
Oh, thank fuck. Alright.
That's the main one.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
That was the question.
I'm okay taking 12 damage.
You were everybody's poison taster right now?
Yeah.
How does it feel? Well, I feel fine.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, I have holes, but I feel fine.
Feels sharp. Does it burn? Just sharp. Okay, cool. Let's do it.
Exactly.
All right. That's spider swarm 1 and 2. Comes 3 on. Third one is on you. 13. And last one on you. 16?
Yep, that is.
Oh, no!
That's exactly what I got.
Alright.
I'm mistaken.
I'm going to use my reaction to Uncanny Dodge and take half this damage.
Alright.
Ooh.
That was uncanny.
Uncanny.
See that?
I don't know how she just dodges things that are climbing literally on her arms and
3 damage.
And the arrow was away.
Just like, uncanny dodge.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Get off my fucking coat.
And the spider's like, ah! Why are they jumping like that?
You have this cool coat from the shithead pirate captain. You just give it like a flick, and they all.
It's like you're uncanny dodge just to jump and grab the ceiling ball, like panels, but they just climb up after you. Back to the top, Constance. There is a giant spider
Who's glowing. You'll have advantage on that attack.
It's glowing. That's right.
Yeah.
And then you've got a thinned out swarm of spiders and 3 fresh swarm of spiders.
How far do we have to move to get to?
We're all on top of each other. I mean, I've got you guys kind of drawn. The 2 people walked in, 2 people behind, and so Vatos and Constance in the front, Constance on the left, Vatos on the right.
Yeah.
This giant spider is like right here. You guys can all reach everything. Yeah, so I'm
I'm
not
gonna
making
start
any
attacking?
movement. I've got you guys like back to back, surrounded by spiders. So
Yeah.
you're good to go.
None of those are good. So, does a 13 hit the giant spider? Miss with advantage.
You have it. Oh, you had advantage.
I had advantage already.
Give me guidance.
I do have guidance.
Give you guidance.
that
13. No, you don't have
Guidance.
Not guidance, sorry.
Oh,
Bardic
bardic
inspiration.
There you go.
So that's
That's
gonna
a too,
Yes,
buddy.
that hits. Giant spider.
There you go.
The
Thank you for
bard's
the
going about
inspiration.
copyright rights.
I do have guidance as well.
I need my royalties. on
I guess
credit.
this is gone because it's the next skill, and I didn't roll it.
Those chewy sweet tarts are fucking good.
You want more?
No, because I'm getting the sour sugar sweats under my eyes, and I'm like, I want them bad.
6.
Oh, Drew, you're
7, 8,
what a good
9,
fan. He even tells us when he comes back and stuff. I always love when you do that.
Yeah, Drew's great.
11, 12. 11, 12. 13, 14. Plus 4 is 18 damage for the stab.
Yeah, that spider drops.
And then, guess I'm gonna shoot a
Yeah.
swarm of spiders.
Yeah, aim low across the ground.
They have resistance to piercing. So.
yeah. I probably missed. That's a 9.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
arrow goes into the floor.
Arrow.
Also, you asked me this once, and we did for the first couple. I think I've added enough neat little fun stuff for me that I don't want to also try to count arrows. So let's just do your method where when you're in town, obviously you bring your arrows, and she would fight to the death until she ran out of arrows or whatever. So I don't think we need to keep saying how many arrows that I get.
Counting special arrows.
I have my walloping.
You have the screaming one, right?
The walloping.
Is that what it is?
No, we never made. You never gave that.
Oh, that's
to
right.
me, yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
But I have the walloping, the heavy, like blunt ones that knock people down.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Because I was going to give you that screaming one when I found out that it was a real thing, because I thought that was funny. So we need to talk about how you get that, or we'll work it in some way. Oh, I'm supposed to do that. Never mind. Sorry. I was like, why did we never give you... Oh, I'm the GM. Sorry about that.
It's alright. It's kind of a weird thing.
Let's get back to the boat.
So Constance everywhere.
Constance shoots her second thing on the ground.
Vatos.
Stomp. So Vatos will start stomping. Now he gets 3 attacks.
Now we get 3 attacks.
3. God damn. I'm not going to waste this. Let's try this with hand axe. It shows the sword. Is that slashing?
The sword is slashing.
Slashing. So it's also,
Spear is piercing.
yeah, everything's piercing or slashing. I guess I can punch them. It's unarmed strike it then. I'm gonna start slapping these things. I get the same hit. Oh, that only does 4. No, that only does 4. Fuck that.
He does 6 damage on a punch. I mean,
No, he does 4. Oh, that's right.
He's raging.
Because he's raging.
Fuck yeah, let's punch these things.
Spiders.
Yeah, just slamming him.
Fucking natural
Crush
20.
him.
So that's
Oh my god.
It's 12 to start.
12
right?
then, yeah.
12 to start plus 2, so plus 2 twice. So
I mean, it's not 30, but
It's yeah.
Okay, so that's
Technically,
10.
it's nothing on it.
Still, that's 10.
Unarmed. Because it's double dice damage, and you don't roll dice for unarmed.
So there's like 2 spiders left in that group, so he'll spend his last attack trying to finish that off.
Pound.
Yeah, that's...
Stomp.
So one,
feast.
yeah, one of the groups of spiders now. So you have 3 fresh swarms of spiders. That's it. The giant spider is down.
The Ettercap.
The Ettercap is down. Yeah. So Oliver, you're up.
Oh, Jesus.
There's just three swarms of spiders.
Just three swarms of spiders, huh?
Just 3.
I'll take some more of those.
Yeah.
Alright,
Just make a pile over here and then act like I don't need
I'm just going to go to
Get
the,
them all immediately.
let's go to the nearest one to us two and hit with my shillelagh.
Oh, you have one on you.
Yeah, there's probably.
Oh, yeah. I started hitting myself with the shillelagh. 19 plus 7.
This is the damage one is on you too, so
26.
26 fucking hits the damage.
Yeah.
All right.
Good. A 1.
Oh, sorry, the damage one is dead, so this is a fresh one. Sorry, go ahead. I'm just talking to myself.
It's 1 plus 4 for 5 damage.
All right.
And I'll just try to blast it with my bonus action star power.
Oh, wait, that's your shillelagh's bludgeoning, right?
Yes.
Its damage resistance, half of that.
Does it get it to bludgeoning as well? Piercing, yeah, so half.
Bludgeoning is. Oh,
So it's 2 damage.
I figured bludgeoning would be the one that would
Get through.
Yeah.
Bludgeoning, piercing, slashing.
So all
But wasn't that the point of the bathhouse?
That's right, bathhouses would have been half that too.
So you might as well have rolled. Because
12. So the spiders on you would still be up then. But your strike, that half damage would be enough to kill the ones that I said bathhouse killed.
Sure.
So now you're going to shoot a star or something like that? Okay, star into the next one. So we'll just do that then. Your first attack was on the ones that were still up. The bathhouse softened for you. Sorry, that...
No, I thought bludgeoning was not one of the...
That's a good point, yeah. It's right there.
All right, natural 20.
Okay.
Zop. Don't roll a 1, please. A 2, thank you. That wasn't a 1.
roll it again.
Oh, that's right. 7 plus 4 for 11 damage.
Nice. All right, that's much better. All right, everything's making...
Radiant damage.
Everything's making... Oh, radiant? No, I'm just kidding. All right.
Oh, actually, my shillelagh
It's magical,
is magical. I think it does...
but it's still bludgeoning.
Yeah, let me
Unless it
see.
switches its damage type.
Actions.
The whole point was the bludgeoning damage.
Shillelagh.
These things aren't magic resistant ones. If it's still doing bludgeoning, then it's still have.
Yeah, this has damage.
Yeah, it doesn't change the damage type. It's just damage type becomes a D8.
Rapid. Does it really hurt swarm of spiders if you want to attack something for once?
Yeah, he's probably going to insult it.
Yeah.
You stupid spiders, 8 legs. Gosh, we only need 2 to figure it out.
You need a giant can of raid.
6 more legs and still don't roll the word.
Yeah, let's insult them, motherfuckers.
He's doing it.
Are you going to do it to a fresh one or the injured one?
We'll do it to a fresh one.
Wisdom saving throw.
DC
It's
16.
a fresh one.
What do you think the saving throw for wisdom is for a swarm of spiders?
-4.
-2.
Oh.
So 7?
Nah.
That group has disadvantage and takes 3 damage.
That's a shook swarm.
Mm-hmm. So some of the spiders scattered. All right. Anything else, Rapid?
Nope. Besides inspiration. Don't forget it this
All
time.
right. Injured spiders. Switch to you, I guess.
We probably have a lot more fights tonight.
Injured spider on Rapid.
That's why I'm not using my spell slots.
That's a fucking miss.
But I also don't want to die by a swarm of spiders.
Fresh spiders on Oliver.
Is this the reroll?
18?
18 hits. Damn it.
Oh no, that one already it failed its first roll. So even if I re-rolled it would have failed.
No, okay.
The second spider, 18 to hit. No, Oliver. Unless, I see your...
Yeah, he's debating
your
his.
AC?
My AC is 15.
Minus this from whatever it rolled.
13?
13 misses.
All right.
I'm feeling too good to be taken down by spiders right now.
All right. Last spider on Constance again. 11.
No.
It's like 50-50. I'm either rolling like 18s or 4s.
And when you roll them, I just take one.
Constance, you're at the top again.
I'm going to keep stabbing and shooting.
I also get these back on short.
23.
Ooh, good.
That's nice.
Sorry, are you hitting the damaged spiders or fresh spiders?
Damaged.
Damaged, alright.
What is that?
What is it?
A 3, so 6, 12, 18, 19, 20, 21, 25.
The spiders are dead.
Great.
Oh, it's half, but so 12.
Yeah.
13.
No, spiders are dead.
Next one.
I actually remembered the half 2 as on my mouth full. I'm like, they're dead, it don't matter.
Yeah.
No, 10. Does a 10 hit?
Not quite.
Oh, shit.
Does an 11 hit?
No, not quite.
Does it?
Oh, no.
Oh,
They were like right just out of your reach.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Stop trying to shoot a gun at spiders on the floor.
Batthouse is
What else am I going to do?
just puts his hands on the ground angrily.
This will attack now.
Yeah,
Attack with a
uses
spear.
weapons.
Oh,
More
yeah, right.
damage.
Yeah.
Let's try to.
That's a good point.
Yeah, the whole reason
You can try to
is
skewer 3 spiders at once.
yeah,
That'll
exactly.
hit.
Yeah,
Like picking up garbage on the side of the highway.
exactly.
Half of 4 is 2.
Ooh.
But that's his first attack.
There's no way you could get a 4.
Yeah, doesn't he
His
have
strength is plus
and
6.
he's raging for
D6
plus
plus
2?
3, he rolled a 1.
Oh, plus 5 then. If he's raging, he gets plus 2 more
6
damage.
half is 3. Gotcha. All right, so 3.
Yeah, he gets his rage damage bonus, which they really need to get on.
This is his second attack, and then his third attack hits. Plus 5, halved. 3 again. Alright, so he did 6 damage to that spider group in 3 attacks because of that half bludgeoning damage. All he can do
Worms
is
are
punch him,
awful. I hate
right? He sucks.
fucking spiders.
Alright. It's Vathouse. Oliver.
Oh shit! All right, what's around still? There's still 2 swarms.
There's 2 swarms. One of them is beaten up a little bit. Vathouse is stomping around and slapping.
Yeah, I'll beat that beaten up swarm. Probably not with a 9 though.
9 plus or
I'll use my
29.
silvery barb inspiration.
Means you get to reroll, right?
Oh, you should have
You
used
don't
that
get
immediately.
Yeah, that happens.
Oh, I don't get it. So that's a miss.
Alright. Yeah.
All right, and then I'll use my bonus action star, like just flinging solar energy at it for 8 plus 7 for 15. 15 to hit.
15 days.
Yeah, the hitting hits, so it's okay. It's my fault. I
Sorry, no, I worded it.
No, I didn't ask. I know what it was. That's fine. 15 hits, yes.
Okay. 4 plus 4 for 8 damage.
What I was thinking while I counted was, why aren't you doing that? That's way more damage.
Yeah.
Alright. It stands. Rapid. There is it's thinned out and a fresh spider group still.
I'll insult the fresh spider group. DC 16. Yeah.
Nope, 12. 14 minus 2.
So, disadvantage.
And it takes 4 damage.
4 damage?
Yeah.
Alright.
You've wasted the last one.
Alright, spider's turn. Oliver first. They are almost gone, so their damage is way less. If they can hit 15?
15 is my AC.
Well, that was the damage one?
Was that the one that he hit?
No. No, the one that's almost dead gets less damage when he rolls.
No, one of them has disadvantage.
Yeah, he gave that to the fresh one, I thought.
Yeah,
and then it took 4.
So this is the damage.
Yeah, this is the damage.
Yeah,
we're doing.
yeah.
This checks out.
4.
Get him.
Yeah, so 2.
2 damage. Owie. All right.
And then the fresh one
Oh, okay.
on Constance again are 15?
Nope.
This rogue is gonna get out of my reaches real fast. Yeah. All right, back to the top. Constance again. There's a couple of spiders rolling around, and then a fresh swarm that's getting a couple of spiders dead.
I'm gonna go after the fresh one. 19 hits. Yuck. I'm gonna reroll that. There we go. 6, 10, 14, 18 damage.
Oh.
To the fresh one?
Fresh one.
Yeah.
So 9.
9,
halved.
okay.
And then I'm gonna shoot if it's still up.
Yeah, it's still up.
In the kitty.
In the kitty. 21 to hit, so... Yeah, there we go. 10 damage.
So
5 halved.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The remaining small amounts of like tiny bit of swarms of spiders start to scatter back into the floorboards and leave the room, which is now quiet.
Right, yeah.
Covered only in the bodies of spiders and your own blood.
Holy shit! That was a lot of cretins. Vermins, or what do you call them here?
Dead? We call them dead here.
What is that? Points at the Ettercap.
I don't even know.
do I know?
I don't know. Do you Mitch didn't know what an Ettercap is. So I don't know where these things are from in D&D. Like
nature check. I don't know.
No, I mean like, do you guys? What the fuck is an Ettercap? Like that's why I asked.
I'm trying to think of the classification.
I forgot to look it up. It's a monstrosity for sure, but I don't know like where it came from.
I'll give it nature.
See if he's ever heard of these things.
Sure.
They're out in the forest sometimes.
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20. So yes. So you would say these would definitely be. These are more foresty creatures. You would usually see them kind of as like spider tenders. They're like spider cowboys kind of thing.
Yeah.
Spider ranchers?
Yeah, spider ranchers, that sort of stuff. Having one on a boat's weird.
Chicken tenders.
Yeah. I'll point that out. Since I was not expecting to see this sort of shit on this boat.
Mm-hmm. Spiders is kind of weird on a boat too, right? So yeah,
spiders.
Not really, but like
yeah,
we bring them in on bananas.
They come in on their little tendril things. If a new island pops up in the ocean, the first thing that populates it is spiders.
Yeah, wow.
Because there are spiders in the air, just floating. So yeah, like I know how they got here.
Well, it might.
But how the hell did that thing get here?
It might have generated, or if this has been derelict and unexplored, this actually might be a good sign. If this has been truly left alone for 10 years. Spiders, if they came here and were left unattended for an Ettercap to formulate here, we might not have come here after grave robbers and such. So this could be a good sign.
Can Ettercap make that? He points at the altar.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a look at that.
Don't know.
Yeah.
I think we should ask the bard.
Yeah, I'll comprehend some language.
Sure.
Go poke things.
As archaeologists do.
And I'm gonna poke around the room, see if there's anything of value in here.
I'm gonna heal myself.
I'm gonna do it as a ritual if I have time.
For
comprehend languages.
Yeah, you can sit here and comprehend language. I'm sorry, somebody said they were doing something else too, and I missed that.
I'm poking around the room, searching for valuables and traps and all that kind of stuff.
Perception.
I'm just casting Cure Light Wounds if I have the time.
15.
Yeah, so you, as you're searching around the room, underneath the debris, especially underneath the table and broken chairs that are off in the corner, you find the captain's log written in common. Yeah. And the ship's ledger. And as you get a little closer to the shrine, kind of in the dirt, concealed by a little bit of the mud and stuff like that, you find a small sack that pulls out easily, and inside of it are 2 good-sized rubies worth 100 gold each.
Do I have time to heal myself?
You do.
Nice. 11. Wow.
While you guys are doing that, Catman is singing his little song and chanting his comprehend languages. Suddenly your brain opens up again and everything makes a little more sense vocabulary-wise. And you see, this has a lot of names on it again, kind of like when you read the piece of paper where you could see that this was, chart directions and things like that. The name that you make out on here is Lolth. You see a lot of thanks on it, and this appears to be offerings to Lolth. That's what this altar is. No. That's funny because I don't know anything about Lolth. You guys do.
Do you not?
I didn't before. I looked it up just a little bit, but like saying it out loud and watching you guys go, I was like, that's probably why this is described as such.
How the hell did a altar of Lolth get on this boat?
Is it Lolth?
It's either.
Lolth, I mean,
you can say however you want.
Yeah.
There's no L in
I don't know if we would know Lolth. You know what? Actually,
if you're in the Actually, we probably both know both. Like, being on the Sword Coast, the Drow are so prominent in enemy.
Yeah.
Like how they just tried to take over the Silver Marches like 20 years ago.
Like, I know everything, and this is a little weird.
But the Sword Coast is constantly beset by the Drow.
The Lothian Drow. So.
But we probably wouldn't know much other than
that association.
That's a name associated with invaders,
spiders, and Drow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad. It's both been to bad places.
We never asked where the ship came from. Where was it going, or where was it coming
It came from Saltmarsh, and it was going to the island.
Yeah, Albrecht gave you kind of a loose explanation of that. He wasn't super sure. So his basically had merchant buddies that said there was new land to the west, that people were starting to kind of identify islands as being fruitful. Like, in other words, there's like mining and fruits. Like, we could do farmland here. Yeah. We should snag that now, because it's like a couple of days boat's journey. We just kind of discovered it near Saltmarsh. So he wanted to get in on that boom. Yeah. So he converted all of his wealth, sold all his ships and everything, got an expedition force put together, bought a bunch of land grants, and then lost the Erasmus. So this was supposed to go scouting and find land to kind of build farmlands and trade routes and stuff like that, but never came back, and now it's in this condition with a Shrine of Lolth on it.
Mm-hmm. Can I read the captain's log?
Sure. So
I'm over your shoulder.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the log is mainly just details the ship's last voyage, which included an account of a terrible storm that threw the Erasmus off course and separated it from its escort. The crew ran out of food and drinkable water real fast, and the ship was forced to drop anchor off an uncharted island. The last entry describes an attack by orcs that fought along goblins and some other monstrous vermin, describing non-human creatures that were getting up onto the deck. The crew fended off the initial attack, but the final entry is part account, part goodbye to his wife, because he's pretty sure that that's the first wave of the attacks.
Attacks of
orcs, goblins,
and other non-human things climbing on the boat. So they basically docked at an island, and you're just getting these accounts of, day one, found island, off course, looking for supplies, but they didn't even get off the boat. Orcs and vermin made it on board and attacked them. So, yeah.
And the ledger?
The ledger would show that they were just heading in this direction. The way you are heading now, they would have probably gone another 2 or 3 days to the west. Almost due west.
Does it seem, with his navigation and these coordinates on the little paper?
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom.
Does that seem to be looking at the same place?
Without knowing what that last word means, the numbers are fairly close.
Are we still, just based on my senses, is there still okay winds going west?
I mean, you're inside of a cabin right now.
But you can going where we need to go.
But hang on, but you can hear the wind blowing through. It's still favorable weather and stuff like that. Yeah, right now. But who knows what tomorrow brings unless you scry it.
Yeah. I will share.
So imagine just getting out of this, so I can describe it in D deal. But imagine that being in like the same hex. Like those numbers are fairly damn close. So yeah, that would argue that they might have come from the same kind of area. Yeah. Okay.
That's intriguing.
Probably gonna have to keep going west, but let's check the rest of this boat, see if those land grants are anywhere hiding.
So you still have you look on the deck. There's still the grate on the deck and the door on the forecastle, but you have a stairway that leads down below decks. It's here right now.
I want to clear the deck, so we're going to go to the forecastle.
All right. So
you really want to wish to see further west, Captain? Our job is just here.
No, our job is to get the land grants, which we haven't gotten yet.
That is true. Yes.
If they're on this boat, then we can be done, but that still doesn't explain this.
That's why I asked the question. You think there's something worth our sailing to the west?
There's something worth putting into a bottle and trying to signal someone.
These are the same thoughts I had, but...
Anybody just looking to find passage off their deserted island.
And we can go help them.
I would like to go west for my own reasons. You are very good at getting your fees, however you do as we travel. But it seems that you're oily, you two. You seem to be able to be okay no matter where you go for your reasons. I like this. Anyway, let's not get killed in the ship.
Matthouse looks up. He's got an Ettercap arm in his mouth.
How is it? Is it good?
Ooh.
Let me get some.
All right, let's go to the forecastle.
I'm gonna try some too, though.
I was thinking about that the other day. I forgot that the lizard folk eat anything, right?
Yeah.
I actually have Brutog Corpse Eater is my barbarian who just eats whatever we
I'm
kill.
a druid. I've eaten spiders before. Absolutely. I do try feast. If he tries to eat, I like it. Does it taste like spider? Does it taste more like...
I've only...
You don't know what an Ettercap is.
I'm going to tell you right now, I've only eaten 2 insects personally. I've only ever had scorpion and I've only had fly. And flies were fried. They're way sweet.
Flies are sweet?
Sweet. I mean, they're covered in shit, which is bad, but we fried them. But their interior, they run on sugars. So they're full of sugar. I've never had a spider. I've had a scorpion, but it was in candy. But one of the reasons they candy them is that scorpions are supposed to be really sweet too because they run on sugar.
Jackson ate a scorpion, and he said it tasted like nuts.
Nuts. Okay, cool. So then let's mix that and say that an Ettercap is a very nutty, sweet flavor that's gamey. So like, imagine if you have like this earthy flavor that's got blood in it.
Complex.
Actually,
interesting.
Like it's not my
complex flavor.
I'm tasting it in my mouth. It's not for me, but I can see how you could sell that. Yeah, Ettercap might be.
I'm a druid. I'm a survivalist. It's like I would definitely eat this if I had to. The captain's. You left, and we're like, okay, fine, Captain. We'll leave then. Anyway, what are you
gonna do? It's gonna be great.
And then you called back again. Okay. The captain needs us. Let's go.
I can't wait till you guys get back to port and you get searched and you're like, you're probably not gonna want to look in Badhouse's bag of holding. It's just meat and like arms and heads and legs.
Giant spider.
Giant spider piece. Yeah. So
do I have medicine? I'm actually what kind of druid am I? If I have medicine as a druid, I'm probably like interested in
my rage wears
as
off,
well.
right?
That's a minute, I believe.
So like nobody ever takes medicine.
I know, but I'm a wisdom character. I know. It's like, wow, I have magic. I have a crutch. I didn't take it. I'm a fool.
No, of course.
But I have a plus 4 in it because I'm wise.
The only people that take medicine are those.
You know who took
the
medicine?
rogue healers.
You know who took medicine? Rofrost. Rofrost. Rofrost had medicine. He never. I don't think he rolled it once, but he had medicine because soldier background.
You could set a bow.
All right. I love this game.
The rogue healer is because they can use an object action as a bonus, so they can literally feed someone a potion with a bonus action.
Oh, so you're more like Ski Saint Bernard.
Yeah,
you are a healer.
You take alchemy proficiency and alchemy tools. You make your own healing potions, and every turn as a bonus action, you can just go. Bloop,
yeah.
Bloop, bloop.
Can I make potions?
I played an artificer that way.
Can I make potions in the Grand Line?
Can you make potions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking poisoner. Changing my whole group. All right.
I mean, assassin. The subclass assassin is all about.
No, I didn't do assassin on purpose. You know what? I take that back. I'm gonna skip that.
You know what's a really fun character I played once?
I would like to poison, but I'm gonna keep my background. I like who I wrote for you, but I didn't do that.
Played a ranger that was proficient in alchemy tools.
Mm-hmm.
So rangers, like I go out, I'm just gonna go out and not get involved with this, and just go find weird shit in the area around here. And with I'm proficiency in alchemy tools. So like, what are these ingredients? Are these ingredients I could use? I can brew something with or sell to a wizard. Oh, dude, it's such a fun thing. That's what
this GM binder stuff that I've been looking at really, really gets into that, but. I don't know. I kind of want to run the module too. So
yeah.
That's what I was saying. We came up with a reason to get the arrows, or a way to get the arrows back. But I'm like, we've already got like a fight club going, and now I can see why like the business side of Spindle fell away. Where I'm like, the focus has shifted in the group. Where we're like, now you guys are all about making money, and and trying to figure out how to get off of Galen's books and make your own cash, which I think is fun. I was like, that's interesting.
The conflicts we had were so closely tied to like making sense of like our angle as much as it was role playing. Like
You guys have made this a lot of fun for me because this can, these can be vanilla a little bit in their like explanations because you don't know what your team's going to do.
Yeah.
Like I said, Oceanus keeps fucking popping up, even this deep in the book. It's like if Oceanus is with you, I'm like Oceanus is not here. Like, quit telling me about Oceanus. I don't care, man.
I just love that however way Stone Road went, like my favorite thing from that was like how our characters had like, what is the financial answer for the deals that this character has, and how do I and that's gonna we had like business conflicts between each other. It's like this is a contract I'm in, but I'm here to kind of like do this at the same time. Mm-hmm. Oh man, I just love how that drove the RP. We have gone off the rails.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That happens sometimes. So you're on the you're on the main deck technically, but you're in the aft castle right now. So
and we're heading towards the forecastle.
So you head up into the deck. The same thing. You guys can probably, even if you wanted to, signal back to the heart. We're doing fine. They're doing fine. The boat in the middle is fine too. Seas remain calm. If you look over the deck, you're not seeing anything to change anything. The boat remains in its list. The weather is the same. All important things to think about with the boat, and you make your way to the other door. It is closed, the back one, but it's not locked. The handle will give immediately.
There's a door here. There's the stairs down. We saw.
That was in the room.
We're leaving. Yeah. We're going here now.
So
okay.
We're going to clear the deck before we go down.
They have it listed as a quarter deck here, but it's the same as an aft castle. So that back piece we left. That one had a staircase into it. So you open the door and walk into this room, which is oh, sorry, I'm wrong. I'm looking at a different door. So this door, the handle turns, but will not open. You push on it, and you just hear it.
Like a sloshy?
No, like a tear. Batthouse asks you to move. And he leans back on the tail a little bit and gives it a...
I'm going to give him guidance whatever he's doing.
No, he's giving it a kick. Which we'll do it in a... And he pushes the wood and it doesn't fly open like you expect it to. It instead goes and opens into basically a tangle of webbing that was holding it closed.
That was not what we saw might not be the worst. We'll see yet.
So when you walk... Oh, sorry, we're going in?
Should we
So you and I are
fire?
first, right?
Yeah.
We're on a wooden boat.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, Vathouse doesn't... Sorry, that was Mitch. Vathouse doesn't yell.
Yeah, like, I know, like, I'm a sailor background. I know the danger. Should I light a fucking torch and use that?
No, let's not do that at the moment.
Okay.
Must spiderensias.
What? What does that mean?
Sorry, say it again.
It's tobacco.
Oh, sorry, he was asking me.
Oh. It's an interesting language. Guidance on you. I don't know what the fuck we're stepping into, but fucking make it happen, Captain.
I'm gonna peer inside.
The druid advice fire.
Okay.
I head in and look around.
So, yeah, you stick your head in, and Vathouse he's over you. You're how short are you? How tall are you?
I'm like 5'2", 5'3".
That works for me. That's how tall my sister is, so that works perfect. All right, so Vathouse is basically over you.
Yeah.
This room is covered, in sheets of webbing. So it's anything that's like 10 feet from here. I mean, it's just vague shapes. Table, chair-ish. Yeah, that's what you see.
I can heat your sword. You can slice through, but it would also hurt you. It'll be very hot.
No.
Can I give you resist? Can I resist elements on other people?
No. Or absorb elements or resist elements?
Absorb elements.
Absorb elements is yourself. I think resist element might be something you cast on others. Because absorb elements
only
is
it's
a reaction.
It's
when you take damage.
So
it should be a reaction ranged.
What are you asking? I'm sorry, what was the argument?
No, he's trying to figure out a way to burn these webs out without burning the boat down.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
At least get through them cleaner. I'm going to oil my blade so it's slick and start cutting.
Yeah.
Oily to ward off the adhesive of the web.
So it won't stick.
Ooh, that's smart. That's smart.
So
where'd you get the oil?
I have a pint of flammable oil. So
Hell yeah, let's go.
Now I actually have a
rogue packs always have like 2 or 3 weird things.
Yeah.
I bought those specifically.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because we got the bullseye lantern.
My favorite that I ever used in my rogue pack was, I think it was your next. We were in Castle Never, and I was like, "Can you use chalk to mark these things?" And you're like, "Do you have chalk?" And I was like, "Yeah." And you guys were like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "I know I've had it since the beginning. I just don't use it."
Like the Dungeoneers.
It's just sitting in there. Yeah, I didn't want to bring the thief pack. It was boring. So I'm always
sometimes you need to mark hallways in a tunnel.
So you're realizing as you hack these webs, the oil's not doing anything. These aren't sticky webs in this room. It's more like these are like house webbing, I guess. These the giant webs here are more like supporting.
Cobwebby,
cobweb, exactly. That would make more sense. Kind of older. There's nothing wandering in and out of here that's getting caught in these webs. So these webs are not.
So you have to start hacking, and I'm going to keep my ears open just to.
Sure. Perception. Are you guys coming in behind Bathhouse and Constance?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Perception's all around then.
18. 23.
23.
If that house,
Oh, that house gets perception too. Ha ha ha.
Oh,
I'm not. You know what? Fuck that. I'm not rolling. I'm not rolling perception for Bathhouse because he's me, obviously, and then also he doesn't know anything about humans.
Sure. I have 15.
That's a good reason to not roll.
15?
15. Okay.
13.
23.
23?
13.
15, 22. Okay, cool. All right, so
We'll take the 23.
I mean, you gave me guidance, so.
sure. So you're noticing.
21.
What was it?
No, you're just making a joke.
So you notice right away that the way that this is set up with the table and the chairs, which you assume underneath all this heavy webbing is that this is the navigator's room. That table probably would be where everybody would sit down and look at charts and stuff, look out the front, get the weather, feel the breeze, that kind of stuff. This is the navigator's room. You can tell that right away. Up on the ceiling where the webbing is kind of curling up into the corners and stuff like that right there, the shapes now. That's an Eder cap and a giant spider waiting right there in the ceiling.
And that's what you see. So I see this, it's a navigator's room, and you see with a Eder cap and a okay.
So I another Eder cap and giant spider.
If you don't approach any farther than entering the room where we were kind of hacking, they're just sitting there. It looks like they're, this...
Good call out. What do we do about this, then?
I've got
It's
other
yeah, the Bathhouse is like, it's a nest. Like, they're not coming out.
They're not coming out, but do we want to come in, Captain?
We've got to look at all these rooms, and I don't want to leave these things on deck for us to go downstairs and they attack us.
I understand the decision. Okay, so let's prepare. What's the plan? Should we just start running in? It seems like a lot of webs here. It might be difficult.
Yeah, I'm gonna. We should probably back out to the door, and I can just try to shoot them to get them out.
I like this plan. Can you shoot over my shoulder?
I can help.
So we're gonna back out to the door.
Oh, and I can throw a star too. Hell yeah. We can just start blasting.
And we're gonna start blasting at them to try to get them to come out.
A simultaneous team effort. It's like now,
Fire!
Barrage it. Yeah. Set up a thing.
Do it up.
All right. So
we're shooting first.
So they haven't made any kind of move or anything like that. They're luring you in. So
the Eder cap.
You caught their trap. You've seen the interest. Like there's no initiative or anything like that. You're just making them attack.
Yeah. Combined.
Take your time. I'll give you advantage on the shot.
Okay.
Eder cap.
Yeah, I'm going after the Eder cap.
Yeah.
We should
all focus on that thing. Is a creature that we don't want to have around.
There we go.
That house throws his tread in for the first time.
Does he? Okay. Oh no!
Oh no!
I got a 10.
24.
24?
Don't you laugh at me? I got
with advantage.
Did you roll advantage?
Oh, I didn't roll advantage. Oh shit! Thank you.
You got the drop.
12 plus 7 for 19.
19.
I only got a 13.
13.
24.
I'm not the shooter.
I got it. I had a 25.
Oh, nice.
With my throw, so that's definitely.
Oh shit!
So we're gonna go with this. So
He's no longer raging, or is he still?
So what did you roll? A 13, you said? So they did natural 13. You're about to roll that dice. We skewer this thing. The Ettercap just falls from the ceiling.
Good work.
You see the spider move about and then go down and kind of stand at the back of the web.
Oh.
And kind of do push-ups, but stay in the back.
It's signaling. It's dancing the web to communicate. Kill it.
Shoot it. It's probably going to its children.
Yeah.
This is a nest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Couldn't think of it.
It's communicating. Kill it
earlier. I just now it's time.
Yeah.
The brain.
Yeah, this is
Who knows what that role
communications,
is?
man.
Not advantage this time, I'm assuming?
No, it's awake now. It's in its web. It's looking out the door at you. It's pulsating.
We're all just shooting again, or are we?
Yeah, we're gonna try. Oh no, Vatos. Oh, he has a hand axe. That's a different score. Hang on, he just threw his stupid.
Oops.
Oh no!
I didn't crit fail, but I as close as possible.
I did okay. I got a 21.
9, so I didn't hit.
You got a 9.
He got a 20.
I got a 22.
He got a 22.
Yeah, you got a 9.
9.
That's all right. Vatos got 13. So these things have half the hit points the Ettercap did. Basically, like they're smaller. So these are 3 weapons, a hand axe in it at what I rolled in your height. So we knocked this thing off of its web.
Okay.
So now that room is cleared. There are no more enemies in there.
Is it moving? Is it doing?
No, there's no movement going on. No, it's just sitting in there.
Okay, let's stay close and proceed. Let's try to make pathways.
Cut down all this stuff and start to look over everything.
Yeah, so you start shredding up as much as you can. This webbing's been here for a while. Like I said, it's caught at this point. It's almost like it's been worn into the floor. Like this is the mud that you saw in the loath room. This is what this room's mud is. It's just webbing and shit. So this looks like this is the entrance into, like you said, a nest. As you hack, though, opposite the previous room, you do find, covered in a thick webbing that you can slit open, stairway leading down to the front of the boat as well. On the opposite. So think about when you walked in that side, it's on your left. You walk in this side, it's on your right. Yeah, so it's on your left still.
Okay.
Yeah. So whatever door you walk in, so you walked in that way, it's on your left. You walk in this way, it's on your left. So
Is this
there and staircase there.
If this nest is a pathway further down, you'd be expecting that this is a branch from whatever's below, I think.
Yeah. They're up here on the nest. These are the guardians of this. Is there anything on the table? Like under
underneath that, under the webbing. Sorry, to get to that part. There's maps, there's charts, stuff like that.
Yeah, we haven't searched the room yet. We're just like
no. He was asking me though. You were cutting through all of the ropes, things like that. Yeah, the furniture in here is ruined. It's useless. There's nothing to it. These charts and things like that. I mean, they're covered in webbing, so they've been secreted on, they've been bled on, they've been spit on, they've dissolved a long time ago. You know what they are because when you pull the webbing back, like chunks of paper are coming up with it and stuff. But there's nothing in here to read, take. I mean, it's gross.
How are the navigating tools?
Nothing. Like there's no tools or anything. It's just think about if you just cover everything in here with cobwebs and dust. Yeah, it's just gross. This is a
ruin.
You just rolled the perfect roll for you to really be like, this is the navigator's room, and he's like, I'm really worried about the spider.
Yeah. How about those things?
Yeah.
No, that went very well. I liked our coordination with that. That was good.
Which way should we go down into this? From the front or from the back?
Maybe we're not. Wait.
Good idea. We don't want to just be continually hacking through webs. Let's go back to the cabin.
I thought you said wet. I prefer not wet.
I agree.
He prefers wet.
There's good wisdom in this.
Always wet.
To the aft.
Yeah, so we go back to the loath room.
Sure.
That's thing is so damn creepy.
Yeah.
I just gotta make sure that is correct. Alright, cool. They set it up weird where they're like, they number it this way, but describe it this way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. It's numbered like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or sorry, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, It's
so relatable.
Yeah,
that's always been my experience with D&D.
Sometimes it makes sense. I get that they name it in a row and stuff like that, but it's like...
It's like, this is... I'm sure this... I probably couldn't do better than this.
I know where I am. I just want to...
Why is the entryway 1 and then the very next room is 20?
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I do wonder, is there a better way to show off?
I just want to keep making sure that I do know what I'm doing.
No, yeah, totally, yeah.
So, okay,
yeah.
cool. So you
it's relatable.
So you return back to the Shrine of Lolth. Bathouse looks like he's kind of looking around now because, the spiders have been moving around and stuff, and you guys have run into Ettercaps a couple times, and he's checking for that, but he'll give you the no sound, all clear thing, so it looks like you probably killed that spider in time. But yeah, there's that stairwell does lead down into the lower deck, so are we going first?
Yeah, I'm going first. I'm going to be looking around for traps and ambushes.
Mm-hmm.
This form lasts 4 hours. How long have we been on this ship so far?
So I wouldn't say more than, those battles the longest one took 3 sessions, and then you guys just shot arrows and everything, so it's only been 20, 30 hours right now, so
20, 30 hours.
20, 30 hours.
20, 30
minutes.
to an hour, excuse me. You guys are, you've only seen 2, this is not a huge ship, you've seen the whole deck and stuff like that. There's nothing to look at. You just got into a couple fights, so we'll say about an hour, hour and a half. Just make it longer.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, so you get down to the bottom of these stairs, and they meet at a door for the bottom deck. This door is damaged. In other words, the handle has been wrenched off, and you can see coming through one side on both sides. So in other words, on that side, there's some spikes going through the door coming out to basically secure it from that side, and some coming this way, going in to secure it this side. So in other words, this has been shut.
Shut.
Like they spiked it shut from this side, they spiked it shut from that side. This is a wall now, but it's still a door in a door frame.
All right, Vet House, open it up.
He hits. It has hit. Hang on, it has hit points.
It does have hit points. Old wooden door.
There's one.
I give him guidance. Good work, Vatas.
He's here
It's
to.
hitting fine.
Yeah.
Hits it again. Yeah, the AC on it's actually pretty high.
Just follow the
God
buddy's
damn it, it
example.
just
We should
hasn't
support
happened.
each other and cheer each other on.
Oh, I'm cheering.
It's forced open with the DC or a chopping with AC. I'm forcing its AC instead of chopping its AC. So I kick it open. Yeah. Sorry, I was successful the first time.
Kicks it open.
The door does the same thing it did last time. That other one was probably held with just 2 from the same side. So we keep that open.
Absolutely touched.
That's why they make me more off.
Yeah.
So the door breaks open. And you can tell right away, just by judging by the stove along one wall of the room, that this was once the galley. And now this area is cluttered with bones and debris. There's a lot of really damaged knives and other cookware hanging from hooks on the ceiling. And the choking stench of rotting flesh fills the air. I mean, it's more than you would expect. A stairway leads up near the stern, which you just came down. And tiny spiders crawl over everything.
Mm-hmm. You sure
however,
about the no torch thing?
You notice right away, though, in here that this area is not covered in webs. There's spiders here, and you can see that there's webs up in the corners and things like that. But this, there's not stuff in here.
How's the lighting?
So, who can't see anymore if we're in the dark?
Well, I am currently rating 10 feet light.
Perfect. You're rating light.
Yeah.
We are below deck. If you go one more room in, the low light coming from the top deck downstairs is gone.
Okay.
And you guys will be in darkness. You are now, because of the list of the boat, on the port side, almost water level. If you go another level down below here, you would be in the ballast and that sort of stuff. Cargo hold, most likely some of the cargo hold, that sort of thing.
All right.
But you can tell this, like I said, it's this cookware and stuff like that's here. This room looks like it probably got use pretty regularly up until recently. It's, like I said, it's clear from webs, but they're coming back. That sort of thing. Perception.
God, I don't know terribly tonight.
Oh, me too. Actually, I think I'm want to spend my on this.
Oh, yeah.
You want
No, it's fine. That's, you can do that.
It was supposed to be red. It's not a group one. It's just the one you
It doesn't
handed
matter.
me
Yeah,
for
as long as you got one.
All right. That's better. 17.
17?
Oh, 11.
11?
Yeah.
17.
17. Okay, 17. Where did you guys just go?
Plus 8, so.
Yeah. You told me that, and I was like, damn right. Let's go. And now we like, you see that? Yeah, I see that shit.
Damn, I turned the wrong page. I was like, oh.
Hello?
Off to the back, to the stern of the boat. So you guys are, back there. Mm-hmm. Right up against the stern, there is a trapdoor where, normally there would be one, but this one's got a bar slid through it. There are two different bars kind of slid through it, and both of them have like a little knob at the end. So one it can only go in this far, and this one can only go in that far. So it's like two bars slid into a trapdoor that's right there.
I think it's a trap.
And what did you roll?
11.
11. Okay, so yeah, that's
I think so too.
So, what other exits are from here?
No, so there's also a door in front of you, and then there's a support pole right in the middle of this room because now you are below deck. So remember that right above this room is the stateroom, the navigator's room, but above that is the aft castle or the forecastle. Excuse me, the aft castle. You guys are below
so
the
captain's
below the
quarters.
castle. So now there's two levels of boat technically above you. So now you're going to start seeing support structures inside of the boat.
Oh, okay, cool.
And now you've got one in here. So there's a big log in the middle. Behind it, a little off to the left, is a trapdoor in the ground, two poles going through it. And then, if you turn away right when the stairs come down, there's the wall in front of you, facing back towards the front of the boat. You'll open up into the main part of the boat, which would be directly under the main deck.
So this trapdoor looks like those bars, are they locked or are they?
They're just slid in, yeah.
So
And this room is
It's barricaded.
And like I said, this room is kind of
Barred.
similarly set, just describe this room as free of webbing.
All I was going to say is, don't think that. I mean, it looks clear, but don't think there's not something hiding here.
Yes. We're going to stay together and search this place for anything of value or interest.
Yeah, so it's nothing. I mean, other than that door that's in front of you and the door that's behind you, this room is pretty cleaned out. There's no food, and there's no fuel in the stove. In other words, it hasn't been used in a while, so this is a pretty barren room. The space hasn't been touched.
All right. Head up to the door.
All right.
And listen in.
Listen in. Investigation. Or is that perception? Perception, excuse me. That's right. You're just...
Natural 20.
Natural-
Oh, sorry. That's not.
Oh,
It looked like it. Shiny.
natural 1.
2 ones. 16.
Nice.
a natural 11.
All right. So leaning against the door, there's spiders in here. There's not that much webbing and stuff
Creaking
like
and everything.
that. Creaking
The
and stuff
water,
in
the
there.
ocean.
But in the other room on the other side, you think you hear something similar to that pumping sound that spider made when it was quivering. So there's some, web mass moving, and then a very, very soft chanting, like maybe a single voice in the distance a little bit.
Ooh.
I hear someone chanting.
Chanting.
What did you roll on your perception?
16.
Okay. I thought you got that natural 20 at first, and I was
No.
like, okay, cool. I almost said something else. I'm like, wait a minute, he said he's 16, right? Okay, cool.
16.
Yeah, I got a...
16
16
is
And
listening.
this boat this boat may not be as ghost as it says, as advertised. There may be some.
Unless it's a ghost. I'm just kidding. He doesn't yell that.
Yeah,
That would be
Could
terrible.
be a ghost.
we did see an altar.
And we have been kicking open doors, so most likely someone knows. If there is someone here, they probably know where someone's on the boat.
So
Could
this
just
chanting could be incantation.
It could be.
So we should move quick.
All right. Open the door.
Just remember, they could just be nomads of Umberlee praying on a site. So
Underneath a Lolth shrine.
Well, you tell us if it is.
no, I'm pretty sure it's going to be related to the Lul Shrine. Yeah. Just saying, we don't know what we're going to use your best judgment. I trust you to do so. So let's go.
If we're attacking something, we shouldn't just yell really loud and hopefully we stop.
Yeah.
As you inspect this door, you realize it is probably similarly held on the inside.
Vitalis.
So I'm not going to make Vatos roll this because he's kicked a couple of these doors in. He knows the pressure point. You guys are creating this like horrible lizard man for human encounters. He's just like, all he wants to do is punch people and kick doors in.
Yeah.
That's
he's a barbarian.
So
all we gotta do is just keep him in check when he's around people we don't want him to fuck up, and he's going to do great things for us.
Yep.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
I kick that thing down.
let me just make sure I know what the space looks like real quick. Okay. So Vatos gets his running start kick with his tail thing and just blows this door open. He kicks it in the right spot and it just kind of cartoon comes down. The chanting stops immediately and a man stands up and turns around. The floor of this chamber is covered with runes written in blood. A circle's been carved into the floor's wooden planks and spider webs cover the wall and ceiling. There are 2 humanoid-sized bundles attached to the ceiling that are writhing with hundreds of spiders covering all over them. A half-orc wearing kind of half armor, half scrubs gets up and starts to arm himself. In the cabin, which is about exactly the same size as the one you're in, it's just getting wider as it goes out. On the sides, it's the same depth, it's just wider. Covered in mud, has those runes. There are 2 giant spiders coming down off of the sides of the walls towards him. And then a final, larger blue spider that seems to disappear as it walks behind him.
Can we parlay, Captain? Can we parlay, Captain?
If you're gonna, you got a couple seconds to do it.
We should parlay. At least try.
Well, declare yourself. What are you doing on this vessel?
Are you? So that's what is that? Intimidation? How are you trying to go about this? Nice
Persuasion. I mean,
Persuasion,
like you know, meeting us, strangers meeting at sea.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah.
He's got like blood runes on the ground. There's a shrine of Lolth, but
Yeah.
you gotta try if you can get information.
We don't know why Loaf might be here. Maybe it's not, you know. We're after. We know what we're after.
Let me just roll a charisma to get a gauge of how I come off.
Okay, it's persuasion. Yeah, go ahead, persuasion. I'm just wanting to make sure that I know what's happening next if you succeed.
Parlay
or fail.
isn't giving up. Parlay could say, no, it seems valuable to us to kill all of you, but it's worth a negotiation.
No.
Oh, I'm gonna use this.
Much better.
Much better. 25.
25. What did you ask him?
So declare yourself. What are you doing on this vessel?
Quell Grog. Sorry. Druid of Loth, and this is my home. What are you doing here? And at his insistence, when he starts to speak, that spider that disappeared reappears on the wall right next to you and starts to kind of crawl down. So it doesn't look like it's getting ready to attack, but it's there.
Get going where it needs to go.
He said druid, so...
Also, as soon as the door came down, I should have described this a little bit better, but I will say it now.
Yeah.
He, I said he was getting ready. His skin took on the form of wood, and he's got, his hand is starting to, like, a flame is starting to form in his left hand, but he's listening.
Yeah.
He's announced himself.
I will speak to him in Druidic. Is that we are interested? I introduced myself as a druid as a druid in Druidic, and say that I have just made recent claim of the Saltmarsh area nearby. We are looking for something here. Do you know about the Sahagin? I just asked.
Sahagin, don't know anything about him. We was just trying to make land. What are you doing on my boat?
What is it? We're after deeds.
we are... Did he say that in common?
Yeah, so
I'm sorry. Yeah, he would have
kind of
playing.
Yeah, I'm kind of just going to translate this point. Like, we want a specific thing, and I'm going to translate. How do I say that in a the druid language sense? Like, we're after for something specific here. Whatever you're doing here is not necessarily our business.
Yeah, this vessel used to be someone else's home,
For
and
sure.
they left. And I'm saying this to him.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, and we left, and he left something here. We're here to retrieve it, but this home has been abandoned, and your claim is just as rightful as anyone else at this moment.
Hardly. This is hardly a home at that. Tell you what, take the damn thing. So he makes a short little whistle, and the spiders that are following him start to make their way towards the door the way you came, and they stand in front of you. Yep, you step aside. They'll leave.
Yeah. And I'll ask him. I chose this territory because I am uncertain of the. They're ignoring you. They're walking away. The druid is okay.
He's ignoring you.
Yeah. Fellow druid, have you felt an imbalance in the sea?
He just walks out. Yeah. There's nothing to say to you. He's basically. You're like, this is somebody else's home. Yeah. He's getting ready to fight you. There's a bunch of you. There's a lizard man. You just fought your way down to the bottom. You beat a ridiculous charisma check that doesn't say anything about him. He's not. I can't tell you anything about him, but yeah, he's not into negotiating. Krell is done. You want this fucking breast bucket? It's not working for him.
Yeah. I was trying to ask. Druid, have you felt anything? He didn't say anything.
He's like,
fine. That's fine.
He's like, look, there's nothing on this boat but spiders.
If he felt something important enough to tell me, he would have told me. I'm fine.
Where's he going? Yeah, we're gonna follow him.
Sure.
Yeah. Because I mean, like, the only other thing out here is our boat, and I definitely don't want going to that one.
Yeah.
So.
I'm done with this boat. To say something, but I cut myself off. I was like, I'm probably not thinking in the captain kind of way. So whatever he says, probably, I just went, He's
like, I'm done with this boat.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we gonna go? What's our boat?
I'm gonna look for. Take the damn thing. I'm assuming you meant the deeds. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, take the damn boat. Okay. Are we going with you, or are you just spying on them?
No, let's all go, because...
Okay.
If he's saying he's leaving this boat...
Yeah, we'll follow him out.
Our boat is the only other thing out there.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. So, when you get to the deck, he's realizing the same thing. He's up on deck, maybe you guys had come, you're on the ship now because the ship has beached or is nearby or something like that. He's realizing he's an open ocean.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna ask.
So now he's basically like, look, it's been rough.
I forgot we're not off a coast.
We're
in an ocean. No. Yeah. So sorry. That is such a good point.
I'm gonna ask him once I see that he realizes that he's in the middle. How long have you been here?
So. Let me get to that part.
And I'll tell you too, is this is a druid, this is a caretaker of the national order.
He could just swim away.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm not meaning in tactical sense. I'm just saying
about the spiders, though.
Yeah. If they're a druid, then they have a kinship with this land, which, does not mean we're safe. But...
Yeah, get it, but he's also a Lolth druid?
We don't know. Maybe we can ask them about that.
That's what he said.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he said he's a Lolth. Yeah. Druid of Lolth.
So. I don't know too much of the way they elves.
He's going to explain to you that, he came, basically, he was a sailor a long time ago. That's why he's a half-orc out on the water. It's kind of strange. He was shipwrecked. And when he was shipwrecked, this area had a lot of, orcs and goblins who were being... basically ruled by Lolth in the aspect as her queen of the spiders. And so some of the men there embraced that and became druids that were kind of working for her. But half of the group started resorting to cannibalism when supplies were going low and things like that. And so there was the group that embraced that and went after cannibals.
What?
And there's the group that tried to get away. And this guy, he's explaining to you, is one of the groups that tried to escape. So
that's fucking amazing.
Yes.
We would have just gone in and just attacked these guys right away.
So Krell is giving up.
Yeah.
This was his last ditch was to get on this boat. Yeah. He's been on this boat for probably 2.5 months. He's the only one left, and the only way he's lived is by eating the other druids that were here with the help of his spiders.
I'm going to say to him in Druidic that, I will try to let you move with us as a pack until you can go your own way. If you need to retouch with the land, as long as you don't feed on us, as long as you don't hunt us, you can run with this pack for a time I can get the captain to agree with.
I've surrendered. Do what you do.
Yes. We will. I mean, obviously...
He's not going to attack you or anything. He's basically giving you like a sailor's, it's over. Arms laid. I'll get on your boat. I'm at your mercy. We're at sea. Yeah.
But I also know what it's
like with those things.
Yeah.
So are you asking him?
No. I'm just underlining. It's like if you change your mind and start attacking us, we will absolutely.
Give me. So you're talking in Druidic to him.
Yeah.
And you're approaching this like a hey, we'll help you. You scratch my back, you scratch yours kind of thing.
Yeah. It's like we won't eat you right now if you don't eat us as we travel together.
Straight old persuasion. Just give me a straight persuasion real quick.
Damn, man.
Do you have any of that?
No, I'm terrible.
Then do an advantage because you're Druid. No, you're speaking in Druidic.
Okay. I am trying to negotiate on Druidic levels here. All right, so
don't do anything magic. You'll see that.
Well,
no, I'll be okay with that.
I was just thinking,
I trust these guys.
Comprehend language that I did ritually.
Oh, you did pass that.
So you can hear what we're saying.
You're understanding what we're saying.
Yeah. You can hear what they're saying.
So, cool.
And I'll RP a little more Krell here now that you've got it.
So, my persuasion is not great.
Remember, you have advantage because you're...
I got the 2 dice here. I just want to... I have a +2 to persuasion. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
And a dirty 1. Oh, no, I just...
7. Yeah. That would have been amazing, though. Yeah. Dirty 20, though. Hey.
All right, so...
I'm not good at persuasion. That felt good.
Listen, we were just trying to make land. This ship is cursed. It crashed on my home. My ship crashed on my home, and I thought this one would get me away, but it's just brought nothing but death. We ran out of food. We've lost our course. I couldn't tell you how far from the coast we are, and then yesterday, just the tentacles everywhere. Tentacles just smashing the ship. They just hit it, snapped the masts, just
like a kraken, or
I don't know. It just hit the masts, and then that was it. Like it was waiting for something.
Well,
I'm done.
How hungry are? How much food do you need here over the next few days?
I've eaten today. Or if you remember, there were some people hanging from the rafters in his room.
I just need to know because we need to update how much food we need to share as we travel together without eating each other.
Well, if you're going to bring them with you, it's just him.
Okay.
You need one more person for the food. Which he's not.
Okay. All right. Cool.
But
so,
you might have to negotiate what you're going to do with the
right.
spiders,
Yeah.
He's going to let you know that he's not.
Yeah.
He's not leaving Rory.
Oh yeah. So
sorry, Royal. I thought that sounded wrong.
There's been I don't know how much. If you heard any, how much? I know you've heard. You can understand what we're saying. You haven't heard any of this.
Bathouse doesn't either.
So I say. So this is a druid first and foremost. They've given up. It's skinny basically.
He's a cannibal druid of Lolth asking for a free ride home in exchange for an end in hostilities on this boat.
Yeah.
All right. What's the deal with your spiders? Are they coming with you?
He pets them and kind of nods like, yeah, these are his. Bathouse would suggest they stay in the Schaefer home.
Yeah. First off, we got to get off this boat as soon as possible. If a kraken or some sea monster attacked this thing and left it, it's bait.
Yeah, that's what I said. Angler. It's an angler lure.
So, yeah. You can stay in the Schaefer pub. We'll get you back, but you can't stay in Saltmarsh. So you'll have to leave.
He doesn't want to. Like that's not what he's asking. In fact, you could just get him to the coast.
Right.
Yeah,
she's just letting him know. It's like,
dude, this is a half-orc druid of Lolth with spiders that he wants to keep. He's not going to Saltmarsh.
We'll get you through Saltmarsh.
He just realized. He just when he gave up to you guys, he's like, "Thank God," and he walked out front. And goes, fuck.
So really quick.
Yeah.
In your time on this boat, have you found anything of value? Any chests or trunks? Any papers?
If you need.
Yeah, I mean, he speaks common.
That's right.
It doesn't just be druidic.
That's right. I figured I was trying to just let him be cool.
Feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
You speak in common what she knows, but you're still translating.
Yeah. Honestly, kind of like double races.
so our third week out, we found 4 thieves that had stowed away. We threw them down in the cargo hold with some of the original cargo down there, but they starved to death. Thought we'd go back down there, but they got back up. So now, occasionally we throw them scraps to keep them down there, but they serve as a good compost heap at sea, if you get what I'm saying.
And there's something of value down there?
Hell if I know, I haven't been down there ever. Like I said, there's things moving around down there that we killed.
But nothing else of value on these decks?
He'll just say, the only things that he thought of that were of value were himself and his friends and him have basically died on their way out here. Like they were just escaping, they didn't bring anything.
Stay here. We're going to go back down and take a look around. So we go back down.
Do we want to try to ask him to help us in some way investigating
He'll not
this?
go back down there. He's kind of made that like, I'm giving up. I'm not doing anything for you. Like, my spiders are in danger. You've got the boat.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those stand down moments. You guys have stalemated him.
Okay. So we could do an understanding. So we need to, but we still need to go. We need to see what's.
Perfect shot.
We still do not have the things we're here for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's 6:30 on the dot. You're going back down.
Yep.
Why don't we? Take
That's
a
good time for a break. Yeah.
So you guys have made it in. You found it. Not end fucking street.
Don't do that.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Nope,
So we will.
That's not it. The away message.
I know.
Or something
It's a break message.
There
I
it is.
forget it every time. There we go. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Just like karate chop that in an upward fashion.
And if you go
On
out,
this heavy ass wood, I bruised myself on
I
this.
saw people walking their dogs outside.
Yeah.
That was,
a
we
while
always
ago.
wait for you usually anyway. Or I do because you were gay.
But if
Robert.
if you want to bring her out.
No, we won't. I just want to make sure that you guys know that there were people walking.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to make you mad. I totally misunderstood. Sorry about that. I'm trying to be frustrating. Work. I think I did bruise that too. You can see right where I hit it.
That table is heavy.
That chair just, it either sticks right in or it goes too far. I just, man, fuck myself.
Man, Lee. I love this fucking dog, man. Oh my god, living with this dog, she is such a fucking treat. I've never had a fucking pet this cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I won't get to watch her anymore.
Now
Now you watch her.
you share. It takes a village. It takes a village to love a dog. No, that sounds like a fun title to a nice little short story, like a little wholesome story. Oh man, I fucking love Dungeons and Dragons. It's it's so good. I noticed it did.
Scrappy.
York. Back then, found a dude, got in a relationship with him, and it was paid. Like, that's a Joaquin, like, that's a perfect Joaquin relationship.
Yeah, man. Oh, what I wanted to say was like.
But I still can't. That scene came up and I was all like, no, he'd throw a fit.
Yeah, it was like, yeah.
I can't portray his character now. Also, I was all like, you know what, this would be a really fun kind of ending.
Yeah.
Where he's just all like,
Yeah.
none of you are loyal to Sylvan Costa.
Yeah. Shit, man. And then even I'll forget you before I forget Vidak.
Yeah.
New paper towels. I thought this was in a cup. It's in a chocolate cup.
We moved McDonald's up there.
I already spilled once. Look, I'm making a mess twice.
But anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah,
One of those, they're freaking delicious.
what?
Chocolate peanut butter cup ice cream.
I can't. No, I've eaten so much sugary things with my boy this weekend. I can't. Thank you, though. I'm sure it's delectable. I already know I will enjoy it.
I was like, I told Taylor, I was like, because you know, Taylor was like, there's nothing there for Jackson. There's plenty of stuff. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And we were leaving, and I made a little quote right before she's going to bed where I was like, Jackson was less sticky this time because we had him in the back. And I was like, he's covered in paint instead. You know, it's been all summer. I haven't had any kids around. That was refreshing.
See how excited you were?
I skipped telling him. It's usually before, you know.
That's why I had to tell you. I was like, don't touch. That's his. Like, stop touching it. Let him. And then I saw your face because he's like, brush all the way to his
he
hands.
grabs the brush like this.
Yeah, I know.
And he just dips it in there.
It's so hard for me to like.
And like,
yeah.
And then he wraps it out.
There's like $6 worth of paint on that screen, and I loved it. Every second was.
Then he grabbed the miniature and
know,
was painting like this.
I'm like, he was like, oh my god.
It was so hard. I was real time fighting an urge like to how I made him hate chopsticks. It was like, no, Jackson, it's like this. And he's like, well, then fuck it, I'll use a fork. Shit.
So that's why I was like, okay, stop touching, because when he wasn't painting, he was after a few minutes I was watching what he was doing, because you were like, what's that?
Sorry, go.
Oh, you were starting to be like, because I was like, you don't worry about putting it back in. You're like, no, he's still getting it out. And I was like, okay, he's got plenty. He wasn't painting. He was placing paint. He was scooping it and going,
this is where the paint needs to
he
go.
was painting it like that and letting it fall. And I was like, that's a good little method. He's figuring it out on his own. The next time he does it, he'll be like, that didn't work.
We'll figure it out.
So I don't know if this will change your mind, but the Chaos Cultists, there are 4 temples in the Ascension thing. We have to go find all 4, one for each god. So some of those cultists are Nurgle cultists.
Oh, you were saying that I can paint their colors like that? Yeah, I might
paint some of them Nurgle.
Well, I'll tell you, I did after I stopped on those 3 guys, and I was saying I was fighting their builds. Their models are not put together very well. There's a lot of flesh, and it's really funny because I was thinking about that 3 weeks ago. I was like, these models suck. I don't like all this flesh, and now I've got this Plague Lord, and I was like, I love this model. I painted all this flesh on it.
Oh.
Wait.
I called myself out.
Wait a second. I feel like it's like a couple of days I figured it out. I just need practice is all it is.
Yeah.
That's what's really fun is I don't know how to do any of these things, and I'll just do them twice, and I get it, and I move on.
Yeah.
All right. Enough miniatures. I'll talk about that all night if you let me. All right.
Oh,
So you guys are deciding to head back into the boat.
Yeah. We need to map this shit out.
Sure. So you guys are going to go back in. You're on the deck right now telling Krell to wait for you.
Stay here.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to give you a quick overview. You were successful. You had a really high charisma check on that, on your intimidation.
Yeah, we had a little druid heart to heart.
Druid heart to heart. He's not going to fight. He is asking for passage for him and his 3 spiders. Mm-hmm. They've already agreed that they'll sit in there. He's also kind of made it apparent that the boat wasn't his. He's been living on it for the last week, couple of weeks because he's been stuck on it because he was run off from his home. Mm-hmm. He doesn't know. He hasn't searched the whole thing. They've been using it as their altar, and he's been eating the survivors after their food ran out a couple of weeks ago, sort of things. That's what they do. So
was he killing the survivors, or just eating them after they?
Well, yeah.
So
they're gonna eat.
Yeah.
Basically, what happened was, I'll re-explain Krell's thing a little bit again. The island that this boat went to ended up already having inhabitants on it, and it was these druids that had been crashed for a long time, but there were already orcs and goblins and other creatures together, and so they were all kind of not living in harmony, but living in dread ways. There are druids there, and he's one of them.
That's the way Lolth leads them.
So cannibalism became a thing because there were constantly shipwrecks here as people came out to the new lands and stuff. And probably... He probably didn't mean to, but Obric's lost claim out here probably brought some of these ships looking for, the Erasmus or looking for the claims that he wanted, that sort of stuff. So they found themselves with this kind of constant flow of humans that they could eat cannibalistically, in honor of Lolth and give up sacrifice. People start getting wise. If boats always disappear in this hex, you stop going to that hex. Yeah. So it dried up and they started to cannibalize each other, and the Lolth faction broke into 2 parts. And since they were trying to attack each other, these were run off onto the boat like a couple months ago, and they're not sailors. Some of them were, some of them weren't.
Yeah.
Nobody's captaining this ship, and it's got spiders and stuff on it, so they did what they could, but it was an escape vessel,
right?
And it's broken down and stuff. So hey, one for me. Hey, so they've they did their best, but they ran out of food.
Yeah,
cannibal's gonna cannibal, so they they had stores of people, but they started to eat each other. You saw the last of Krell's people hanging in Krell's room. He was praying to Lolth when you found him. So basically, he was asking for salvation, and you guys showed up. One way or the other, he was going home. You were going to help him go home, or he was going to let you take your boat and go home.
I know Lolth is an awful goddess, but
and he would know that.
I feel no reason to harm these people.
Nope.
And he would know that too. If he got something, it wouldn't be without a price. Like if Lolth helped him, it would be like you got to surrender something or murder your way to this.
Yes, an altar of desperation.
So he's humbling himself in this manner, and basically he's like, "I'm not going to help you anymore. I'm scared. I want to get off the boat too. Something broke the masts off a couple of days ago."
Yeah,
he said 3 days ago. This has been sitting here for 3 days.
His this damage from the creature is recent.
Mm-hmm. So now they weren't going anywhere anyway. Now it's like
this thing
the boat is falling.
So wait, you guys broke the mast and immediately you started eating your crewmates?
They might have been doing that beforehand.
So they've been on the boat for a couple months. They ran out of food a couple weeks ago. They've been eating for the last week or two, and then just a couple of days ago lost the masts, and that's why Krell is kind of panicking. He's praying to Lolth. He's like, dude, I'm floating in a boat that's listing. Something is breaking the masts off. My friends are dead. I had to eat them. I've only got 2 friends to eat left. I got to feed my spiders. Shit is bad. It's on fire, yo.
Yeah, that's why I was asking questions like, how much do you need a day?
Normal amount of food.
It's probably not about him anymore.
Yeah,
Royal is a big phase spider that he's keeping.
Yeah, if I had,
I wasn't asking just for him. I realized that there's a posse here.
If I had a proficiency, or if any of the characters had proficiency in alchemy tools, we could need to get some of that phase spider excretion and make a potion of invisibility.
I'm telling you, Ranger with alchemist tools. Try it.
None of us have.
Try it, Chad.
I have harvest rules. That's what I'm saying. You could try to harvest as part of your deal. Say like to
none of us
we can't do it now.
Yeah. Also, you got to be careful because that die roll has a time associated with it. It might take 3 hours to get Royal to secrete, and then you'll be sitting in this boat for 3 hours on the ship. So all right. So you're on the deck. You have you know how to get in. There's ways down on both sides. There's a cargo deck in the middle that you can pull the grate off and look down if you want to just hop straight in. But that That would lead to the room beyond where Krell's room was, yeah. I'll just tell you, because you would kind of know now that you've been in one part of the ship and on the other. You've seen those two large rooms. You've seen the galley. You've seen Krell's room. Krell was probably in the crew kind of cabin, like the either the larder or the dining area or the crew cabin, something like that. It's a big room.
Yeah.
So beyond that will probably be the small staterooms.
Yeah.
Where cargo would have gone if it was fancy, or where people that they were taking would have gone. This is a merchant ship, after all.
I'll report my thoughts.
But you would know, too, so I'm saying this through him, I guess, that cargo hold where you found the two the two bolts, that would be where you would keep stuff. Cargo would help with the ballast.
Yeah. And
so it would also be below everything. If the ship caught fire, it'd probably catch on top first. You want your cargo to burn last. That's where your replacement masts are. It's where all your money goods are. It's where your nets and your ropes and stuff are. So that's... Just there are some staterooms left you haven't looked at, and that ballast point at the bottom is probably where you're going to find largest amounts of cargo. That is the cargo hold.
All right, so we go back through the aft castle, downstairs through the galley, into the room we were just in, avoiding the bodies hanging from the ceiling. Mm-hmm. We're going to search this room real quick just in case there's something in here that he doesn't see as valuable, but is...
Yeah, search the room.
Krell's room.
Krell's room? Yeah, sorry. I'm reading something. Let's make sure I know what I'm doing. Yeah, so you search around, and this is pretty bare bones. Like I said, this is an escape vessel. It's surprising that one was probably even still floating. The Erasmus might have shown up in better condition than others and was being used for this purpose, like an escape from the island if there was like a fire or something like that. But it's not going to be a whole lot of neat stuff. But... over in the port wall, you do find a small chest. It looks like it's been more recent. This is probably Krell's stuff. Opening it up, you do find a spell scroll of Gust of Wind, protection from poison, a potion of heroism, a potion of water breathing, a cloak of... You want to write any of this down?
No, I got lost. I had a question.
There's quite a bit of stuff in here.
You get a scroll of something.
You got a treasure chest. You open it up. It's got all his stuff in it. The box contains spell scrolls. One of Gust of Wind.
Gust of Wind.
A protection from poison. Those are the two spell scrolls.
Okay, that answers my question.
Sure.
They're both scrolls. Okay.
There's a potion of heroism in there. Potion of water breathing. A cloak of protection.
Says it right on the label.
Says it right there. He'll tell you what, because if you ask Krell, he'll be like, that's what it is. Or he wrote COP on it. There's 206 gold in loose, coins.
Sure.
Sorry, 506. 506. It's quite a bit.
506?
Yeah, so that might have been why Krell was wrong. He might not be being completely honest with you.
Oh, we're taking that.
Yeah.
Cloak of Protection.
This is just what? +1 AC?
+1 AC, +1 to all saves.
Wow. Yeah.
Can I grab that?
Yeah, that makes the most sense for you.
You have the lowest score.
Yeah.
No, he's even with me, but I'm never a frontline guy.
And that's just pure out of the player's handbooks. You should be able just to type in Cloak of Protection.
Okay.
I think you have to attune it.
You might have to attune it.
I've already got one scroll of poison protection.
I can't believe you guys...
So you might not need to attune that, but we'll see.
I can't believe you guys talked to Krell.
Can either of you use scrolls?
No.
There's even...
Can a druid?
He can.
Yeah, I can.
Anyone that can cast spells can cast scroll.
I just keep pointing at you because you asked, but because this is the module, it's like there's a DC charisma check for telling Krell not to fight you because he's like, it is his last leg. Like he's backed up in a corner, but the corner is in the water.
Oh, I'll fucking serenade him all day.
No, I was going to say what it is that he... I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the DC was really high on it, but I was like... It's my module. Fuck that. I raised that DC because you guys kicked the door down and walked in, and I was like,
you killed spiders and other cats.
Yeah, and I was like, boom. And I was like, here's the DC raised, and you fucking hit it on the head. It was 26, and it's like, boom. I'm like, yeah! Like, I can't, no matter how high I set these DCs. So now you've got a Krell on the deck who's like agreed to ride to shore, and it's like, it's in here, but it's like,
I mean, you could be fucking with us, too.
You could be. You could try to take our boat or all kinds of shit.
I told you the treasure chest is a lot of money in it for someone running away.
Right?
So
but nothing
he
else,
takes this...
no papers, no...
He takes the cloak. I've already got a scroll of poison protection, so no reason to double.
You're probably not going to need the poison of heroism, right? Because you can give heroism to other people.
It's the exact same effect.
Yeah. It's but it's still, it saves him a spell slot.
You should, well, or as I said,
Ooh,
you
that's
take
a
it
nice
because
cloak.
you're up front. Yeah, because you're gonna be our lead rogue with your tank back.
What was the first scroll?
Gust of wind and protection from poison.
Yeah, we
love
have
Gust
some,
of
a potion of heroism.
That's the way
and,
this it's almost the exact description for turn the boat 90 degrees. Like, that's almost the exact description.
We'll just give both scrolls to the druid.
Especially since it's gust of wind.
He just
and,
gets everything, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess it like protection from poison.
Protection and poison you cast on people.
Yeah.
So what it is,
removes the poison
it
and
removes and gives them resistance.
Yeah.
So having it in our healer's hands is kind of where it should be.
That house is poison
And I already
resistant.
have one.
Yeah.
Does he have a resistance to poison?
The druid's a good person to
think
give
so.
consumables to. Yeah.
Where would that be? Resistance to senses.
Yeah, resistance.
Yeah, I guess
to
that's true. I use
Features and traits.
and look up saving throw.
all my action
Fresh,
bonus.
Advantage on dex.
In in archer form, I can still like
I can
use a scroll, then still
Yeah,
throw
so-
a star.
Dex against effects that you can see.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So basically, he's just really fast and snappy to get away. So any dex save, like someone throws a fireball at him, and he knows that wizard's there, and he's
advantage.
fighting.
Gotcha.
He gets advantage to jump out of the way.
What was I looking up? I'm sorry.
Take the
Resistance to poison. I don't think they get any.
spell.
Like the Yanti, the Yanti used to have immunity to it. They now only have resistance.
Oh no, I get.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Lizard folk get 15 minutes of hold breath,
Yep.
and then a bonuses to nature and survival. That's what it is. Okay.
So, yeah, you got
Cool.
the 2 scrolls, the cloak. I have the potion of heroism.
This shows my AC is 15.
In potion of water breathing.
Are you attuned to it?
Oh, do I need to tune?
I don't know. Look it up, and see if it has an A on it.
No.
Sorry.
So click on it.
No?
Requires attunement. No.
So sorry, Wiley. What are your? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see it.
I'll know I have a +1. But
that's all right. We'll
No,
get it in
no.
there.
It's, are you using it?
I think so. I've checked it.
Or you put it
I had a
in your
weird thing with
backpack.
my AC earlier as well. I wonder if I have
Yeah.
like a fixed AC thing on my sheet.
Can you
So
look at
it
his-
requires attunement. So now that you have it equipped, you have to go down here.
Where do you
and
see it requires attunement?
So I just looked down in your attuned items, and it's listed.
Oh, okay,
So,
okay. After a long rest.
After a short rest.
Short rest, okay.
But on the thing itself, it should say somewhere. Warding outerwear. Yeah, it has an attune action on the bottom of it.
Oh, okay.
So that's it.
Cool. Thank you.
It should say it somewhere else though. That's dumb. Like, cause like the ritual casting and the concentration have their own little symbols. Attune items should have little eggs.
Yeah, I agree with that actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So short rest, you can get attuned to that.
are we doing a short rest?
No.
No, we are not.
We have to get off this boat. There is a kraken that is
It's going to eat
going
it.
to eat us.
We need to find these deeds if they're
Yeah,
here at all.
exactly.
I don't
Yeah.
want to tell you anything, but what did I say that makes Kraken keep coming up?
Oh, just because tentacles.
Tentacles.
It's a classic.
It's the classic sea monster.
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's probably Kraken. I just want
You
to.
haven't given any clues about a kraken. We
Yeah,
haven't
you
cracked your
never
code.
say it.
Oh, I said the tentacles knocked the
Tentacles,
mask
yeah.
off. That's what I was like. What did
But
you say? Yeah.
thank you for telling us it's a kraken without telling us it's
No, I didn't. That's why I was just curious what I said that makes you guys keep
He
saying Kraken.
he said tentacles grabbed the boat and knocked the mast off.
Yeah.
And so anytime you say that to a sailor or someone about the
Oh
water,
yeah, kraken. Yeah, they draw that shit on our maps. Like, yeah, it must be one of those things.
open the next door into the staterooms.
Yep.
Okay. You open up. This is what I really don't like about the modules is like you can tell what's happening because I'm like, oh, in this room. So you open up.
The sounder for modules is like we play. Oh, you went to the book. You went to the book.
Yeah,
We found it. We got to the next area.
Yeah, so true. I mean, yeah.
When you told me that, I really tried really hard with because it doesn't have the swamp map and stuff like that. I was going to make all that. so it doesn't happen. But it's like it's too much. There's too much from here that I need to make you guys go through the module. Like, I know. It just
it's
I know
part of the meta of the game.
For me, it's like when you go to like the Roadhouse cinemas. My least favorite thing is 15 minutes before the movie ends, they bring you the check, and I'm like, oh, this ends in 15 minutes. Like, I know this is the climax. Like, I know it now. Like, I know exactly how much. I hate that. It's the only thing I don't like. Okay, so you open the door, and you're facing down a very dark hallway that has 2 doors on the right, and then an out, like kind of a cut in on the left. So a little small hallway that won't go very deep. Because this hallway is probably a room here, and just because you've been up on the top and stuff like that, you know that this is just to go into that room.
Yeah, this area is
only
only
if you make
so
it right,
wide.
it would go into a small hallway that would lead up those stairs into the forecast.
Oh, okay.
So that on that left there, once you get past it, there's a door on the left. So there's that little cut in where you would go into a door. There's a door on the left, and then there's 2 doors on the right. That's it. And at the end of the hallway, there's a door at the end, which would probably be more storage. That's all.
2 doors on the right.
I'm sorry, and as you enter this area, spiders that were in here and stuff kind of give you like they give you attention, but they back up, and most of them seem like they're trying to get into this holes and stuff like that and kind of retreat. You're not being attacked anymore. They seem to know
What
that
the hell?
Krell
The
has,
druid has called them off.
Nice.
but they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
There's spiders all over this boat.
Krell.
There's nowhere to go, but yeah, there you go. So there you are. You find yourself in a hallway.
So 2 doors on the right and the little cut off on the left.
Yeah, you could think about it as 2 doors on the left, 2 doors on the right.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
and I can show you you can see the map now. So here's where you are. You just opened it up. So right in front of you is a support log, but on your right would be those 2 doors. On the left would be that door that's in the cutout, and then the door that leads to the stairwell up, and then you have a smaller stateroom right there, and then you have a larger room at the fore underneath the castle.
All right, let's start with the door on the right.
And as much as I don't like the way this boat is set up because all of its support go through the keel. And it doesn't go above. So if you lose your mast, it's like 2 of those masts go through the keel all the way down to the ballast. There's that, you want them to be up there, but
those should be the masts.
no. So your mast can be on mast castles too. You do want them to be there, but if they snap off, you can rebuild them. They shouldn't go to your ballast, because if you break it, you can also tear your ship in half, and you don't want the ballast to tear. You want your decking to tear. You want it to go down into the second deck, because if you tear open all of where everybody sleeps and lives and stuff, fuck it, let's rebuild it. You tear a hole in your underside.
Right.
You've freed your ballast water and air, and you're going down. So this has support all the way down to the keel, and I'm like, that's not right. or Mitch doesn't know enough about ships to
I was to say.
Either, I bet you could argue either way.
Yeah, so in the center of that hallway, though, you do see that, there's a trapdoor there that would lead from that cargo net. You could cargo through that opening. The top would go down through this hole and all the way down to the bottom where the cargo hold and the ballast would be. That, though, has been hammered down and reboarded over, so it looks like the only entrance would be that one that you guys found, unless you want to tear this up.
Let's go to the door on the right.
All right, so your first door on the right. I don't have to look up any more encounters. And this room is filled with smashed furniture, crushed wooden boxes, and other debris, all covered with thick layers of spider webs. Other than that, it's kind of the scene of the same where, opening the door makes that noise and the spiders try to retreat. There's no giant spiders in here. It's just eggs and spiders and things like that. Searching in here is, it takes a while and it's nothing. It's just webs on old broken furniture and things like that. This looks like this was exactly what I said on accident. This is a stateroom. Somebody lived in here occasionally. In fact, this room's nicer than the other ones. It's probably where they put, you paid as you're a guest. Yeah.
Next right.
So next room is, you walk in here, the smashed wreckage of a bed, dresser, and desk covers the floor in this room. There's thick webs that extend from floor to ceiling, making it impossible to clearly see through the walls beyond. There's nothing here, and as you chop through them, you find hundreds and hundreds of Chinese little spiders that are doing the same thing, moving back into the walls and trying to go up, that sort of stuff. So yeah, this room is also just covered in webs and is useless. It's just more of the same.
First door on the left.
So on the left, you have to go into that little cut-in and make your left to get into the big room. Room 9 on the book is the room I just described to you. Which one did you go into before?
The one.
Sorry. All of these rooms are all the same. because it's all just, these are just spider nests now. These have become spider staterooms. As you open up doors, you are seeing giant spiders, ettercaps kind of moving back and stuff, but the druid has called them off. Yeah, you're basically just, it looks like what happens is Krell is kind of just like, sorry, this nest is sinking, and he's taking his favors with it. I'm looking around, you're not finding anything in these rooms until you get to that smallest one, and you open it up.
The sword next to the stairs.
This one is covered in palm fronds that are piled up in one corner of his room, and are in the room, and they make a crude bed. This looks like where Krell has probably been staying. And nearby, there's a stone-tipped wooden spear and an oblong-shaped shield leaned against the wall. The shield bears the symbol of a humanoid skull with spiders crawling from its eye sockets. You would recognize some of those symbols on the floor in his shrine room. There's 2 weathered humanoid skulls hanging from wooden pegs on the wall, just like you saw down below. Most likely his... Now you know, probably the last 2 guys he ate before the ones that are down there.
I'm going to take a skull.
Okay, take one of Krell's skulls, add it to your equipment. But it looks like Krell, especially in these last couple of days with that damage to the surface and stuff, it looks like he was probably hiding, back in his shrine room and just praying. This room doesn't have anything in it. He was keeping his money with him and all of his stuff in that case. So going into the next one is the same idea. There's maw demons in here, but they're kind of hanging out into the corners. They're not coming down. This looks like it was probably a larder, but this is full of old bones and shit like that. This is where they were storing people and junk like that. Yeah. So you guys have explored everything in this place. It's just a spider nest with a druid in it, except for who knows what's down below.
Well, we gotta take a look at this cargo down below now.
Yeah. So you've seen nothing on this boat so far that would give you any indication that anything that Aubric had survived this so far. Even the chest that was nicer and new and you could tell it had been moved now, you notice that's why it's not dusty and stuff. That chest that Krill had didn't seem to have anything that would give it away as Aubric's as well either.
Alright.
We still haven't found that deed, so...
Right, we are going into the ballast. And we know that there's 4 undead down there? 4 thieves?
He said there were 4 thieves that they caught and killed and threw down there, and then they must have woken back up because there's something down there.
I think it might be wise to at least consider an approach.
Yeah. I say...
It's so wet down there, though.
We open it up, and the Taos jumps down there.
Yes, I agree.
I mean, if it's waterlogged, he can swim and he can fight in it. And he is the most shreddy of us.
Yeah, I'll give him a guidance. I'll give Vataus a guidance right before he executes this.
So we're going to pull the metal bars out.
Okay.
And I'm going to stand behind, so I'm like looking down in. So my back is to the closest wall in front of the ship. So I'm looking down and I have my crossbow ready, and we're just going to open that thing up, and Vitalis is going to drop bear in.
So you notice as you're pulling these rods out in either way that despite the damage to the ship and the rust that you're seeing around here, that these are used. And when you open up that door, you remember I said it was like an acrid smell and stink. Imagine if you got a scoop of that and put it in the oven for half an hour. Like the stink coming out is worse. There is water down there, and when that house jumps in, you see him go in almost to his chest, just a swoosh. And he starts to look around. He'll describe that this deck runs the length of the ship. You can see all the way to the other side. There's no bulkheads, no walls. There is that list, and seawater fills it to the depth of 3 feet. So he's up to his above his waist, and then sloshing against the walls are just old moldy crates that aren't really moving. They're just kind of, so they probably would have made more noise and stuff if you would have been able to hear them upstairs if something had jostled this. But there's crates floating around. There's junk and stuff like that. Vataus has let's see his perception. He's looking around, right? So let's do his perception.
Vataus, you can do it.
Yeah, we both.
I took perception. This is still a wily game.
Yeah, no.
Even though I'm running it, it's still.
No, he's got guidance and bardic inspiration. Should he need it?
What does guidance do to?
D4.
D4. It has to be added to his next die roll.
Okay, I have to add this, and then I have this in case I fail.
You have 10 minutes to choose when to add.
So the technical rules say you can wait until you see the result, but not
before you're told if it succeeded.
Yeah.
Let's roll it down. And then I add that total? Then I add your total? Okay, he sees it.
Hell yeah, he does. Yeah, that was the point, baby.
I'm glad now I get it. Like I was like, you don't need to do that.
We need to see what's down there.
Yeah, so that house will kind of
Like my rainbow.
That's beautiful.
that house surprisingly kind of with a swish of his tail hops back up high enough that he can grab onto the edge of the lizard folk, and he pulls himself back up, and he lets you know that there are 4 very pale, very sick looking humans in the water, kind of huddled in a corner at the medium far end.
Yeah, I'll gesture the length of the length that all our floors are working with, like
Sure.
where, like, you know,
How far down the ship?
yeah. My eyes are shit, man.
We're
It's
coming
like
from
3/4.
the stern.
We're coming from the back,
Oh,
right?
sorry, it's right here. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to not lose my place. So see right here where that kind of dotted line square is, Wiley?
Yeah.
That would have been down through the cargo areas.
Yeah.
So it's kind of right off to the cargo area, because this would have been the bolt where, you know, if you had entered through the front would have been fine. You guys came down here.
Yep.
These guys are huddled over here where that 12 is, right on the boat. Probably because people, maybe before they boarded up, might have thrown stuff down there, or they might have even been here, but, you know.
So Vandalis gives us it sounds like he gives us a pretty accurate.
He hopped down, he can see in the dark.
Yeah.
He knew what he was looking for. He's like, there they are. He rolled just barely, though. You guys, if you hadn't given him that.
How far away would be the, how many,
Let's see
in
here.
distance, how far away would
10,
the
15,
furthest
40,
one be?
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55 feet.
55 feet is the furthest? Okay. Are they close together or spread out? No,
The
there's
4
all
of them are
huddled.
huddled, yeah. It looks like they're, you know, I'll give you an out-of-character example. Think about Legend with the Slapper. What's his name? But you know how all of those vampires just kind of huddled together, and that's kind of what's happening. They're huddled in the water in the corner right there.
Slapper.
I literally did forget his name for a second, but I was like, everyone will know what I'm talking about. It's Will.
Oh, you mean I Am Legend?
I Am Legend. Because Legend has Tom Cruise in it.
Oh, the big horny demon guy.
Tim Curry.
Is that Tim Curry?
That's Tim Curry.
No, fuck
That is Tim Curry.
Dude,
He's
what a
so
legend.
good.
But not I Am Legend.
I used to just sit in my room and practice Hexus's voice forever. His laugh.
I can't do it. He has such a... Yeah.
You might want to eat that, by the way.
Oil and slime.
It's ice cream.
Sure.
I do not know. I could.
You pulled it out of the freezer, man.
Left-hand side,
I could have
Dave.
just had it down there to like freeze the chocolate, I guess. But no, it's ice cream.
Left-hand side, Dave. Hey.
All right.
Sorry, Wiley, Mr.
And that's
Mr.
chocolate, by the
Wiley.
way.
That was delicious.
That
Okay.
thing is edible.
Holy shit, that was delicious.
Those things are amazing.
What are they?
They are peanut butter cups, ice cream peanut butter cups, Reese's ice cream peanut butter cups from Stone Cold Creamery. They are.
Are you fucking kidding me? That
They are-
sounds like heaven.
They are.
even
They're
without
kind of expensive. You should go try one, but they're kind of expensive. Every chance I get, every excuse I get those. I used to get them brought to Thirsties.
Hold off. This stalled for like 3 minutes. It was like a disaster to eat. So careful.
Well, yours is melted. The other ones are in the freezer.
I was just saying, even without that little sticker there, I can taste that this is Cold Stone's peanut butter.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
All right, so where are we going next?
Does anything look salvageable? Like, I'm assuming that deeds would be wrapped up in water-safe packaging.
Yeah.
So
Like them to be-
we might have to go through this.
Albrecht would have told you kind of what I told you earlier with that oilskin thing.
Yeah.
That, like these, he's expecting you to find these, even if this ship is like wet and gross.
So,
and
yeah.
So, Batos will tell you that even though those little boxes were hidden and stuff,
Yeah.
no one really rolled high enough. But that description was too vague from me. It's because they're not floating. There's stacks of stuff. Those things are just barely being moved by the water because
He's
they're on
looking-
top
They're
of something
on other
else.
things.
Yeah.
So we gotta kill those things and
Yeah.
look around down there.
We can kill them, or we can lead them away.
Lead them away where?
They're in the ocean.
Sometimes things that are undead.
Can I have some more napkins, please?
Yeah. Sometimes things that are undead don't like the heat of the stars. I'm feeling pretty confident. I don't know exactly how this will go.
I am curious why they
Okay.
decided to keep the corpses of thieves.
and not throw them into the ocean?
Yes.
Probably because they might have wanted to eat them later on. Though it doesn't sound right that they would have killed... Well, they said they locked the thieves down here alive, and that they starved to death down here.
I was going to remind you that, yeah.
So
They starved
didn't. They probably locked these guys down here when they weren't starving. Otherwise, they would have just killed them and eaten them. And then these guys died and got back up for some reason.
Yeah, I can imagine. I know the spiders crawling away from us was probably a gesture of good faith from our new passenger, but I don't know. I feel if they were truly starving, they would have tried things, and I wonder if there's a backing way for that reason.
Don't trust that druid at all. But
You shouldn't. They will do what they need to do to survive. But I can promise you that that's their motivation.
all right, well, we got to get down there and kill these things. Unless, to lure these things out of here,
This is silly.
we'd have to get them through the ship somehow. And up.
Sorry, I read the spell that I was thinking about using to lure him and they won't work. So he's silly.
Let's
Kill him.
Yep. Lathouse, jump down there. I'll jump down after you, and you jump down as well.
Yeah. Oh, I thought the plan all along was to hack away at these things.
I'll encourage you from up here.
Do that.
Yeah, I'll give you a 1-minute blessing, Captain.
What is it?
It's
Or
guidance.
oh, guidance.
Oh, I said blessing. Sorry.
Yeah.
So what is the plan?
Lathouse is jumping down first, and me and him were jumping down, and we're going to start our volleys against these things.
So we'll say you know they're there. Nothing's happening. The boat's sitting still. You can get down in there quietly and get set up. And I'll give you the same thing again. You guys can have your first attack before these guys start. But if we do it this way, that means that all the other ones will be alerted and come at.
Sure, yeah.
Free round and then
Or so it would seem.
So one thing to consider, I don't know what these things, how their perceptions are, but he is glowing.
Oh yeah. I give 10 feet bright light and then 30 feet dim
Yeah,
light.
You're a torch, right?
Yeah.
Initiatives.
Yeah.
Okay.
We jump down there and then
I forgot that you are glowing.
yeah,
You are
because
glow
otherwise you
stick.
can't see.
Yeah. No. It makes sense. Sorry. Yeah, there's no sneaking
But I'm guessing
Starlight
Lathouse can get down there, but
Yeah.
when me and him jump down.
No,
Yeah.
you guys can. We can set our marching order up however we want now because we had that time. But yeah, you're.
Yeah, but Van House went first before the glowing
so
torch and the captain.
You hop down and these blue, white, skin pale things come up and form ghasts.
Do you have miniatures painted for these?
No, I don't. These are
They're
ghasts.
rotting and all
know.
that. Come on now.
I didn't know. So I told you I was practicing. I was learning how to age the metal first. Learning how to do skin first. Now I know how to do both. Now I want to paint plague everything all the time, always. All right, initiative. Oops, that's a 12. Let's not roll Vathouse's initiative. Yes. Oh, Vathouse, 20. Ghast, 1.
Whoa!
Wow.
So, how are we going to do this? What would you give for a perfect?
The perfect is they get advantage on any actions they take in the first round, and crit fail is they get disadvantage on anything.
Okay,
they
let's
in
do
the
it
first
up.
round.
So,
Yeah.
Oliver.
The reason I asked how far away the nearest one was.
What's your initiative?
My initiative is 11, sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you. I was totally thinking it was my turn because I was like, oh, this is such a good thing to do.
What was it?
22.
22. Okay.
Woo!
25.
Yeah, I was very happy about that.
and then I got a nat 20.
Yeah, and then a nat 20 with plus 2 or 3 at
Does
least.
that mean I go first, even though? No. Okay, cool, good. 4. But I won't do it. All right.
Well, we could do that. That they just get to decide when they go in the round. That could be another good crit initiative thing.
I like the
advantage.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So
I don't like the advantage sometimes because one, cast a spell that does a saving throw, or you don't take an action that requires a roll.
Yeah, it's all tricky.
So I try to give something if people decide something else.
All right.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
Sure. All right.
25.
25 first. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, should
I don't think there's anything I can do to get advantage on this roll.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
you could leave Oliver on the top deck so he didn't bring Starlight into the.
That would have been that is true, but that's not what we ended up doing.
No, there is one, but it would be a retcon, so I'm not gonna do it.
Nice.
26 to hit.
26 to hit.
Yep.
That'll hit. Yeah, that definitely hits.
10 damage.
Alright, gassed 1. Rapid.
I didn't jump down because I don't want to get wet.
Okay. So
I'll stick
you're
my
on
head in.
deck 1. Spiders are coming out of the hold all around you and stuff.
What?
Spiders are coming out of the hold all around you and stuff. They're not attacking you, but spiders are everywhere. You're just by yourself in a room in the dark, so I'm
Well, I'm shooting the same one he shot. Jesus, fuck.
That good, huh?
Hell, that good. Assuming 11 doesn't hit.
11 does not hit a ghast.
Can you do better?
Let's see.
Yes. 18. Cool.
Nice.
Was that him?
Guys, I think I got cancer.
Oh well.
No.
Is it just chocolate?
Yeah, I don't know where it came from though.
You shoved that thing pretty far, Dave. I wouldn't have think
9 more
that
damage.
far either. Yeah.
And you healed yourself.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I'm still 3 points down.
No, I'm not wasting this on 3
Yep.
points.
You shot it, right?
Actually, no, I'm not at full. I put myself at 41. I must have not have hit confirmed. I didn't heal myself
doing
full
2 either.
Yeah, I'm 41 out of 43.
The spiders got you at some point, I thought.
Yeah, I cast a healing spell,
right.
but
So Vatos is going to start the
should've
same
been the
way.
full
You
health.
guys are shooting and giving it space, so he's going to do the same thing. And
Throw a hand axe.
well, he got his everything back. But yeah, he'll throw a hand axe. Where
Where
it
did
is.
that chocolate come from?
He might have been helping me inflict chocolate. I had a chocolate disaster a second ago.
Yeah.
All right, so hand axe.
I mean, how long has it been there?
Oh, never mind. So it's rage, right?
Is he raging?
Let's rage first.
this is bonus action.
There's the second one. All right, and throw a hand axe. Ooh, still +6 to hit.
And it's a plus. It goes off his strength, so it does get his strength bonus, his berserk bonus.
That'll hit, so +5 to damage. Fuck yeah. So it's 11. Hand axe right to the face.
Did he hit the same one that we all hit?
Yep. Now his second throw, because he's got himself a second hand axe. Oh, no, he doesn't.
So it was a 10,
doesn't?
No, he's
9,
javelin,
and
though.
11.
Haha.
So exactly 30 damage.
Comes a javelin, same damage and everything.
Yeah. Throw a hand axe. Throw a javelin.
Javelin hits. It doesn't matter, the damage, nothing. So javelin just right through that ghast, and it just falls into the water and starts to float. The other 3 ghasts are still up. It is Oliver's turn.
Well, this far
Constance and Vatos
down.
make a really good team.
Yeah. I'm feeling
Really,
way
I
more
don't this all out, but
confident.
like just the 2 of us going first is really kind of killer.
I'm moving with the captain still, but I am instead starting to speak some heavy calls to who's the nature god.
There's 2. Myliki and...
So we're also, now that we're down here, we've all shot so far. We're waist deep in water. This is all difficult terrain. So if we make our movements,
Not
it's
for me.
Not for
Well,
you, but yeah, you're
Not for me either.
not for you. There, you're not down.
He's not
there.
down there.
So instead of shooting, I'm casting a spell, verbal somatic comments to you said the
Ghast.
furthest away ghast is like over 30 feet. You said like
55,
yeah. So that's enough room for me to cast Cold Lightning, which is exactly what I do. I suck the moisture out of the that's just soaked into the wood here and fill a cloud.
Wouldn't you be stealing the aridness from like?
Well,
He's making a cloud.
Yeah,
oh,
I'm
you're
making a
condensing,
cloud.
gotcha.
Yeah.
And
Making
it's
a
going to
subcloud.
blast the nearest ghast from that house.
He didn't ask whether or not we were on a singing ship. He said, call
I
it.
cast
call.
Yeah. I didn't ask how big the room was. I said,
I can't wait to say this. Blast a ghast.
but I'm going to blast the ghast. So They have a saving throw. They have a saving throw of 15 dexterity, or they take.
These are good. Actually, they might be okay.
If they succeed, I roll 3d10, and if they succeed, they take half.
Do they have a swim speed?
Oh yeah.
If they don't have a swim speed, they should probably have disadvantage while in the water to get out of the way. To their dex saves. Yeah.
So they have disadvantage?
They don't, I mean,
No,
they probably should.
Yeah, they're
Because they
they're in
can't
the water and
splash
stuff,
out of the way.
So that's right. It rolled
Not
the
to
same.
mention that
It doesn't matter. It rolled the same
seawater
thing
is
twice.
very conductive.
It just barely, like you
Doesn't
almost,
seawater less?
it almost got away.
That's the mineral.
It almost got away?
Almost got away. You got it. It rolled a 12
Distilled
both
water?
times. With disadvantage, it rolled a 12.
Alright, so it takes
It's insulated.
8, 11, 21 damage.
Holy shit.
Now, how much do we all take?
Nah, I'm controlling the
Shut the
storm.
water. With
How
light.
and I'm controlling the flow of it.
I totally shocked the fuck out of everybody.
I was going to say, we're all in the water. It makes perfect sense for you to roll.
You can make us all lose our bonus actions or
1, 2,
reactions
5, 10,
or
15, 20, 20. You do what, 26? Let's do half damage for everyone else.
half damage for everyone else.
13 on you, me, and Constance.
This is why I never get wet.
The spell specifically says you can't do it in a room like this.
No, it says it gives caveat if there's enough space. If there's
If there's enough space
room
for a
for it.
cloud, we're in
Yeah,
the ballast of a ship.
Hang on.
It's 7 feet,
it's
probably
long.
tall.
A 30 foot cloud.
10 feet. No, it's 15 feet from bottom to top.
And how much of the water?
3, so yeah, 12-foot space.
30 foot radius.
Hang on, though. It shocks the ghasts, too, so all the ghasts take 13.
Okay.
And so one of those ghasts is shocked to death, and then we all take 13 except for Rapid.
I didn't roll a dex save. Shit. Or we just take
We
it.
just take
Dude,
it
that's just like
in the water.
arco-flagellant. Yeah, we're in the water.
I'm going to reaction absorb elements.
Yeah.
So you get what? You get mana back? Or you
get half.
You get half back.
Yeah.
Nice.
So how much damage was it?
13.
So you take almost nothing.
7 damage? All
Hey
right.
guys, watch this. You're like, I'm good. Alright.
And the spell doesn't say anything about its interactions with water.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Right, yeah.
Yeah, but I agree with this. I was trying to think of what to do, and I'm like, everyone's going to get hurt, obviously, because you're shocking us, but you're like, we're waist deep in water under a tube.
Should be a
All right,
half
so-
damage, and then take
So you have 2 ghasts still remaining. They've got some char marks around where the water was. One of their eyeballs popped out. We all got our hair singed pretty fucking bad.
Not all.
Not all, but the first gas approaches.
I like how my character keeps being the exception to my plan.
There's its movement. It has a speed of 30 feet in difficult terrain. I have to what? It's just DC 10, right?
No, just half.
Half, so
speed.
it makes it half. So 15 feet. They start wading through the water towards you, but can't make it.
What's your health?
17.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not doing too good. Let's see.
Oh, and then my bonus action to throw a star at something.
Perception.
Okay. Perception.
Burr.
17.
Right. Shantia.
Perception, bro.
What
the hell?
Goddess of magic.
Oh!
Or nature.
No, yeah. No, goddess of like harvest and stuff like that. Is she nature? Like, did she take out the nature portfolio?
Keep talking. Whatever you're doing with him. Keeper of the Wild.
Ghasts moved. It's Constance's turn.
I'm gonna zap it again.
Of life and bounty and all things agrarian. Oh, Sylvanus. That's the guy.
That's yeah.
Come on. Oak Father, the old oak. Old Father tree.
And who is this you're looking for?
The god of nature.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Old Oak is easy to remember. I like
Old oak. Old oak. I like old oak.
Plus, you were looking for Elmlight, who's in the Elm Grove that was up the road, so it would make sense with this area. All right.
Old oak.
All right, cool. Constance, you're up. Perception first.
17.
17 plus like a bunch, right?
No, that's it. That's what the bonus.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. All right.
Alright. I shoot.
Sure. There are 2 ghasts in the water. They aren't too heavy.
Yep. 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
9.
9.
Bulldog is the greatest nature spirit here.
Right.
Captain Lightning on something.
Rapid.
What's your max hit points,
Me?
Dave?
33.
Like I'm the GM.
Alright,
I mean,
first of all,
Yeah. All of them.
heroism for all of you.
What does that do?
5 temporary hit points.
And can't be framed.
Can't be framed. Can't be framed.
Frame. No, that's right. Immunity to
Can't be framed.
And then
These things may have a fear.
I will do a 2nd level healing word on him.
Okay.
I want to tell you it. It's like shooting them from so far away. Like, I don't even know if they're going to make it.
Moving
Do
15
you play
feet a turn.
sick too when you do it?
The sickest of things.
Oh, sick.
It's
Oh, it's your turn. Sorry, it's your turn. Perception. Sorry.
Oh. 26.
Ooh.
So, on those boxes that are not sunken all the way, like the ones that are kind of lightly tapping, now that the ghasts are moving over and you've kind of got your attention there, the lightning went off. You saw right on the top, one of them has a big ass red A on it.
I'll point that out.
Good.
Alright, 6 plus 5, so 11 health to you. On top of the 15 temporary.
15 temporary?
5 temporary.
Okay. Like, wow, that's a hell of a shield.
I was about to stop again and be like, maybe I'm not paying attention. I thought I knew what you were saying.
I don't think. Oh, well, it might be more now.
How many ghouls are still standing? 3?
3?
No.
2.
2.
One's not. One of them's her. Really.
Yeah.
I thought, was there 4 down here or 3
Well,
down?
so there were 4 down here, and we threw all of our stuff in.
Killed that one.
Yeah, and we killed that one.
Oh,
and
the one he lightninged?
And then he lightninged it, and he fucking murdered the rest of that one, and then hurt the other ones real bad. Yeah, so it's almost done.
Yeah, it looks like it's still 5 hit points, even if I'm.
Upcasting.
Or when my proficiency level's higher.
Oh, yeah, no.
What's next?
Who's next?
Oh, sorry.
That was River.
That house. Perception. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to roll perception for that house. He's not perceiving anything except for
That house?
Monsters.
Didn't he go after me?
Huh?
Or did he go?
Rapid. No, you went first, then Rapid, then Bathouse. Rapid and Bathouse had the same roll of 22.
Oh, right.
You were 25. These guys got a natural. Remember, Vatals got a natural 20. Yeah, okay, cool. So Vatals is going to make his way down. So Vatals starts charging his way down into the water, but it's difficult terrain, so he's trying to meet them
He has a
halfway.
swim speed.
His swim speed.
Mm-hmm.
He closes the gap. Roar! Hell, ooh.
Yeah, he just wiggles that tail.
Hell yeah.
Wiggle.
Here he comes.
Stabby.
Fast. He got a 25 to hit.
25 to hit!
He's angry.
Come on, Vatals.
So that's...
I like that I'm just sitting up in the top, like, yeah, you guys do it.
We don't even, like,
Alright, attack
yeah,
2.
you're such a gentle support. Like, I don't even
22.
question, like, my character is like, I don't
Alright.
care why you're here. I'm glad you're here.
His first attack.
I just feel better when
his
you're
first
around.
attack. In his first attack, he gets a good bite on the
Gas.
gas, and he is aghast. He comes back mad.
Don't
And
eat
then-
those things!
Yeah, and then finishes it off with his trident, and it goes down, and then his third attack is focused on the last remaining ghast. Yeah, that'll work. All right. Yeah. One last hit. Come on. Let's get something big. All right, so Vatals is engaged with the last ghast, and he's like hacking a little bit. And then you hear... and the edges of the ship wiggle a little bit, and all the loose water that was there just... and comes off in one single... into the water.
Probably heard the lightning.
Yeah, probably heard the lightning. Probably got shocked.
It probably heard the lightning. I'm just kidding.
I can keep this spell for 10 minutes if You want me to try to shock it?
You know what? Because this is such like an obvious module, and like in retrospect, I know exactly what I could have done to make this more interesting. Like, I hate this hindsight 2020.
Oh, yeah.
Did you say anything about the crate?
Yeah,
you did.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that was...
We're not submerged, are we?
No, it's not. All right, so that was
We're
Vathouse.
in water.
Oliver.
No, but we're not. With the crushing.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Oliver.
maybe so.
Oliver? Mm-hmm. There's did you get the...
There's one left.
There's one left, yeah. I'm holding my action. Captain, you give me a target to use this, turn the storm against, and I'll do it. And just give me the word. So I'm going to... My action is to hold action for throwing another bolt if the captain decides it's worth everyone taking damage for it.
Yep.
And a bonus action throws a star at the last ghast. Natural 20.
All right.
2d8? So that's 8?
2d8, yeah, 2d8 plus 4. So 1 and 5 for 6 for 10 damage. 10 damage. Yeah.
Okay, that's...
Is it?
Yeah, it's like 1 point over.
I used the bonus action first.
Hang on.
Knock that out. It's like, Captain.
Hang on, I feel like that's not enough. You said 10, right?
10 damage. Radiant damage. Radiant.
Are they weak to radiant?
Are they undead? Are they weak to radiant?
No, they have turning defiance, so they have advantage on saving throws against effects that turn undead anyway. So it's not that no, you just forced it over its threshold by 1 point. So yeah, it's dead. So it falls into the water.
I'm prepared to turn the storm.
This encounter has ended, but you're hearing right after that shudder, the very audible triple thud on top of the ship, and this shakes again with less water drop. If you look off to the sides, you can see, even in those giant large cracks where some water's dripping in and things like that, flesh. Something is wrapping it in here, and immediately the ship begins to rock and list. Now, this is going to be done turn by turn like combat. You've got to get this case out if you want.
Yep.
And get it back onto the ship, off the edge of the ship into your jerry boat, and back into the heart of the sea with Krell and his spiders. While something tears the ship down.
Can take on new forms.
Huh?
Spiders float, right?
They can, I guess. They don't have a swim speed, but I'm sure they can paddle.
So immediately after that happens, the first thing you notice as you're starting to scramble and things is there's no spiders left in here. Everything that was moving away or was starting to move is going up. This is starting to go. We're going to keep the same initiative without any enemies, obviously.
Who's got the case?
No one has the case.
No one has the case.
So,
the case is, like I said, almost equidistant from those guys are. The case
that was him, so it's back to
that house is close to the case right now, but it is Constance now.
Should we do initiative or
we're using the same initiative.
The ghasts are dead, but we're in the hold. Something's happening. We're not leaving combat. It's time.
I yelled at Vathouse, grab that case and get up here.
So Vathouse will...
And I go up.
Okay, so we haven't left anywhere, so your climb is going to use up all your movement action because we're being shaken. You do have to survive a strength check or be prone first, though. This thing is being shaken, so we're going to try that first.
Dex or acrobatics
let me
or
find out what it was. This
fail.
is a Dex saving throw.
Dex saving throw. I like that.
Yeah, that's not bad. For you, I wish it was athletics.
If it's balance, it's acrobatics.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. As this thing starts to shake and boards start to give away, tentacles begin to come in and pull the boat and pull the boat in a direction towards the port where it's sinking. Water is starting to pour in. That's what's making, not just holding it. So you hear the thuds on top.
Marines, we are leaving.
Sorry, I was like, God, this is
Drake. We are leaving.
So this is one of those. I'm going to say this real quick as an aside. This is one of those over preparation moments where I've read this book 3 or 4 times and I've been waiting for this, and I skipped this description part. And it's all it is. So it's holding the boat with those tentacles begin to come in, and the first thing they do is try to grab mass and start a swing. Yep. So here comes one at you. Whoosh, dex save.
Oh shit! Please no.
I'm going to use one of the stream inspirations.
Yeah, we got one more of those.
Rabbit's just avoiding.
Oh my god. So...
What was your highest?
11.
11. You just overskirt it. Your boots go over the top of it, and you pull yourself up over the top. All right, so that's your whole movement. You want to take an action?
Good spend. We might want to save the last one for like death. But
there are tentacles coming in and out and shit. You're dodging, but you can shoot at or poke at them if you want to.
Absolutely.
Give it a shot.
I'm also, so I yelled to Vethouse to get the crate.
He got
and then
that.
I said, the moment we're out, unleash everything that Storm has.
Okay.
Okay. To go after me.
He touched the spicy ship. Ooh. That's tingly.
Or he was like, I'm waiting for it to do that, I think. And you're like, I bet it's done.
Yeah. So temporary hit points refresh on my turn every time. Can I hold that?
I don't know what that I don't know.
No.
So that sounds like a no.
Because the hold action is actually an action you take on your turn.
Right, I'm just saying it's unfortunate that he goes after me.
Yeah.
Because if you're all going to take damage from the lightning.
Well, I told him to get out instead.
Sure would.
That's probably not going to hit.
Oh, man.
10 to hit a tentacle?
We should have brought miniatures for this because you guys are doing this combat round.
Yeah.
You could have put it on the boat.
I know! I said it earlier.
It's okay. It's all right. Coulda, shoulda. Strahd is coming up. I know what I'm doing now. All right.
We're going to
10.
burn that tree to the ground.
I'm excited. This is one of my favorite parts of the book, so I'm really excited. Sorry, what'd you get?
10.
The 10? No, that does not hit.
Cool.
So, you make contact.
And then I'm going to shoot it.
Mm-hmm. Shoot.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Damage.
All right. So, my damage for natural 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Big booms!
It double dice damage. So, dice of that with the double dice. I have Piercer, which adds 1 additional damage type die.
Nice.
And I am the only one fighting this tentacle, right? Mm-hmm. There's no one else around me. Oh, and those double. I need 3 more d6s.
That can't be right.
Yeah, it's all dice doubles.
This is the
what is this archetype?
Swashbuckler.
Yeah. You brought me like
in
a
the
dozen black dice. That's right. I had
the wreck conditions.
Never mind. I remember that now. Yeah, that is correct.
I'm going to use Pearson to reroll this.
I forgot that Erevar was like so useless. Unless he got that one hit, and it was like 36 damage. I'm like, they're good.
The captain is ridiculously good when they're alone. Like
21, 27.
I'll stop you there because I'm sorry. No, you said 27,
30, 36. There's one more. 36. 30. 41. 45 points of damage.
Fuck yeah!
You hit the sword, kind of get the back of it, but when that moves away from your sword and turns over, your bolt goes right into it, sinks in, and it.
I might have shot him through a hole into an eye or something.
Well, you can see that when it goes in, the thrash back is probably causing more damage, and that tentacle pulls itself back out as the others continue to grip for purchase. Rapid.
I'm gonna yell at this monster. You call that a tentacle? It's more like a one-ticle.
Wisdom saving throw.
The tentacle can neither hear you, resist against you, any of that. The body of the octopus and everything or whatever is attacking this is below the waters. This is kind of written as more of a thing like
an environmental
thing.
So
this thing is so huge, anything that you've said to it or anything will be lost in the chaos and the cacophony of a chute being broken in its jaws.
They do need to hear you, though they don't need to understand you.
Yeah, so
this thing is chewing on a boat and
outside of a wall.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Sorry, man. I should have just said that and tried to describe it.
That.
In the module, this thing says it's part of the environment.
No, it would have been a knee-jerk reaction.
But you didn't have to make any kind of saving throw because that tentacle that was in this room trying to get Constance is gone. So
What's your health at? And what's your health at?
I'm at 28.
I'm
good.
all right.
Can we get some tentacle battling music?
39. And a 48, motherfucker. That's only because I have
Is a round?
I have
is a round a
six
full? Like everybody goes once. That's a round.
Yes.
And then the turn is not a round.
Turn. You take your turn in a round.
Gotcha. Okay, just
so
making sure.
I have a turn. He has a turn. He has a turn. You have a turn. The monsters have a turn, and all of those turns happen in the round.
All right.
Gotcha.
So is Vitalis pulling up the crate?
Yes, you guys sent Vitalis for it.
He'll grab it, unless you have something else.
I don't want to get wet, but I'll jump down to get us out of here quicker.
Well, we need to not be down there so he can shock it.
No, okay. Then I'll stay where I'm at.
You're sitting still?
Where are
There's no
you?
reason to get down if he's going to shock all the water.
Why are you going to shock all the water?
To get this
We're
thing
leaving.
off the
We're leaving.
boat.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
he's
So
gonna-
the tentacles that were coming in and thrashing have retreated after yours. Like I'm saying those things. So they're on the exterior of the boat now. Okay.
Right. Yeah, but water is conductive.
No, I got you. Okay. I see what you're saying. I
So
thought you
we're
were
going to
trying.
shock the hell out of the water.
Yeah. If we can get damage to the water when
And
this
burn
happens,
that
then
Leviathan
we're gonna...
right off.
I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying. I was just trying to get it where
Crack
I
it.
thought you were trying to hit a tentacle. And
No.
That's
And you
what I
said
was trying to
Vitalis
say.
was fine in terms of health?
Oh, yeah. How's Vitalis doing for health?
He hasn't been hurt at all. No
He
one's-
got shocked?
Oh, he did get shocked. He took 13. He has 50 to start, so he's at 36. Yeah, plus 5 temporary hit points that I didn't take off. So he has another 5 points.
Anybody refresh the 5 if you took any of that damage. And I guess I'll hold my bonus action.
36, not 5,000. 36.
Can't hold a boat.
You can't hold a bonus action.
Use your
It's like
action.
withhold.
Oh, that's not what you said, but nice recovery.
Good one.
I appreciate it. You're good at this.
Do you
That was
like
rapid,
being
right?
recovered? Because that's my specialty. If you wanted to continue to be recovered.
I'm all aboard. Okay, so sorry.
That was
Mr.
That was
Midman.
that was
What is your
him.
name
Now it's
again?
Vitalis.
Captain Cat.
Captain Cat.
Grabbing the crate.
That house. The crate's fairly long. It's like a foot locker, a couple of extra inches on either side. That house grabs it, the handle, and goes
Rule of the day.
and gives it a pull. And he gets it up.
Oh, if he's raging right now, right?
Yeah,
He gets advantage on strength checks. If it could be any
that's
higher.
worse. But Vatos is holding this now. So he's going to hold it, and he's going to make his movement towards this. It looks like he made less than half of his normal distance holding this thing, and his turn has ended.
Oh,
Oliver.
is he still in the
Still
drink?
in the water.
He's in the water drudging a case that he had to roll a strength check to pick up. You want to come give him a hand?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I know, but this.
We got to get everyone.
Yeah,
out
we
there.
got it. Yeah.
We gotta get Vatos, get this box.
Yeah. Like,
Let the
how
GM's NPC die, but don't let the box drown.
can I
I'm just
help
kidding, but-
them? Like,
You can grab the other side. Vatos is asking. for
yeah.
something. Come grab the other side. Okay,
Yeah.
what is your
in.
strength?
not great.
Tell me
It's
what your
average. It's like 11 or 10. Yeah, 11.
Okay, so mixed with Vatos' strength, we're only going to lose 10 feet of movement from now on.
Okay.
What is your movement?
My movement is 30.
My movement is 40, so we have to move 20
So-
off yours. So we're going 20 feet. Double what he was doing, though, holding the box.
All right.
So we're going to use your turn now to use the rest of your movement to head the rest of the way. So now we are...
I'm still concentrating on the storm. I can
That's
still
fine.
take an action to do
That's
that.
fine.
Yeah.
We are 3/4 of the way back through the water, heading towards the opening.
Ah.
So we are... Did I do something wrong?
No.
Oh,
No, you.
No, you're
so
doing
here's the
great.
boxes. So,
How would you ask that?
so we have 5, 10, 15, 20, 20.
This is self-hate.
Holy shit. We have 25 feet to go. And we're only going to move 20 on our next turn. So that's what's going on.
Yep.
So we're down there lugging that thing. That's Oliver's turn, right?
Does strength checks help with the speed?
No, we've the DC strength was to see if I could pick it up on my own, and I've got it. Now we're using there's another chart down here. If somebody's helping me, we're using a combined strength chart to see what we lose in movement speed together because of the awkwardness and
Yeah. You moved with me.
At least you guys aren't scared.
And I'm going to tell you right now, because of what we're going to have to do with this, that's going to translate in the water. Okay. So, as soon as you come down there and help me grab that Vatals, pick up the box. I don't know why I keep saying me and not me.
At least you guys aren't
I was like, don't look, that was a terrible thing.
It's a tentacle.
No, it's not. No. So, as soon as we get the thing, you guys are up on the second thing. You've driven off some of the tentacles that were coming in, so the exterior ones you can just hear. And you can hear a distinctive off one side as this starts to roll. The entire ship lists 30 degrees to port again, causing us to start to slide and move around. Yes, so now it's saving throws for movement and saving throws for tentacles.
Fun.
Because the boat is being run like this. It's trying to figure out what's in there as it's attacking and stuff like that. So we're starting at the top. Constance, you are on the inner deck, right?
Yep.
And you just came up underneath the aft castle. So you were in the lower deck under the aft castle.
Yep.
There is a stairwell that'll lead up to the main deck here.
What's the
And you
saving
guys
throw?
broke those decks. So yeah, first thing is the saving throw for the shaking of the ship. Dexterity. Something tells me you've got your sea legs.
God, it keeps on so terrible. 12.
12 will keep you on your feet. Lightning did not go off. A tentacle flies in to strike at you. Dexterity. I know
That's
those
better.
are the slow of us
That's
are
a
like,
20.
no, 20, yeah, you get over it and you're just, there's no
I'm rolling
problem.
down here,
There's no
hopping
problem.
off the wall.
In fact, so 20 is good enough that, and you're upstairs with Rapid, you call it out. Rapid can skip his dex throw for the next tentacle, not for the ship roll. So you've got a turn.
Yeah, I'm going to slash and
All right.
shoot this thing. 13?
No.
Shot.
Boo.
Boo. Less than that.
Okay. Sticks into the ceiling. Yeah, it flips it out.
I'm rolling and dodging, ducking, and can't get purchase.
Yeah. It's a fuck
Hey,
situation.
at least you're not holding a box.
Yeah.
Oh, safe for move.
You're safe. Yeah, just for the move. Dex for move.
Nah, that's not good.
What you got?
Probably a 9.
9. Oof.
Is it? I mean, what are you doing right now?
I'm
Is it
still
one-
ahead of you two.
Yeah, we're
It's
not
a
going
last
anywhere.
ditch. It's a
Yeah, I want
So
to.
9.
All right. You fall prone, but you also slide 10 feet towards the port side. So as this thing starts to turn, remember, the exit on the aft castle is on the starboard side. You guys are getting farther away from that as you slide down. You haven't done that.
I thought it was on the left.
So here's the front. We're on the
that's
aft,
the
right?
same.
Yeah.
We're on the aft. When you remember, if you go in that door, it's always on the left. If you're facing the front of a
right, we
boat,
went in that
ports
way.
are here. This is sinking to the left.
Yep.
So your staircase is getting farther away from you. This boat is written so well because I was like, why would you put these in opposing ways? It's because one staircase is going underwater, one staircase is getting out of reach. And I was like, this is written so well.
yeah.
Alright, so I went prone.
Prone, and you fall. Yeah, you slide 10 feet towards the port side. That house, you and I are locked together, so from now on, we're going to move as a unit. So
Yeah.
we're tied now, so there's none of that stuff.
All right.
We're going to move 20 feet. We have 25 till we get there. Unfortunately, as we make it to the edge where we're going to have to go up, one of the arms just gets that little snap and a board comes flying out and just, it's not a spray of water. That piece of the ship in a tube about that big just, and this part goes right under. We are underwater. If we can't get this crate up, you've got one turn before you start to drown.
You're feeling heroic though.
I am, which means What from me?
Right. Do I lose concentration?
When you go, you didn't take any damage.
We take damage, yeah.
So we did. It's our turn. We moved up to that. So now we are underwater. We are 5 feet away from the port to get out of this. So I gave us that distance. We went up with the water.
Yeah.
We've got to swim 5 feet to get out. But our turn is over.
Our turn is over.
We've got we got the case as long as we could. So.
All right. It's not my turn yet.
Unless you... Oh, sorry. It is your turn now, yeah. So our movement is over. Like, I don't have any spells or anything like that. Our movement is done. If you have anything while you can do underwater on your turn right now, you can do that.
I mean, I can take an action.
Yes, you can take an action, but our movement is gone.
I will...
No dashes or anything for your movement right now.
We need dash... Oh!
You guys have moved
We
together.
are moving.
So
So our initiatives tie together.
Yeah.
I'm counting our movement as one movement. We go.
Okay.
We go 20
If I can take
feet.
a dash action with a
I like that because Bathouse didn't do anything either. You didn't do anything. Let's just use our dash.
I can try some
What does the dash
things.
add to our normal?
You move again.
You just move again.
Yeah.
So we'll get out now.
Yeah.
So we've got ourselves to the end and we're able to swim out. You guys see, we have a fucking crate. Because of the shape of this crate, the two of us are going to be the only people going to be able to do it. Any more is going to make it awkward. If we think about, like I said, a really heavy footlocker, if someone in the middle is doing this, it's not going to work. Oliver and I have this until we change that ruling. This is flooded, but we're at the top of the next round. We're on the underdeck, 30 feet this way. He's laying in a puddle of water that's starting to pool on the port side as this thing goes underwater.
You got wet.
You got wet. Oh, you did. You made it pretty far. We were getting out.
I just look at Bathouse and say, keep going up, I guess, until the captain says otherwise.
My turn?
Let's do it. Constance.
If you guys
so,
find a way out of the ship,
you were unsuccessful with your attack on this time. So the first thing that happens is this begins to list again back and forth. As it starts to get pulled down deeper, you have a Dex 4 staying up.
Nice.
Yep. That is a 25. So I'm fine there. And this is for the tentacle.
This is the tentacle that's coming right at you. These tentacles are still pouring in from everywhere. Little, just boom, smash.
Oh
no. That's an 11.
No. Oh, wait, hang on, sorry.
Too low.
That will do it, yeah.
That'll do it?
This is still 5th edition.
No.
10 to 15 is still an okay roll.
Yeah.
No, but I thought it was higher than that, but I'm like, wait a minute, you rolled an 11 earlier, and we said your boot scooted it, so I was like, that had to be, you had a 12. So 12, that's what I said, yeah. Okay.
So 11 still clears it?
So the DC for the tentacle strike is 10.
Ooh.
Alright, so I am going to stab and shoot this thing again.
Oh, you didn't want to make any movements in any direction?
I will after I'm done.
Okay.
23.
23?
Hits, right?
We're going to have to... Oh, sorry. 23 hits, excuse me.
What?
Nothing. I'm nothing. GM. I'm having trouble with the NPC PC GM thing right this second, so I want to talk to you about something.
You have
We're holding a crate.
It's like you have to have 3 compartmentalized.
I'm cool
minds.
right there. I'm cool right here. I'm having trouble with Bathhouse and GM.
Yeah. It's 3 different universes in a way. When you have a GM and CC.
So this one's not as striking as that first time, but that does go in. The tentacle does pull away, and this deck seems to be free.
Hell yeah.
Whatever's in here is biting back, and so it's giving it a second. Yeah, so there's a breath.
So it went out with my first attack.
That was your first attack?
Yep.
Okay, so
Good. No, that's fine.
The tentacles come away.
If there's nothing pressing, then I am going to use my bonus action for cunning action and dash up to the stairs.
Okay, you can make it.
Then I'm going to use my action to pull out a rope and send it down so that they have easier time climbing up. So I'm just going to...
You have a rope in your backpack?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so that's a lot of movement. You're
Fuck yeah, dude. That's good.
I was gonna say, and you don't have to make any rolls yet because this hasn't tipped enough, so you're good. I'm so glad she did it. What I was trying to aside you is I was like, dude, we're holding a fucking box and this thing is about to...
I know, but I was like, yeah, that's why I was like I was looking at spells, I was looking at actions, it's like...
Have a rope.
It's like I could probably dash for one.
All right, super sweet. Constance, that was fantastic. Okay. lull of the boat. You don't have to worry about getting shaken on your butt because you're on your butt. So
that's what I was going to say. Is it was probably one of the skills that took the longest to learn, is being able to read or research or do my own math while listening to what the group is saying as well. And being like, okay, now I'm done with all the math in my head. I can get back into like what you guys are saying and talking about.
There has been a couple times now where, like, now that I know, I was like, I just realized I haven't read this as well as I thought I had, and I was like, I'm gonna make sure I got this right. Because there's, it's like anything else, you add your own parts and stuff, so it's going back and forth, and there's been twice where I've been like, I'm paying attention. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Sure.
I know what you did.
What was that? What did you roll? No, what did you roll for? Sorry. What did you roll for?
Yeah.
So I'm already on the ground, so I don't have to roll for...
That's okay. So, you don't have to worry about the dex. You just have to get up. So your movement...
What about
half your movement?
Half your movement is
the tentacle's gone.
The tentacle is gone. He stabbed that tentacle, has retreated from this deck again, so you're good.
And they're...
10 feet. No, it's 10 feet of mine.
Butthouse and Oliver are doing all right.
We're walking. We just got out of the bottom of the hold.
Yeah.
We have a huge crate that we're struggling with that you can't help us with because it would make it worse. So
Yeah.
Then I will...
We're basically both walking, facing each other, holding this thing.
It's like, I know, right? Hope we don't drown.
Well, we've got it by the handles, but it's like that big, not this big. You're like, God damn it.
Then I will give them a panicked look and make sure they're all right, and then head for the top side. And I will use feline agility.
What's that?
Doubles my movement. But how does that work with the half movement? Does that mean I only go 30?
It's not half. I can't. It's a value. And now I'm trying to find it.
So I'd go whatever. So I'd still go the 60 minus whatever the getting up cost is.
Wait, you can move 60?
He can move 60 feet now because he's doing his feline agility.
Gotcha. Minus what?
Trying
whatever
to find
it
it.
took to get up.
Cannot remember.
It's okay because it's not that far. When we turn this boat sideways, the distances are quite a bit shorter. So really, this would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, so you're fine. You can climb up into that. That's not a big deal. So plus he's got a rope down there, and you're a cat.
Yeah, my feet were slipping when I first started.
Oh wait,
And then
where are we?
Did you pass?
Yeah, we just came up into the back of the aft castle, right? Okay, sorry, I just panicked. I was like, wait, where the fuck are we? There was a half second there where I was like, no.
What were you asking?
Do Tabaxi have a climb speed?
Their climb speed is the same as their speed?
Yeah. Right? You have your claws, Tabaxi claws, which give you something.
Yeah,
So, I mean, if you have a climb speed,
it's the attack that gives me up. Like, I've always got a knife on me because I have claws.
I feel like climb speed is such a sleeper thing because, I feel like people don't understand. Like, if you have a climb speed, like, you don't need to, like, roll anything to do your movement on a vertical surface. Like you move vertical surfaces 30 feet around. Like, you just do that. It's I think it's pretty interesting quality.
I always forget about climb a lot too because a lot of things get it basically, or it's like, and it's so funny because you don't see it very often, but the player's handbook and all the monster books and stuff just kind of mention it offhand. It's got a climb. Any creature that has a climb speed of 30 plus should be able to get this with no problem. I'm like, fucking creatures have climb speed.
And
you look and I'm like, they all have climb. Like, everything's got climb.
They don't have to roll shit. They just
my
move
climb
that way.
speed is equal to my normal speed.
Yeah,
So you
fine.
could have said vertical surfaces.
Yeah, you didn't
without a roll.
You didn't need the roll.
Do
yeah,
that.
you're just up in there. All right. So that's
crazy.
That's Rapid's turn, right? That's what you're doing. You know, your double dashes.
How's everybody's health?
Are you just trying to map, like trying to get math stuff done? Is that what you're doing?
I'm trying to figure out how much prone gives. I completely forgot about it.
I can look it up here,
Okay.
right? We can,
Yeah,
don't waste time doing it.
You need to do other stuff.
You want to play too, right?
My turn's over.
Okay. So you and I, we've got how much movement?
Rapids.
Were we saying we can do now?
Well, basically, I can double my speed, but we don't know.
No,
exactly how
not
much
you.
it was.
You and me, we're stuck together. Half of your movement speed is 20, right? Or 10 off of your movement speed.
Half of my move speed
What is your move speed?
30.
So we're taking 10 off because we're helping each other. So we can move 20 feet. But what did we do last time?
But no, there was something I want to. I have my shillelagh. I'm in my star form. I'm going. What am I grabbing this box with?
We've got.
Do we have
our
like handles?
Yeah, we've got
handles.
One-handed by handle. Yeah.
Can I fit a belaying pin in it?
No, I mean it would be made for a hand.
Yeah. All right.
Normally,
then I move.
Normally I'd be like, I don't know, but I've held a belaying pin.
Yeah.
It won't work. Yeah.
I want to see if I can convert my strength to wisdom if I
You want a shillelagh?
star form shillelagh. You know, I don't know. I thought it was worth a try, but if a shillelagh can't fit, then
I like the idea of your shillelagh's like that's pretty clever. I like it.
Yeah. You can give me inspiration.
They're out of the bottom, right?
Yeah, we're making it right up, but we're down the wall, so we can move our 20 feet towards the door. That'll put us 5, 10, 15, 20 right at the corner where we can see in, but we can't make it up because we're dragging this box up.
Don't dash. Just start unleashing that storm on the water.
Okay.
Oh, refresh hit points.
There is that water is coming up that.
Everyone out of the water?
We're not in the water.
If I can do it right now, if I got that order.
So imagine this. Here's the deck if it's flat, right? You guys got on, it's about 10 degrees.
Yeah.
Now it's at about 30. And we just kind of walked up here. This piece has water in it. This was the stairs down. We were down here in the cargo. This is underwater. And we got up here because this is sinking now.
Yeah.
Kind of flatly like that. And it's starting to turn.
Oh, that's
You're going
bad
to shock
news.
the water right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what shock all the water.
That's what he's trying to get you to do is shock that water.
Yeah, we might fall in it, but I'll try it now. Yeah, if I can do it right now, I will blast it.
All right. Do you have to roll damage for that or anything, or what?
It's the main target takes a deck save, and
this is not. It's holding it.
Right. Yeah.
Spicy.
So I roll 3d10, and it takes 3d10, and apparently half damage because that was a home roll we just came up with. Half damage to everyone else. Anything in the water.
Oh yeah, all right.
Yeah, and since he's not actually hitting the
10,
whatever's holding the boat,
it's fine.
16. 25 damage.
25 damage. All right. So when you hit the water, something weird happens where the boat shudders for a second, and you hear a and then underwater. Then you hear the boat make a weird noise. Where it goes.
No.
This room straightens.
Yes.
And then tips back.
Oh.
And immediately breaks right at where the back of the boat would be in the mid castle, and water just starts filling this part in. So the water is pouring in through that downstairs. It leads up to the aft castle. The aft castle is going to be flooded in a few moments. You guys have an escape that way. So here you are.
What direction again?
Here you are.
What direction?
Here you are at the back. Here you are at the back. The boat was turning this way. You shocked the water. It fell back in, and now it's going in this way.
And snapped.
It's not snapped yet. The boat is turning this way. The snapping was the sides from the crushing, and then the back of it broke from the backward strain, and it's caving in. So what's basically happening is the boat's probably going to snap like that, but what's giving first is the aft castle piece. As it goes underwater, it's starting to, like that, pull away from it. This chamber is flooded almost instantly.
Shout to that house, can you swim with this without me?
We'll try.
Well,
all right,
we're not there
Constance, we are underwater. We're in water. It's coming through the stairs. We're waist deep already at the almost the highest point where the door is. It's almost this high already. So.
I hate getting wet.
Yeah. I brace with a house. Like,
let's run.
Yeah.
So I am going to run out the door and kind of go out into the deck of the boat.
You want to get so you want to go up where the water's coming in and try to get out on the aft castle. So
I'm up the stairs.
You already went up the stairs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you've got to. Sorry.
Well, I was at the bottom of the stairs where I tied the rope. So I'm going up the stairs.
You're right here.
Yeah.
Right? So if this was flat, those stairs would lead up.
Yeah.
It's pulling it back. Those stairs are flat now. You would be going kind of into the back of the
Oh, we're still not on the top deck.
No.
No.
But the stairs are going towards the deck.
This is it's so hard to explain, I know, and I'm doing a poor job, so I'm going to try to show you with this real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, get it in there and fix that for me or whatever.
I don't know if that door can't open.
That's got a door.
That door can open.
It will.
Just open that door.
Ah, there we go.
And
All right. There we go. So, the boat was listing this way. We're here. We were down there. So I just bombed that whole thing.
That's fine.
Is
No,
it?
it's
Okay.
not.
You're good.
No, it's
You're good.
not.
No,
No,
it's
it's
not.
not.
No, it's not.
There it is.
You were out of the...
All right. So it does this,
Yeah.
right? And then these stairs. Oh, I see. There's a
Right.
door right here.
Yeah.
Duh. Yeah.
So going-
So that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
you got up here. We were heading this way, but now you've shocked the water, and now it's going that way.
So...
Oh, but we're in here.
right. I'm going
Give me
out.
a second.
I'm going out.
We're not in danger of falling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we will be.
So I'm climbing the stairs. and going out. Because the stairs
sorry.
are pointed towards the door.
This has another deck. That's right. The cargo is all the way.
Yeah.
So we're in the lower deck. There's still another
Yeah,
deck
the
to the
captain's.
main deck. Sorry, yeah, we're in the captain's cabin. I'm
So
sorry.
I'm running up to the captain's cabin. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
funny too. I love maps. I'm fucking this up. My bad. All right.
So
cool.
I'm running from the lower deck into the captain's cabin, towards
Yeah.
the
Yep.
door.
Yep.
And so that's I don't know how much movement I
so
can
you-
get.
So let's see here. You've got 5, 10, 15. Yeah.
I want to get out to the
30,
deck.
right?
Yeah.
You just have to do your decks for the flying around, and then you've shocked the octopus enough that it's not going to swing its tentacles this round.
That's probably not going to make it. 10?
Oh, 10?
Yeah.
Dude, so a 10 puts you down to your hands and knees, but you're able to scrabble. You just barely make it up and out to that door, which is now hanging open as
Yeah.
it starts to tilt back, and you can make it to the front deck. You can see that on the deck right away. There are fucking tentacles like that moving around. The jerry boat is not where it's supposed to be. It's probably this way. But you're seeing spiders fleeing like fucking crazy. They are pouring off the boat. They're pulling out there. Krell's not here.
Yeah.
You don't see your jerry boat from where you're standing, but this is pandemonium. This ship is being pulled in backwards after having been damaged sideways for days.
All right. Can I shoot?
You can shoot. Yeah, there's tentacles on the deck, so you can stop everybody from having to make their... Well, everyone has the tentacles that are thrashing and trying to grab are gone. The holding tentacles are on.
Yep.
Any damage you do here is not going to give you any kind of deck saving throw. You're not going to get it. Okay.
Just doing damage to the thing
Just
now.
doing damage to the thing.
Natural 20.
Whoa! Shit.
All right, so you get a shot in, and it's just kind of the same thing that happened last time. It goes in, and you can see that the ride is probably what's really damaging it. Once the bolt's in there, one of the grapple arms comes off, and the boat comes back up. Unfortunately, we're going to have to make a deck save to throw, but we won't lose our movement speed for walking. We're not going to.
Yeah.
He's got nothing to chop.
Excellent shots, Captain.
Another one.
Shoot it again.
Oh,
Tentacle comes down the
get him.
middle.
That's a 23.
23 will hit it.
The secondary tentacles pull it to where we actually we just had
9 damage. But it makes a solid shit.
Yeah.
Stick. You can see it sticking out. Yeah, it didn't go in. Maybe you hit one of those little a grabber and just right into it. Yeah. All right, so that's you, Rapid.
They're not mouths, man.
Rapid, you are
taste
underneath the captain's cabin on the deck. It's full of. It's not full of water anymore. We've come up, but deck save first.
They're like anal tongues.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
That's a 10.
That's a great aim.
10's just enough. Yeah, you've just made it. So you're up. You've got your full movement, and you're right by the stairs too. You scrabbled up, so you're able to make it up into the captain's cabin.
When I scramble up, I'll pull the crossbow and shoot.
All right, tentacles are still probing, so
That's better. I never shoot. 21.
21 will hit. Oh no, sorry, 21 will not hit.
No, it hits.
Was it a natural 20?
This is 21.
Okay.
The DC for the tentacle, right?
He's shooting the tentacle.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. What am
I don't know. I rolled a 21.
I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm sorry.
I rolled a 15 plus 6.
Okay.
So 21.
21 was... Yeah. A 23 hit.
Yeah,
a 21
sorry.
may not hit.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, 23. I was right. Yeah, 23. Sorry, the DC is 23. Your armor class. So yeah, the tentacle is 23. Sorry, I am right. Okay, sorry.
Is it a 23?
You guys have, that's what I keep saying. You keep getting over it. Like, it's no big deal. You're shooting, like, darts right into it. The DC for dodging it is 10. The DC for staying in the rocking of the boat is 10. Damaging the tentacles is 23. And then there's other stuff to the tentacle beyond that makes other stuff happen. So that's
Well, then I guess everybody just refresh their temporary hit points.
All right. You shoot a crossbow out, and it goes right into our boat, into our whatchamacallit?
That was all I did.
Surgeon! Oh no!
Dinghy, and it kills one of our rowers.
I rolled a 21. I would say the 21 is on target.
Yeah, that's true. It's not a crit fail. I was just joking.
All right.
No, Dave, we're going to assume.
Yeah, I'm a bad on
So you did not strike. You were not successful, right?
You had a 21, and it
21,
missed.
right, cool. So it hits it, but it doesn't go
Doesn't do
in.
it. Bounces.
All right, we've got to move. Do you want to? We got to start taking this stuff into the.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, yeah, I'm moving as
we're right
that's my
here. So
sense.
is it 5, 10, 15, 20? So we can make it up into the captain's cabin. We're kind of in front of the door again.
So do you want to dash or do you want to shock?
No, I'm.
Let's dash this time and get out.
Yeah, I know. I'm just running right now.
So dash.
So we'll use our other actions to dash, and we can get out onto the main deck just beyond the door. So we are right out into the main deck. That's where you guys are too, right?
Yeah,
You made it out there.
good. Because
So-
I can't see these guys. I don't know what's going on.
Now
It's
you
like,
see us.
yeah, now I see you.
We're
But
clearing the way.
yep.
Some of us more than others.
So now that we've made it up onto the surface of the boat, we can see what's going on. The damage on this is extensive. Those tentacles that have been going around it are slowly like pulling it in half and crunching it other ways at the same time. It's crunching it like a pop can. Plus the tentacles you guys have been fighting off are going in and making more damage and just tearing this thing apart. And now that I've said that earlier, I'm like, these ballasts all the way to the keel don't make any sense. Oh, they've built a boat this thing can tear apart. But it's just tearing these like ballast parts apart. This thing is going down.
Yeah.
As soon as you get onto the deck, you realize the deck is probably about 6 feet above water now. This thing is not saleable. It's not savable. And as you look over onto the port side that you climbed up, you realize the jerry boat is there, that your guys did come to save you, and they've probably been here for a bit. Except there's a half-orc doing battle with a phase spider and some of your sailors on the jerry boat right now.
Interesting.
So he attacked us.
Well, yeah.
Called it.
I mean, he didn't know. Our sailors didn't know that they weren't going to let him in either. So we didn't signal to the sailors or talk to them. So
Yeah.
whatever. All right. Sorry.
No. It's disappointing to see, but I understand.
You're like, I'm not Krill, guys. I'm not Krill. I'm not Krill.
Yeah.
All right, but you are on the deck. This ship is going down fast.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
turn.
it is your turn, yes.
All right.
All right, so the jerry boat is overboard. It is about 15 feet away. You've got a swim speed of what, 30? Right?
Yeah.
You've got water breathing. I can hold my breath. You can do all sorts of stuff. You're fast anyway. You've got water breathing too.
I'm gonna die. I'm out of things I can do to help.
First things first, the ship is being listed back and forth, which is crazy for a ship of this size, this deep in the water at this point. So, dexterity saving throw before anything else.
All right. That's a 15.
Yep, you made it.
So, all right, I am going to jump off the side of the boat
All right, jump off the side of the boat.
and take 2 shots at Krell as I'm going into the water.
I don't know how to make you roll.
And
What
it
is
is
this?
doing like
A normal shot.
It's just a normal shot.
it's tragic. It's so tragic. This is Drew's life. No, because it's like, oh, something's gonna eat this thing. I'm sensing. I need to find the
Yeah.
quickest way to get out of here. And and I know why we need to kill them now.
Right, like,
because-
are you saying like you wish you could talk to this thing? Is that
No.
to Krell.
It
You
just
saw it
all
sound
makes
about Krell
natural
being-
sense.
Oh,
Yeah.
the
That
guy
we
was
have to kill
already
him.
a traitor. You already
Yeah.
went
It's,
on.
no, it's, I don't
Yeah.
feel betrayed. It's like, yeah, of course you abandon ship and do whatever you can to get away from this
Oh,
shit.
he was
right
a traitor
now.
to his friends.
He was also a cannibal.
He is a terrible person.
Yeah.
For all you know, he signaled the jerry boat and was like, "We're ready."
Yeah. Anyway, 2 shots because almost swashbuckler, running, jumping, shooting in the air.
Yeah.
But technically, it's move up, shoot, jump. 23.
Oh, sorry, I'm Krill. Duh.
Assuming that hits.
Yeah, 23 will definitely hit him. Sorry, let me get back to that real quick.
7.
7 won't hit.
No, that's damage.
I know, I'm joking. In a second.
25 to hit. Come on, man.
Hang on.
Come on, man. Oh, Skip.
It's not me, it's this. This thing's real slow. All right, here we go. Load Krill. All right, you said it was a what to hit?
I had a 23 and
23
a
hit, sorry.
25. The first damage was 8. 8. Right? And the second damage, I'm going to reroll. 9.
Right.
And then I splash into the water.
And you splash your wax. All right, that is rapid now. You just saw your captain jump over. This thing is
How far? They're 250 feet away, right?
15 away from the boat now. The jerry boat is right here.
Yeah,
you could probably run and jump into it if you really tried.
I'll try.
What is your jumping distance? It's half your movement? Or?
It's your... So, jumping across is your strength score.
What is your strength score?
0.
Strength score. Your score, not your...
What is your strength?
Not your modifier. 11, 10.
I think it's my lowest.
Yep.
You can jump 11 feet.
Let's see.
I'll let you roll it as single roll, no advantage or disadvantage, if you take your dash and all of your movement to run. You can try to jump onto the boat.
You do get more for getting range start, and this is all covered under the athletics skill. So if you want to make a roll athletics check.
Athletics check. You don't have to. You can do exactly what she did. You can jump in the water and swim to the boat, but you might be able to jump.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to try that.
You're going to swim?
Is anybody on that boat that's fighting Krell hurt?
It would be hard to tell from here. I mean, it's a jolly boat. I mean, it's got rows of 2, and there's 4 of them. This holds like 8 people, and now there's a phase spider and a druid standing on chairs, holding people and stuff. It's people are fighting off.
Because 15 feet, he can do a healing word on someone if he can see someone injured.
Then yeah, let's heal out. Heal out some of your sailors. I'm sure could use it. Yeah. I hadn't thought that far ahead. So yeah.
Well, let me know what he does because I have a silvery barb ready for him.
All right, you want to hold your action?
He doesn't need to
but I am going to cast Mirror Image and jump in the water.
All right. Mirror Image does. There's 2 of you now. 4 of you.
4.
All right.
I figure if a tentacle is going to come for me.
Ready?
Hopefully it'll get one of them.
All right.
Yeah.
Here's what's going to suck. It's going to take all of our movement to get to the edge of the thing. I'm not going to make us roll that, but the book is going to make us roll a strength check to hold the thing when we jump into the water. When we jump into the water with the crate, we're going to have to make a strength check to keep a hold of it.
That's not good for me.
It's not good for me either, even though I'm strong.
I asked you, can you swim? Can you swim?
I'm a lizard.
He said he couldn't.
So, what I'm going to say is if both of us drop it, it's dropped. If one of us drops it, there's a chance. It's going to sink, right? We can do it.
I need to save the captain and the other crew. Can you take this somewhere where you can communicate where to find it later, we will find you.
They will sink.
2 things. 1, I can't hold it by myself. 2, we already scouted it out and we don't see the bottom here, and there's a giant tentacled monster trying to eat the boat.
That's good wisdom.
So
Fuck.
You have to go with me. You have to go with me with this
I'm
thing.
going with them.
All right, so I am going to get advantage.
I want to do a cold lightning blast on the jerry rig on the drow. I was trying to find a room for action.
It's a half-orc.
Our action.
The Lothian half.
I'm not trying to steal your turn. It's just our action.
No, I know. No.
Our action is dash.
I made attempts to get more out of it, but
Gotcha.
I understand what you do.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here comes our strength check as we jump in the water. So Vathouse and Oliver come running to the edge of this boat in between
Can I give
tentacles.
myself guidance?
Have we been letting you do it before?
Yes.
Yes, then.
It's a bonus action, right?
It's
an action.
I think it's an action.
So
no,
you cannot do that.
My action's taken, so no, I can't. Yeah.
All right. Vathouse and Oliver come running to the edge of the ship. You guys are already in the water. They just do a dive hard with a thing between their hands. Last action hero.
Strength check.
Woo!
Oh!
Strength save or strength check? Strength check?
Strength check.
No, it wouldn't make a difference.
No, it's a check.
I have
What does
a
that say
0.
on the face?
A 13.
Dude, are you serious?
13. I have plus 0.
It's in the book as a 12. So you see that house and you see that house and Oliver go underwater with the case, and then that house comes out a couple seconds later with the case, and then Oliver I'm 13. But we've got it. We've got the crate, and we are swimming towards the boat.
Yeah.
So now you can see as we're moving away. If you look back, you can see the soft bulbous head of what you would know to be an elder octopus. This is not a great squid or a giant anything.
But no, not a monster, but just a really big natural octopus.
Maybe even older than that. This is something that we probably would never have heard of. Yeah, this is an elder octopus.
I'm so sorry, super sad.
We had to put a second mic in to hear Galen, but unfortunately that amplified.
I know, I just break it every time.
Is it from your...
Yeah.
Big fan of our new surgeon, by the way.
All right, so we are in the water. You and I are encumbered. Our action is going to be to keep our head float while we get to the boat. However, the boat is only 15 feet, and our swim speeds and movement speeds are same.
Okay,
we're only out of the turn. Yep, we're only out of this round for one turn. The boat is in combat right now. It's small quarters. It's close.
Oh yeah.
Movement is hampered. Disadvantage on all decks, that sort of stuff. But let's give it a shot. Shoot up. Constance, yep.
All right. With my helm, I am just going and jumping right onto the boat and stabbing and shooting the hell out of this guy.
Give it a shot. Are you going for Krell or are you going for the face spider?
I'm going for Krell.
Krell, all right.
I didn't want to bring him back to Saltmarsh and let him free on the Sword Coast anyway.
Yeah.
That was such a weird plan for you guys anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take it back. And I was like, whoa.
It's just a deal, villains, whatever. Like
I wanted to be
same thing with the lizard folk.
There was...
fuck that guy.
There was a couple seconds when you guys were leaving him on the deck, I was like, this is going to be your hubris. You guys are so nice. Like, this is...
It happened to us before with the guy
in the haunted house. Druid of Loth. He's like, I'll be up here. I'll wait for you guys. I'll just ride home. Like, cool, I'll be back.
The haunted house, we did the same thing with that dude.
We'll come back.
Come with us. And he stabbed us in the back, and we just tied him up and left him.
And then he betrayed us again. You tied him.
You guys see
what a shithead! I'm like,
you guys are just super, super nice. That's what I'm saying.
We're too nice.
I'm telling you, Witchlight changed us as a group now because we played the Golden Serpent, and now we're playing this. It's like you guys are all like altruistic and trying to figure out what's nice. It's doing good.
Combat's scary.
Yeah, you're like, let's see if we can talk our way out of it. I'm like, this is interesting.
Sorry, the real world got too evil, so we need to pretend to be good.
Remember, you shooting him now?
Yeah. 20.
20 hits, yeah. It hits him.
5. That's 1. I'm going to
Do I owe you a new iPad? I'm sorry, did it really explode?
7. 13.
Are you accusing Super Sad of being a liar?
No, I just want to.
I think you owe him an iPad.
17 to hit.
That's
damage. So you climbed up and you shot him, right?
Well, with a flourish.
So Constance gets out of the water as fast as she got in, and it's what you'd expect from her. It's just a shrink and a shoot, and Krell just falls off the other side. He wasn't doing well already. I mean, he had to fight off a pretty loyal crew.
Yeah.
A quick stock of the boat as we crawl in, and the guys help us get the thing on there. You've lost 2 guys out of 8. Or sorry, they wouldn't have brought 8. There would have been, 4 of us on the boat. So they would have brought 4. You lost 2 of the 4 because they couldn't hold off Krell and the Phase Fighter. So there's 2 guys. You still have 2 of your regular sailors on the boat. 2 of them were killed. Krell was there for a bit.
Spider.
He's
it's
still
there. It's kind of doing what it did before. It's up against the back.
But his friend is dead.
It doesn't know where to do or where to go. It's sitting there. It looks like it's nature.
I'm going to cast.
He's not. He can't see it. He's in the water.
No. That's what I'm saying. We've gotten a few seconds. You've knocked Krell off into the boat. The guys have gotten us on there. You're taking stock.
Oh, like this is over.
That's it, Krell. You got him.
And Krell
has 27.
And the octopus is just going to pull
the octopus is pulling that ship down. It's busy.
Yeah. Okay.
You shocked it and it pissed off. It's eating that thing. If you look now, their mass would be up, but like really the damaged angel is sticking up, but it's going quick.
Yeah.
You guys would normally be caught in this eddy, but the two dudes that are up and we've already gotten in, they're already rowing away. There's nothing to worry about.
Right.
You've just got a spider backed in a corner on this ship right now. It's not very big. It's not. Yeah. It's.
Wow, I'm going to give you to animals.
Can you speak to animals?
Mm-hmm.
What are the limitations on speak to animals?
All right, let me read the spell.
Is it a beast?
Giant spider?
It's a phase spider.
A phase spider might be a monstrous creature.
But I'm going to let you do it. There's a reason for it. I'm going to let you do it.
Here's the
got a good reason for it.
You gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration. Small beasts.
This one's large, but it's...
No, not size small.
Hang on.
Okay.
So you cast your spell, your animal senses kick in, and you get something strange from the phase spider. You don't understand him, he's understanding you.
Oh.
It's trained. It's trained. So what you're hearing from it is home. Home.
I'm here from his home. Yeah. I'm going to try to just
sorry. Home. What am I saying? It's on the boat. It's fear. Excuse me.
You're getting
fear out of it. Yeah. You can't understand it, but because it's trained, you're getting like sensations. You're getting this anthropomorphization off of this spider because it's been trained and has experience with that half orc and human stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're getting a weird mix you've not experienced before.
Yeah. So I communicate to it. It's we're not gonna hunt. We don't have to hunt you if you don't hunt us. You can just be, as long as you don't hunt in the bipeds with us.
It doesn't understand. It seems to think no what. Like you're saying no hunt. It's saying no what? No. Like you're telling it no is what you're getting. It's trying to back down.
Okay. Then good. Then I'll start. If it doesn't understand the spell communication, then I'll just fine, keep down, and I'll just be a threatening presence over it.
You've got its brain. You know it knows commands. Try giving it a command.
Yeah, down. Yeah, I'm basically just this spider.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna dominate this. I'm just keeping it
so
down.
When you start thinking down, everyone else can noticeably see that the spider has done this. It's gone from standing and doing its thing to being a spider, and now it's kind of sitting.
Yeah.
So you've calmed the face spider down. It's not doing anything. Its brain seems to be thinking what's next, but there's always that food and have more babies thought. In fact, it's probably the most recent thought is this probably would hold babies. Everyone probably holds babies, so it's looking at the boat thinking that holds babies. You might be able to hold babies. And that's all you'll get from it. But so I was going to say it's 8:40.
Okay.
It's just a pet trained phase spider.
Well, no, I won't say that because I'm not sure which is next. But so
I'm gonna get back to this.
As it's the night.
Decide if we need to kill this thing or not. That's all.
That's all.
Let me describe the interaction.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah.
So, like I said, you guys were 15 feet away. As soon as Kel falls in and you guys start communicating and getting the boat up on there, your two sailors are moving it away. The ship is being pulled in. Whether you guys give them commands or not, they're trying to get you away from the portals.
Get us back to the ship.
Yeah, and so the two of you, Vathouse realizes what's happening. He's just going to help him, so he gets 2 oars too, and he's helping. So you guys get away from that while you're calming the spider. But that ship is gone. The Erasmus has been pulled beneath the sea. You and I already know, Vathouse and Oliver already know that's fucking deep. We don't know how deep it is. We don't know. That's gone.
You're 2 days out into open sea. That's
throughout the waters.
West.
Here and there, it is night, but we can all see. We're seeing the gray blobs of spiders that are starting to scramble and clamor and try to swim and things like that. Some of them are successful.
Making their own rafts.
Little ones are balling up and getting on larger ones. Larger ones seem to be struggling because they're breaking water tension and drowning and things like that. And
so the craft is
this is going to sound
with that.
Yeah, I was going to say this is going to sound shitty, but you're going to start seeing spiders are doing what you're trying to avoid with the octopus pulling the ship down, where they're getting pulled in the larger spider eddies and things. But you make it back to the ship, the crew is kicking spiders off and things like that. Everyone is really more excited that you're here than anything else. They just watched the boat go to the edge, a fight break out. They were trying to figure out how to arm the sloop. Were they breaking the rules? Like, the sloop has 9 sailors in it right now that are getting ready to come and aid you should you not have made it.
How long do you reckon we were gone for?
Man, I mean, this deck this is like a 90-foot ship. You went through 2 decks. I wouldn't imagine this took more than 2 hours at the max.
Yeah.
And that's if
good
you were
timing. Good timing.
Yeah, this was crazy fast.
So I'm going to ask you: does this thing, I noticed it disappeared and it appeared next to me? Does it turn invisible or does it teleport?
I don't know. I'm just trying to placate it until we decide if something.
Give it a command to blink here.
All right. Yeah. All right. I have speak to animals activated. I'll try to give a command to teleport to a nice safe spot, close spot.
Sure.
Yeah.
It disappears.
Move there without being seen moving.
It disappears for a few seconds and then reappears where you told it.
Do we hear it moving on the deck?
No.
So it looks like it teleported.
It does look like teleporting.
There's a lag between.
There's a time difference, yeah. It doesn't just it's not a blink, it's a gone and then it comes back.
I'm afraid I'm not ready to. If you want to think of befriending this thing, it needs to be caged right now so I can sleep and prepare those things.
It can teleport. It can teleport, so it's got to die. If it was just turning invisible, we would have put it in a cage.
The crew is freaking out about this.
They're like, I look up at them and I go, grab weapons. Grab weapons and point down at this thing.
They're cool right now because you guys are good.
Well, I'm telling them.
Yeah, they've got weapons drawn. You didn't have to tell them that. So they don't want it on the boat.
Tell it to stay. We back up. Mm-hmm. And we're all going to shoot this thing.
Yeah, Dami asks if there's someplace we can put it.
No, we're just going to kill it.
In my belly.
Oh, we're going to kill it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
everyone shoot it.
Are you going to prepare this thing? You're a druid, right?
Yeah, but this is a predatory creature.
It's a monstrosity.
It is a monster. Oh, that's right.
Outside the realm of beasts. It's outside the realm of beasts.
Oh, but it understands you.
It does. It makes it a hard calling, but you know what? That's what makes druids hard.
You know it's scary. Maybe you can do something about that.
Oh, yeah.
Calm it.
I don't think I have any.
You have speak to animals when it understands you.
Yeah, I speak to animals and I say,
what do spiders eat? Give it some food or something.
Yeah. So I was communicating.
You don't have to either. If you don't care, you don't care. I was just curious if Oliver cared that you have command over this beast at some point, but the crew is not on board with this shit at all.
Yeah.
So
we have hidden compartments. Could I try just for?
No.
We had just killed the druid.
Fire.
We would never know where it was. All right, you call fire. The captain speaks. There won't be any roll on this.
Yeah, no, it's an execution. I get it.
So you have.
I gave it a plea.
I didn't fire.
But
that's all right.
I was on the fence anyway. I mean, neutral.
We just wanted to know if you were going to try to calm it down before we killed it.
Yeah. I had no means of trying to do that.
You had speak with animals. You can.
That's what I was saying. Did you want to say anything to it?
Just at a.
It wasn't acting out. I was trying to think of a way to. Like,
That's what I said. Is there anything that you wanted to say to it, and you're like, I can't think of anything?
We're
I'm
not
like,
talking
"Listen,
about you saving it.
It's dead. You guys already made the decision. Did you want to make it less scared before
At the
everybody
end.
shot it?
I was trying to,
Yeah, but
I
their
can't
captain
come
yelled
on the
fire.
boards. Yeah, we've been through a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
that would have been a cool thing, but yeah.
I would like to remind everybody home, this is not my fault, and you guys did this.
Yep, but I know.
I know how you feel sometimes. You're like, this space spider thing is sad. It's
Yeah.
not my fault.
No, I shoot it.
So,
shoot.
but, as harrowing as that was, seeing a boat get pulled down, watching your sailors fight, a druid that told you were going to, get his riches or whatever it was that you guys had.
We did get his riches.
You did get his riches, but
Fuck that druid.
yeah, you're on deck. Minimal crew loss. 2 sucks, but I mean, the whole boat got pulled under by an ogre octopus. You fought a druid on a jerry boat. I can't believe how much damage you did to him so fast. Like, that guy doesn't have a lot of hit points. He has to get a turn. If he got a turn, that boat would have been fucked. Like, you and I would have been trying to get to the big boat, And there's a bunch of other stuff too, like what was going to drop.
Everything crumbles on the heart of the sea. I understand.
There's a sink speed, but anyway, so we made it back. There's no damage to our boat. We lost 2 sailors, which is sucks, but that's great. Like everyone, contract men know that shit. This is what's going to happen.
What the hell is in this box?
I open up that lockbox.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hold on, other traps or any of that bullshit.
We'll take our you can take your time. I know we're excited, so let's.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my trap. Check the traps. Get this thing open.
It's just full of lead. That's why.
Full of lead, yeah. It felt like it was full
Right?
of lead.
Because that literally has nothing but bars of lead in it.
I was about to throw this whole mission under the water.
So you guys are back on your boat. It's nighttime still of the second day. Do you want to head home to Saltmarsh and try to make Fight Club and dinner, or do you want to head on?
What about west?
We will go west.
Okay.
But not now. Well, we're going to go home, then we're going to come right back out.
It's dark now. Can I do another reconnection and see if I'll agree with you unless I find something better?
The only thing I say is this. We know what's out there. We know it's west. A Lothian cannibalistic island. So let's go finish this job. And then we can come back out to find that place.
That is good wisdom, Captain.
Because otherwise, we could go out there and die like everyone else that comes, and this guy will still not have his stuff.
Again, that is wise. All right.
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
open that box.
All right. It looks like it was probably locked pretty well 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It's like half water or something like that. Yeah, it breaks open. And inside of it are 3 very well oiled oil skins. And inside of the case, when you open it up, you realize that it's got some sort of like sap or something like that's on the inside, to the degree that this is unappealing inside. It's not pretty. It's gross. This is probably the most waterproof box you've ever fucking seen. This thing was meant for paper on the boat. If you sit down, you're safely in your staterooms and pull this out, it is exactly what you want it to be. It is just reams of paper in Obrecht's hands, in 2 different banks' hands, 3 different patrons. And you can see now that as you read it, especially you, and I don't know, you can study. You guys are studious enough that you can read this and realize that the only reason that Obrecht really wants this back is that he's a pretty shrewd businessman. He's pretty clever. These things only work for him. He negotiated these. The reason that people let him go out and do this on their own at such a great risk was that if it falls into somebody else's hands, or if it goes caterwonky, Obrecht's out. Nobody else. So everyone was like, hell yeah, let's get behind this. And lo and behold, it fucking sucks. So it fell behind. With these papers that you're looking at, and you can tell right away, being a highfalutin kind of gal, these won't just get Obrecht his lands and his stuff back. This will probably put him back into society.
And we're going to have a house right on his estate.
This is everything that Obrecht wanted and more. It's in pristine condition. It's unreal.
So take all those, put them in my lockbox. We're going to toss this lock. Well, we're going to keep it. It's in bad condition, but might as well keep it around. No. And conclude.
Conclusion.
I'm going to do double rum rations for the boys tonight.
All right, double rum for the guys. Like I said, you don't have to roll any of your cruise stuff and things like that. You guys are heading home, you said?
Yep, we're heading home. Double rum.
We'll end it there. So it was a quick 2 days. We'll jaunt out into the ocean to find out what it was that Obrecht's men saw, and if it was, in fact, the late Erasmus. Which it turned out being, and very, very close to its end indeed. So good job. Actually, it might not have been that close to its end. Who knows what would have happened if it shocked the water a whole bunch.
Yeah.
But you guys did do a sort of battle with an elder octopus and brought back literally $10,000 worth of your own gold.
You were surviving an encounter with a shark.
That's true, yeah. It was kind of fun, and I can't wait to tell you guys some other stuff about that in a minute. But it was a lot of fun. But yeah, so this has been another edition of Saltmarsh. You guys are very successful in returning all of stuff. And you're headed home. You've got a lot to do in Saltmarsh now, and it's not the friendliest place. So next session is going to be a little weird. You are on for next week, you think?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool, perfect. So we'll meet next week. It'll be the last week of the summer, so I do want to stay for the whole session and have a good time and things like that. I got to go back to work, but we'll go back to Saltmarsh if we make it. Who knows what's going to happen on the high seas, but you've got an invite to dinner. You've got a fight club. You got to start after you get some promotions going on. You got an
invite to that fish market place.
Yeah, you got a weird something or other going on. You've got a weird piece of paper there.
And then we go back out to do this. So
you got a piece of armor. You started an armor creation process, and then told the guards that the armor was poisoning the sewer.
Yeah.
After robbing Hoolmwatch Tower and telling them that you were under...
Figure it out.
There's a lot going on. But I will say that, something you guys can kind of notice in the side as you make it back to Saltmarsh, the arrival of this, the bringing of forces and things like that, the bearing of forces is going to be bringing more guard from the kingdom and things like that and the surrounding areas. Mm-hmm. So your ideas of trying to get yourself broken away from Gelen might come to fruit as more and more guard and more loyalist people honorable to the crown show up to try to see what's going on with Hagen and things like that. So not only are you going to be seeing some really weird things in town as far as how stressed everybody is and what guards are acting like and how people are acting, you're going to be seeing new faces and things like that too. Hopefully as town gets worse, we'll see how it goes. Next time on Saltmarsh. If you like what you saw, if you want to see any more, you can click down below and you can find our YouTube channel where you can find over 1,000 hours of all the stuff that we do, just like this long-term D&D 5e campaigns, riffs, Swade, one-shots, lore stuff, all kinds of things. It's a lot of fun. Check it out. And if you're interested, you can click down below and find a site that'll take you down to DriveThruRPG, who's one of our sponsors. Down there at that site, you can find all of your source books and rule books on PDF and save yourself a whole bunch of money. We have some of their stuff, and you should too. And speaking of our stuff, down below you can find the Wileyverse link to the Wileyverse merchandise store where you can find our logo right there on Rob's chest. Our logo we're so proud of. You can get it on hats and shirts and pants and bags and all kinds of fun stuff. It's really sweet. And if you buy anything from those links, we do get a little bit of a kickback that we use to buy more games and update the studio and things like that. If you're interested, we'll see you next week at 4:00 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for some more Saltmarsh. Otherwise, we'll see you on Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard for possibly more War. Next part, we'll see what's going on there. Come check it out. But I want to say thanks to the guys that came down. Drewby, it's always good to see you. Super sad. Thanks for coming down and throwing points at us, guys. Appreciate it. We'll see you next time. Bye.
What are we doing Wednesday?
Rob just ascended.